Chapter 282, Arrival of the Fifth Lord. Chapter 282, Arrival of the Fifth Lord. Royal Shen Temple, Hishiro. Zhuge Hui looked at where Yi Futian was pointing at and asked, "Little brother, you suspect her?" Yi Futian told Zhuge Hui about some of the things that had happened in the Kangya kingdom during that time. Then, he said, "Second sister, I can't be sure either. Furthermore, this name list is provided by the Qin dynasty. I can only say that there is quite a high probability that she did this." Zhuge Hui nodded. Obviously, she also knew that if the assassination was really planned by the Qin dynasty, they would try to lead the cottage towards a wrong direction. "Since you think that she is highly suspicious, that's sufficient. If she really did it, she wouldn't be able to run away." A smile appeared on Zhuge Hui's face. She stood up and said, "Let's go." "Sister, where are we going?" Shui Yi asked. "We'll go and constrain all the people from the Royal Shen Temple," Zhuge Hui said emotionlessly. Shui Yi felt somewhat speechless. The sister was indeed the sister. No evidence was needed. Since the little brother believed that Hishiro was highly suspicious, they would constrain all the people first, and then investigate. They would investigate each person in the name list one by one. If they were all not guilty, then it had to be the Qin dynasty. At the moment, the disciples of the Royal Shen Temple were busy doing their own business. Some were cultivating in the inn, while others were outside inquiring news about the assassination. Just like the other top forces, they were curious as to who the culprit was. Would the incident eventually trigger a battle between the top forces? Outside of the inn, two disciples of the Royal Shen Temple were chatting casually. Suddenly, a group of cultivators walked over from afar and went to different spots around the inn, as if they were trying to surround the inn. What happened? The disciples of the Royal Shen Temple were stunned. "They are from the college." Their faces turned pale. Then, they turned around and returned to the inn to report the observation. Soon, the people from the Royal Shen Temple inside the inn were all shocked by the news. What exactly is happening? Many cultivators from the Royal Shen Temple ran out of the inn, and they were led by an elder from the temple. He looked at the people in front of him and said, "What are you doing here?" Shui Yi walked forward and asked coldly, "Is Hishiro here?" Immediately, the looks of all the people from the Royal Shen Temple froze. With such a formation, it was obvious why the college was looking for Hishiro. Everyone knew what the college was investigating in Chaoga City recently. In this instant, the people from the Royal Shen Temple suddenly recalled the events that had happened in the Kangya kingdom a year ago. The face of many people instantly darkened. Did Hishiro do this? At the moment, Hishiro and Luo Junlin were together. The inn was a mess, and there were people moving about all the time. Hishiro obviously knew what was happening. Her face turned extremely pale. Was she still exposed in the end? But how was this possible? The assassin was dead and there were no witnesses. Even if the college had some clues, they had no reasons to arrest her. Suddenly, a palm grabbed her hand firmly. Beside her, Luo Junlin said gently, "Shiro, no matter what happens, I will be with you." Hishiro's eyes turned red instantly. She held Luo Junlin's hand tightly and determination flashed across her eyes. Turning her head, she stared at Luo Junlin and said gently, "No. If something happens, I will take all the responsibility. Promise me that you will live." At this point, she was already preparing for the worst. She knew that if the cottage believed firmly that she did this, nobody would be able to keep her life. Even her father, the fifth lord of the Royal Shen Temple, could not as well. "No." A painful expression appeared on Luo Junlin's face. Hishiro smiled gently at him. Then, she tiptoed and kissed Luo Junlin on his lips, after which she said softly, "You are not involved in this in the first place. I don't want anything to happen to you. Promise me, all right?" An extremely agonizing look appeared in Luo Junlin's eyes. He hugged Hishiro tightly. Suddenly, they heard a whiz. Hishiro broke free from Luo Junlin's embrace and her look turned firm again as she stared at the incoming person. "Hishiro, the elder wants to meet you," the person said. "All right." Hishiro nodded. Then, she let go of Luo Junlin's hand and said gently, "Stay here." After she finished speaking, She followed the person and left. After a while, Hishiro came out of the inn. She looked at the people from the college. Did you plan this alone, or was it the intention of the Royal Shen Temple? Shuiyi asked, looking at Hishiro. I don't understand what you are talking about. Hishiro looked at Shuiyi emotionlessly. She would not sit still and wait for death. The Royal Shen Temple was also a top force in the Eastern Barren Territory. Hu Tong was already dead, so even if the college had some clues, they had no solid evidence. How could they be so sure that it was her? You don't want to admit it? Shuiyi said coldly. Does the college think that I planned to assassinate Yi Futian? Hishiro looked at Shuiyi and sneered. Why? It doesn't matter if you admit or not. The college will go to the Royal Shen City and investigate all the places you have been to, and all the people you have met with this year. Do you think that you can run away? Shuiyi continued. You will never be able to find out something that I didn't do. Hishiro's voice sounded confident, as if she was trying to cover her guilty conscience. At the moment, she felt extremely cold. She knew that she might be totally done for. However, she was not resigned to her fate and still had a last sense of hope. She did not want to give up now. Since this is the case, I hope that the Royal Shen Temple can cooperate for a few days and not leave the inn, Shuiyi said again. The eyes of the elder from the Royal Shen Temple sparkled and he said coldly, before everything is investigated clearly, the college has already surrounded the inn. Now, you even want to ground us here. Isn't it too much? If we have really confirmed the culprit, do you think we will only ask you to simply stay here? Shuiyi said coldly. This better not be the intention of the Royal Shen Temple. Otherwise, it will involve more than just all of you. The faces of the people from the Royal Shen Temple were all gloomy. He was really too arrogant. The elder of the Royal Shen Temple flicked his sleeves and turned around, walking into the inn. He was extremely angry at the moment, not only at the college but also at Hishiro. Since the college was suspecting Hishiro, it was very likely to be true. If they really find out that Hishiro did this idiotic woman could die and nobody would pity her. After the news spread, Chaoga City was shocked. Was everything actually planned by the Royal Shen Temple? It was said that Luo Junlin, the man whom Hishiro liked, was a genius in the Royal Shen Temple. He cultivated under the fifth lord of the Royal Shen Temple and was from the 100 Lands, a wild region, just like Yi Futian. There was a deep hatred between the two of them. Therefore, did Hishiro plan this because she was afraid that Yi Futian would threaten Luo Junlin's life after becoming stronger? If this was really the case, she was really a pathetic woman. She tried to assassinate a cottage disciple for a man. When the people from the college surrounded the inn the Royal Shen Temple was staying at, Luo Junlin did not even show up. Women were easily affected by emotions and carried away by love. However, Luo Junlin was not like her. Soon, there was news that the college had sent cultivators to the Royal Shen City at the southern part of the Eastern Barren Territory. They even brought the corpse of the assassin there. If the assassination was really planned by Hishiro, she would certainly not be able to escape the consequences. It seemed that the domineering words left by the second disciple of the cottage outside the Dongqin College that day were indeed effective. Clearly, the Qin dynasty had helped in the investigation. Otherwise, it would definitely not be so efficient. After all, it happened in Chaoga City. All the pressure fell on the people from the Royal Shen Temple. The people from the other forces all looked on the progress of the matter. Over these few days, the people from the Royal Shen Temple were grounded and could not leave the inn. Once again, the people from Chaoga City saw the overbearing attitude of the college and the cottage. Obviously, if the assassination was the intention of the Royal Shen Temple, all the cultivators from the Royal Shen Temple in Chaoga City would probably be killed. A few days later, in the inn where the Royal Shen Temple was at, a group of mighty cultivators arrived in the air. When they arrived, they glanced coldly at the crowd surrounding the inn. The eyes of their leader were filled with coldness as he said emotionlessly, "You surrounded the people of my Royal Shen Temple before even investigating the matter clearly. Very well." As he finished speaking, he stepped into the inn directly. Many people flashed forward and bowed to salute. "Greetings, Fifth Lord." The fifth lord of the Royal Shen Temple, He Yulu, had arrived. His daughter, Hishiro, also appeared in front of him. "Follow me." Hiyulu stopped and brought Hishiro away. They came to the courtyard where Hishiro was staying at. With his back facing Hishiro, Hiyulu asked coldly, "Why did you do this?" "Dad." Hishiro raised her head and looked at her father. "A few months ago, something happened in the royal Shen city. An arcana plane cultivator offended a powerful family, and his entire family was threatened. You helped him to solve the issue, right?" Hiyulu turned around and looked at Hishiro. Hishiro's face turned completely pale. "Since I could find out about this, do you think that the college cannot?" Some pain could be seen in Hiyulu's cold eyes. She was his daughter, his biological daughter. However, now she had made a fatal mistake. "Dad." Hishiro's eyes turned totally red. She knew that she could hide it no more. Hiyulu looked at his daughter and his heart also softened. He sighed. "I have already settled Hu Tong's family. But it is very difficult to conceal the truth from the college. Shiro, why did you do this? Did he encourage you?" Hishiro trembled. She obviously knew whom his father was referring to. "Dad, I decided this myself. He did not know about it beforehand," Hishiro said, her eyes becoming red. "At this point, I will take all the responsibilities. Dad, I am unfilial. If something happens and I cannot serve you in the future, please forgive me." Seeing Hishiro's tears flowing out, Hiyulu felt somewhat sorrowful. In his heart, he hated the college and the cottage. If he was strong enough, the college and the cottage would not be able to bully them to this extent. If he was strong enough, the cottage would not be able to do anything to his daughter since Futian was still alive. However, precisely because he was not strong enough, he knew well that once the cottage found out everything, they would definitely not let his daughter off. "Dad, I don't really have any wishes. I only hope that if something happens to me, you can protect him," Hishiro begged her father. She knew that after everything was exposed, Yi Futian would surely not let Luo Junlin off, even though she was the one who planned the assassination. "You are still thinking for him," Hiyulu said angrily. "If it were not for him, you wouldn't have ended up like this. I regret taking him as my disciple that time. Dad, I really beg you. This is my last wish." Hishiro's face was wet with tears. Hiyulu's heart twitched and he clenched his fists. It was hard to keep a grown girl at home. Since the situation had already progressed to this extent, what else could he say? Could he blame Hishiro? Chapter 283, Shiro's Death. Chapter 283, Shiro's Death. A group walked in the air above the inn that the college stayed at, then descended. Those who went to investigate the royal Shen city had come back too. They brought the results with them. In the royal Shen city, Shiro had come in contact with someone named Hu Tong. According to someone who knew him, Hu Tong was in the upper arcana plane with earth elemental power. Shiro had helped Hu Tong's family before. Then Hu Tong disappeared. People from the college quickly went to find Hu Tong's family but found that they disappeared a few days before they went to royal Shen city. As the controller of the city, the royal Shen temple could definitely make someone disappear without a trace. When the news was brought back, everything became clear. However, the person was dead and the family had disappeared. There was no proof. Over by the cottage group, Zhuge Hui and the others sat together. Hearing this, Zhuge Hui smirked. "No proof. Junior, let's go," she said to Yi Futian with a smile. It was already so clear. Was there still a need for proof? It was up to judicial discretion. Whether the evidence was destroyed or not, it was unimportant. Okay. After hearing the news, Yi Futian understood as well. Shiro was definitely the culprit. That day, this woman had gone to Kangye to pressure his friends and family for Luo Junlin, threatening Kangye and taking away his relatives. Now, she killed someone for Luo Junlin. She was unforgivable. Back then, he hadn't entered the cottage yet and had just returned to Kangye to wait for everyone's invitations. He didn't have the ability to touch the princess of the royal Shen temple. Now, the college and cottage would stand up for him. His second senior sister would personally go help him. He wasn't solving it himself, but this feeling was still heartwarming. The group strode towards where the Royal Shen Temple group was. People gathered wherever they went, creating a terrible flood that followed the college. This matter had caused a great commotion in Chaoga City these few days. The inn where the college stayed was always surrounded by people waiting to hear the results. Now, the college's investigator had returned and they walked out. The people knew that the matter was about to be resolved. The powerful cultivators gathered at the Royal Shen Temple's inn. There were many people waiting there too, including people from the top forces. They all wanted to see the ending. An invisible pressure enveloped the inn. The strong cultivators of the Royal Shen Temple walked out and watched the college approach with cold expressions. The crowd cleared out a path. He Yulu, the fifth lord of the Royal Shen Temple, walked out, looking at the college. "What is the meaning of this?" he asked, expression cold and indifferent. Zhuge Hui gazed at him and smiled. "I'm sure the Royal Shen Temple is already clear on who orchestrated this. There's no need for me to explain who Hu Tong is. You hid his family to destroy everything, and I can ignore that. However, if anyone dares to stop me from taking the person, I will assume that this is not only Shiro's actions. Instead, it is the wish of the Royal Shen Temple in Chaoga City." Zhuge Hui's voice grew cold as she spoke. "If that is the case, none of you will be able to leave." She didn't want to debate with the Royal Shen Temple. The cottage had their own rules, family would be untouched. As of now, Shiro seemed to be the only one responsible, rather than the Royal Shen Temple. Then Shiro must take responsibility for it. However, if the Royal Shen Temple wanted to protect her, it would show that they approved of Shiro assassinating Yi Futian. In that case, they were also responsible. When Jiyu Dongliu had gone down the mountain, he had only wanted to punish the culprit. However, the top forces tried to protect the man, leading to the disaster. Thinking of this, the people of the Royal Shen Temple grew uncomfortable. They were embarrassed by Zhuge Hui's threat and also furious for being involved because of Shiro's stupid actions. If not for the stupid woman, would this be happening? Now that the fifth lord was here, was he planning on protecting his daughter? If so, they believed the second disciple of the cottage would really do what she said. It wasn't as if the cottage had never done that before. Even the strong cultivators gazed at He Yulu. Was he still not willing to turn his back on his family? Was he going to make everyone pay for He Shiro's stupidity? Everyone around them was shaken. They looked at the fairy-like woman. The second disciple of the cottage was so powerful. If anyone stopped her, no one from the Royal Shen Temple would be allowed to leave. She didn't even care if the fifth lord was before her. He Yulu did not know what to do and didn't reply. He knew his daughter had made a grave mistake. She could be as stubborn as she wished, but she definitely should not try to assassinate a cottage disciple. But she was still his daughter. One could imagine how it must feel to give his own daughter up. Right now, he was full of fury and hatred towards the cottage. Just then, the Royal Shen Temple voluntarily moved aside. Two more figures walked over. At that moment, countless gazes fell on the one in front. It was He Shiro. Right now, she looked frail. However, her eyes were still cool and indignant as she looked coldly at the cottage. These people were here to force her to die. "I sent the man," Shiro said, halting. She admitted it. With how things were, would the cottage give up if she denied it? Of course not. Shiro stared coldly at Zhuge Hui. So she's the second disciple of the cottage. She was so domineering in how she bullied Shiro. Months ago, I saved Hu Tong's family, making him owe his life to me. I already started having these thoughts. Later, Hu Tong followed me and worked for me until he failed the assassination, Shiro recounted calmly. I am the only one responsible for everything. What did I do to you? Yi Futian asked. Had she been planning his death since months ago? Just how much did she want to kill him? Because you're so talented. I'm sure that I'm not the only one. Many forces in the Eastern Barren Territory want you, and even the cottage, dead. They just didn't do anything. Shiro suddenly laughed. Everyone knew that she was speaking the truth. The Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and Fuyun sword clan all wanted the cottage wiped from existence. The cottage disciples were too talented and skilled. Their only crime was that they were too successful. To many people, the talents of the cottage disciples were a sin. Of course, Yi Futian's talent wasn't Shiro's only reason. More importantly, his talent threatened Luo Junlin. I will take responsibility for my own actions. I confess, Shiro spoke again. She was prepared to die. Shut your mouth, He Yulu ordered coldly. He looked at Zhuge Hui. My daughter made a mistake because I failed in teaching her. Thankfully, nothing came out of it. Yi Futian is still alive and well. I am willing to apologize and give whatever you request. Here, He Yulu was still trying to save his daughter's life. Nothing came out of it. Zhuge Hui smiled sarcastically. The effect of an assassination attempt wasn't only the assassination. If she let it go just because Yi Futian didn't die or only wanted compensation, wouldn't the other forces try it too? Do it yourself? Zhuge Hui asked Shiro, ignoring He Yulu. Shiro lowered her head, fists clenching weakly. Though she was ready, she still didn't want to die. Is that how overbearing the cottage is? He Yulu asked coldly. Yi Futian is alive, but you won't end this until she dies. Yes. Zhuge Hui only gave He Yulu one word. Since you say I'm overbearing, then so be it. Crack. He Yulu clenched his fists and his knuckles cracked. A wild aura spread from his body. Zhuge Hui looked at him. Her white dress fluttered, but not a bit of her aura flowed out. However, the calmer she was, the more scared the others became. If He Yulu really dared to fight back, what would be the consequence? The people of the college walked forward. The assassination had failed and now they called them overbearing? What a joke. The people of the Royal Shen Temple looked at He Yulu nervously. If he really fought back, what would happen to them? Father, Shiro called. He Yulu looked to his daughter and saw her shake her head. I did it, so I will bear it alone. Her eyes were red. She looked back at Luo Junlin, longing filling her eyes. Luo Junlin gazed at her with the same gentle and unwilling eyes. Father, I'm sorry. As soon as she finished, spiritual chi went wild around her and formed sharp daggers before her body. Then she closed her eyes. Shiro. He Yulu's expression twisted in pain. He reached out to stop her. Father, don't forget what you promised me. When she spoke, she used her mind to guide the blades to her heart and relaxed her guard. There was a soft sound and the blades pierced her, staining her clothing red. Shiro's body went limp and collapsed. He Yulu caught her. Shiro opened her eyes and looked at her father. Tears rolled down her cheeks as her body struggled in pain. She didn't want to die, but she had to. Finally, she closed her eyes and her aura disappeared. He Yulu scanned the people before him with red eyes. The cottage forced my daughter to die. I, He Yulu, will remember this, he said in a frigid tone. The cottage didn't force your daughter to die. It's your disciple and daughter's evil stupidity that killed her, Yi Futian said coldly. The scene was very tragic and made people want to pity them. However, did they need pity? She had caused it and then turned to lash out at the cottage, making the cottage seem like they were bullies. Yi Futian couldn't allow it. However, this wasn't over. Chapter 284, Location, Nandu Nation. Chapter 284, Location, Nandu Nation. He Yulu raised his head and stared coldly at Yi Futian. His daughter had died, but Yi Futian still spoke so condescendingly. Don't look at me like that. Yi Futian stared coldly back at him. I know you want to kill me. If I wasn't from the cottage, I'd be dead long ago. I wouldn't even be standing before you. 1 year ago, your daughter Shiro brought Luo Junlin and people from the Royal Shen Temple to the Kangya Kingdom. She threatened the kingdom to hand over my family. At that time, I didn't even know your daughter. Yi Futian stared at He Yulu and said coldly, if I hadn't made a name for myself in the ancient barren world at that time, if strong cultivators from the Liu Kingdom hadn't gone with me, what would the result be? My family would die horribly because of your daughter's name. I would also die quietly because, in your daughter's eyes, I'm nothing. Where were you, the father? Yi Futian's voice was frigid. Pitiful? There was nothing pitiful about Shiro. Should people pity her just because she was dead? Since when did Shiro care about anyone else's lives? Seeing He Yulu's cold eyes, Yi Futian continued, perhaps, you wouldn't care even if you knew. Someone so important like you won't care about the fates of those in the weak 100 lands. Their lives can't be compared to your daughter's life. At that time, have you ever thought of the term, bullying others with your power? No. For important people like you, it's natural to mistreat others. If the Royal Shen Temple can fight against the cottage, you won't even apologize. You will only think of bullying others with your power when you're powerless as you are now. Isn't that laughable? He Yulu's expression was heavy. He couldn't refute it. Everyone else was very quiet as they listened to Yi Futian's interrogation. It was straightforward and realistic. This was the cultivation world. If Yi Futian wasn't from the cottage, he wouldn't be alive right now. The fifth lord of the Royal Shen Temple wouldn't even know of his existence. Do you feel any guilt about Hu Tong's death? I heard that his entire family disappeared. You're the clearest about what you've done, Yi Futian said, sneering. You don't care about other people's lives, so what is pitiful about your daughter's death? It's karma. Even without this assassination attempt, Yi Futian would still have killed Shiro in the future. There was no reason except for what had happened in the Kangya kingdom back then. It was unforgivable. Junior, there's no need to say that to him. He won't understand, Zhuge Hui said. Their teacher had said that logic prevailed in this world. Shiro had committed this crime, so she must bear responsibility for it. They wouldn't involve her relatives or family. It wasn't that they couldn't fight against the Royal Shen Temple. The assassin warranted a cleansing, but they didn't do it. Their teacher had told them that if they had weapons, the murderous aura would be created naturally. In the world of cultivation, it would be more dangerous for a stronger cultivator to go astray. If they didn't have principles, they would act as they wish and kill people like cutting grass. It would be a great sin. Virtue wasn't only one's plane of cultivation. Zhuge Hui knew that He Yulu would hate the cottage and may even hurt them in the future, but they still held to their principle. She couldn't reach their teacher's plane, but the cottage acted without feeling guilty. Senior sister, the cottage can't be tainted by him. Yi Futian glanced at Zhuge Hui. The cottage didn't need to give explanations, but he couldn't allow the cottage to be defamed. Right now, he viewed the cottage as his family. Zhuge Hui looked into Yi Futian's clear eyes and smiled brightly. Her junior brother was mischievous and great at flirting but was very pure. Their teacher would definitely like him. She didn't say anything else. Yi Futian was clear about things so he could take care of it. She stood behind him. The cottage would also stand behind him. Any disciple of the cottage could represent them all. Yi Futian continued looking at the Royal Shen Temple. No one is stupid here, he said. Shiro deserved to die, but it's sad because she fell for someone unreliable. All her evils were done for that person. Even now, he's still standing in the back, watching everything. Luo Junlin, don't you feel ashamed? As soon as he spoke, many people looked to Luo Junlin, including people from the Royal Shen Temple and He Yulu. Luo Junlin's eyes hardened. He stared coldly at Yi Futian. Of course I feel ashamed. Because I'm powerless to take revenge for Shiro, he said coldly. Yi Futian scoffed. You're still pretending? If you truly love Shiro, why would you, a man, tell her about your hatred and what happened in the 100 lands? Why would you use her to borrow the Royal Shen Temple's power against me and Kangya? Yi Futian laughed coldly. If you didn't think of the consequences before, wouldn't you still know about Hu Tong and this assassination with your relationship with Shiro after I entered the cottage? Wouldn't you know the consequences then? Even if you didn't participate and this was Shiro's own idea, had you ever done anything to stop her? You stood in the back, watching everything, letting her kill me and take all the blame. Even now, you're standing in the back to protect yourself. Do you take the Royal Shen Temple or me as idiots? Yi Futian stared coldly at Luo Junlin. Shiro was dead and that was over. But how did everything start? It was because of the one behind her, Luo Junlin. The man's eyes were frigid. Yi Futian's words all implied that Yi Futian wanted him dead. Now, his teacher looked over. His gaze was cold. Teacher, I tried to stop Shiro, Luo Junlin said, voice pained as he clenched his fists. Really? Yi Futian laughed. Then why was Shiro the one who stood out instead of you? Everything she did was for you. Don't you think that it's more suitable for you to confess? If you gave yourself up, wouldn't my anger and the cottage's anger be extinguished? Wouldn't Shiro still be alive? Shut up. Luo Junlin's features turned menacing. You forced Shiro to kill herself and are now putting all the blame on me. Are you angry from the shame? Yi Futian sneered. Everyone can decide by themselves who is right or wrong. Luo Junlin, I always thought that our rivalries would be solved by ourselves, however, you keep pushing my bottom line. In that case, I won't play with you anymore. Luo Junlin had tried using the Royal Shen Temple and Shiro to kill him. All these tricks and the assassination had threatened his life. In that case, it should end now. Since you love Shiro, you must want to avenge her. Now, I will give you the chance, Yi Futian said. We will fight. Neither the cottage nor the Royal Shen Temple will interfere. Only one man may live. With that, he looked away from Luo Junlin to He Yulu. Your disciple can avenge your daughter's death now. I'm sure the Royal Shen Temple won't refuse. As he said that, he knew that Luo Junlin couldn't refuse. Even if the cottage didn't pressure him, He Yulu definitely would. As expected, He Yulu looked over as soon as he finished. It was an arcana against a dharma. Luo Junlin had entered the arcana plane last year while Yi Futian was still a level. How could he let go of the chance for revenge? Luo Junlin stared at Yi Futian. A fight to the death. He was so arrogant. Yi Futian was strong. Luo Junlin had witnessed his performance at the Dongqing College's battle platform. But did he really look down upon Luo Junlin? Right here, right now? He Yulu asked. 1 month later at the Nandu Nation of the 100 Lands. Yi Futian looked at Luo Junlin. Back then, you wanted me to be your servant. Your father's one decree forced me into despair. How about we end it all today? If you lose this battle, you won't be the only one dying. Hearing his words, Luo Junlin's expression turned cold. He obviously understood what Yi Futian meant. The location was the Nandu Nation. If he won, Yi Futian would be dead and the rivalry would be over. If he lost, not only he would die, but the Nandu Nation would also be destroyed. Yi Futian wanted to use this to destroy Nandu. He clearly didn't want to wait anymore. He didn't want to keep playing with Luo Junlin. Chapter 285. Behind the Assassination. Chapter 285. Behind the assassination. Yi Futian indeed didn't want to keep playing with Luo Junlin. He wanted to solve it by himself, but Luo Junlin didn't think like that. If you use tricks, then I'll do it unashamedly. It began in Nandu and it will end in Nandu. Before, the Luo family had oppressed him. They thought they were kings and could be high up in the kingdom. Then Yi Futian would now return it to them. Okay, Luo Junlin said with a dark face. He accepted the challenge. He was clear that he had to accept. Yi Futian's every word went straight to his heart. Both the cottage and his teacher would force him to accept. Furthermore, he wasn't untalented. Since Yi Futian was so confident, he would let him have his way. 1 month later, they would fight in Nandu Nation. He knew that he couldn't escape from this. Instead of waiting for Yi Futian to mature, he should end it when he still had the advantage of a higher plane. With the cottage's reputation in the Eastern Barren Territory, they wouldn't interfere no matter what the result was since Yi Futian had made this request. This was a great chance for Luo Junlin. Senior sister, let's go back. Yi Futian looked back and said to Zhuge Hui. After spending a year in the cottage, he was familiar with their customs. Not involving relatives was one of their principles. Only the perpetrator would be punished. But if they were protected, it was a different matter. He'd heard that third senior brother once killed an entire group because someone killed a man but was protected. A group like that allowed people to kill recklessly. Thus, Jiyu Dongliu had taken the role of God. All right. Zhuge Hui nodded and smiled. She looked to He Yulu. If he doesn't appear at the Nandu Nation 1 month later, I will come to find you. With that, the people of the cottage and college turned to leave. Everyone looked at the receding backs of those people, many thoughts in their head. This was the cottage and their way of doing things. If someone tried to assassinate their disciple, they would dig the perpetrator up no matter what. Now, Shiro, the organizer of the assassination, was dead. The one behind her, Luo Junlin, would soon have a fight to the death with Futian. Everything seemed to be over for now. The depression shrouding Chaoga City seemed to lighten up as well. However, the royal Shen temple was even more depressed. Soon after, the people of the Qin dynasty arrived. Qin Li apologized to He Yulu on behalf of the Qin dynasty. They had helped the cottage search for clues and couldn't keep it from the royal Shen temple. However, it was meaningful that they'd come to apologize. As for what they talked about, no one would know. Soon after, the royal Shen temple left Chaoga City. Only one disciple was left behind, Xia Luo, the direct disciple of the First Lord. After that, the Qin dynasty announced that the battles would start again. At the inn, the college and cottage prepared to leave Chaoga. Liu Feiyang, Yi Wuchen, and the others were all waiting with Yi Futian. At a pavilion, Yi Futian tapped against the stone table. He gazed at Liu Feiyang and asked, "Feiyang, where did you get the news that Chu Yaoyao and Jiyu have issues?" Hearing this, Liu Feiyang's eyes flashed. He studied Yi Futian. There seemed to be an implied meaning, but he knew Yi Futian wasn't suspecting him. At a restaurant. Some people were discussing it, Liu Feiyang said. After that, Wuchen and I went to find you. Yi Wuchen was silent. He continued drumming the table. Did you think of something? Liu Chenyu asked. It's coincidental, Yi Futian murmured. How can the Moon Clan's private matters be spread and that you two just happened to hear them discussing it? Liu Feiyang and Liu Chenyu exchanged glances, feeling shaken. Do you suspect someone else behind this? Liu Chenyu asked. It's definitely Shiro, Yi Futian said. From the beginning to the end, everything pointed at Shiro and she paid for it with her life. Other than Luo Junlin, no one deserved to be protected with her life. Thus, it must be Shiro. She had kept Hu Tong beside her since long before with murder in mind. Despite this, Yi Futian still felt something was wrong. It was too coincidental. Liu Feiyang happened to get the news and when Yi Futian left the inn, the attempt happened. If he didn't go out, the assassination would be much more difficult. Shiro definitely planned it, but did someone help her? If that was the case, then something else didn't make sense. Only the people close to Shiro would have known about this. The Royal Shen Temple wouldn't participate because they had no motive to kill him. Hopefully I'm just overthinking, Yi Futian said quietly. He didn't think too deeply. He knew that even if there really was someone behind the curtains, he wouldn't find any evidence. Hu Tong and Shiro were all dead. How would he investigate? Yi Futian suddenly smiled and looked up. Wuchen, will you visit Kangye in 1 month? I'll try to go back. Yi Wuchen nodded. The forces of the Eastern Baron territory would be interested in Yi Futian and Luo Junlin's battle. He could go back to visit his family too. I'm sure Lord Yi would want to meet Chenyu, Yi Futian teased. Liu Chenyu rolled her eyes. We're leaving. Come to the Liu Kingdom when you have time, Liu Feiyang said to Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen. Yes, I'll definitely go when Wuchen proposes, Yi Futian said, grinning. Yi Wuchen was speechless and left soon after. The college and cottage gradually left. They soared into the air, no longer wishing to take part in the Dongqing College's battles. Qin Li and Xia Luo came to a courtyard in the Dongqing College of Chaoga City. A figure stood quietly before them, smiling at Xia Luo. It was Qin Yu. Xia Luo walked over and bowed. Qin Luo greets uncle. Qin Yu nodded with a smile. Qin Luo, you've worked hard all these years. It's worth it if I can help revive the Qin dynasty. Qin Luo shook his head. His true surname was Qin, he was from the Qin dynasty. Yes. Qin Yu nodded. Though you're a prince, you were sent out as a child. If the Qin dynasty can recover its glory, your efforts will not go to waste. Thank you, uncle. Qin Luo bowed. Since He Yulu left someone behind for talks, it's clear he hates the cottage. Go back and plan well. You must succeed, Qin Yu said. His daughter died. How can he Yulu not have hatred? He should be angrier that he's powerless. His daughter died before his eyes but he couldn't protect her. This powerlessness will definitely transform into hatred for the cottage. I'm sure he won't refuse if there's any way to fight against the cottage. My teacher is a bit troublesome but I will try my best. Qin Luo nodded as he spoke. He'd been behind this assassination all this time. Ever since he found out that Shiro and Luo Junlin hated Yi Futian, he started paying attention to Shiro. That was why that conversation had happened, leading Shiro to act. Of course, Shiro and Luo Junlin couldn't have guessed anything from that. It had just been a casual conversation. As for clues, the Qin dynasty didn't have to look for long. They knew who it was already. However, everything went according to plan. They only had to act as the guide. Everything else was up to the cottage themselves. Qin Yu's eyes flashed coldly. That day, the second disciple of the cottage had arrived and destroyed the Dongqin College's gate. He had embarrassed the Qin dynasty but they still cooperated with the cottage. Did they really think the Qin dynasty was easy to bully? Qin Li, you should quicken things with Chu Yao Yao, Qin Yu said. Yes, father. Qin Li nodded. Now that Chu Yao Yao was willing to date him, he was sure he could succeed soon. Of course, he knew that Chu Yao Yao was very smart and wouldn't be like Shiro. Chu Yao Yao had higher standards too. She wouldn't be satisfied with just being the wife of a crown prince. She knew that relying on men was not permanent and that Qin Li had ulterior motives. But what did it matter if they had the same goal? Chapter 286, Newcomer to the College. Chapter 286, Newcomer to the college. The battles of the Qin dynasty continued but the large forces had all started leaving Chaoga City. Next, the Dongqin College would start enrolling students. Yi Futian's group returned to Book Mountain. Everything seemed to go back to normal. The college examinations for this year were about to start. Strong cultivators from all over the divine capital came. Perhaps pressured by the Dongqin College, the college would hold large-scale entrance exams this year and enroll more talented cultivators. It caused a splash in the divine capital. Countless youths would come to the college. What had happened at Chaoga had spread throughout the Eastern Barren Territory. Everyone knew about it. The divine capital was the college's territory and was one of the three main cities of the Eastern Barren Territory. Naturally, they paid more attention than other places. The Dongqin College would definitely become a superpower but the cottage still had its legacy. Especially with Jiyu Donglio's victory over Lu Nantian and Zhuge Hui's appearance, everyone witnessed the cottage's true face again. The first three disciples of the cottage could all represent the top of the Eastern Barren Territory alone. The powerful college was about to hold exams and the divine capital was watching. People from the other mountains of the college paid attention too. Many talents appeared, attracting much attention. This all seemed unrelated to Yi Futian. He continued to cultivate quietly in the cottage, preparing to go back to Nandu. He was confident in himself but he couldn't underestimate Luo Junlin either. There was a difference in plane, after all. One day, Yi Xiaosha found Yi Futian and had a strange expression. Seventh senior brother, why are you looking at me like that? Yi Futian found his eyes strange. How many girlfriends do you have? Yi Xiaosha blurted. Yi Futian made a face. He glanced towards Zhuge Hui and Xing'e. The two pretty girls looked over and Yi Futian glared at Yi Xiaosha. Seventh senior brother, you're ruining my image. What the heck? He asked how many girlfriends I have. Is he purposely ruining my perfect image before senior sister? Jealousy. He must be jealous of my status. Yi Xiaosha gave him a look. What image? The new students are choosing their mountains today. A really beautiful girl didn't choose any mountain, not even the first one. She said she wants to join the cottage to find you. Yi Xiaosha side-eyed Yi Futian. How many pure girls had this guy tainted? Yi Xiaosha had gone down the mountain to look. The girl's eyes were very clear and she was beautiful. She was definitely an innocent one. Thinking of Yi Futian's character, she must have been lied to. So why was Yi Futian pretending to be innocent before senior sister? Ah! Yi Futian was awkward. Seventh senior brother, you're purposely doing this. How can someone other than Jiyu come to find me? Jiyu was part of the Moon clan. She wouldn't take part in the college's exams. I'll give you a hint. She's a silver-haired beauty, cold as ice. Yi Xiaoshe continued, giving him a look. Did he really want to deny it? Could the girl have found the wrong guy? Ah! Yi Futian blinked, deflating. He'd thought of someone. Silver hair, cold as ice. She was indeed unforgettable. Seeing Zhuge Hui and Xing'e grinning at him, Yi Futian looked away. This was too awkward. How beautiful. Zhuge Hui smiled at Yi Xiaoshe. Yi Xiaoshe looked at her and replied, very beautiful but definitely not as beautiful as you, second senior sister. He had chubby cheeks when he smiled and looked submissive. After being with Yi Futian for a year, he'd learned some things just by watching. He had to, his status was at risk. Xiaoshe, your smile is so fake, Zhuge Hui said cheerily. Yi Xiaoshe's smile froze awkwardly. Looking at Zhuge Hui, he didn't even know how to reply. Seventh senior brother, you spoke wrongly. Few women can be compared to senior sister. I do know that girl, but she can't even be compared to senior sister, Yi Futian said seriously. His tone was much more natural than Yi Xiaoshe's. I always like what Junior says, Zhuge Hui said with a smile. Yi Xiaoshe was about to cry. How come they were so different? Even being shameless required talent. He could only lament at his lack of skill. Beitang Xing'e watched this all with a smile. Xiaoshe wanted to copy the junior, but it wasn't the same. Yi Futian was attractive and looked even better when he smiled. This was his personality too. He was natural when complimenting girls and it felt comfortable. Since she's here for Junior, bring her here for me to see, Zhuge Hui said with a smile. Ah! Yi Xiaoshe blinked and looked at her in shock before nodding. Okay. With that, he left, feeling sad at the bias. Zhuge Hui was too biased. Even girls who came for Yi Futian could enter the cottage. When Yi Xiaoshe left, Zhuge Hui smiled at Yi Futian. Old lover. Senior sister, I'm not like that. Yi Futian gazed into her eyes and explained seriously, her name is Lulan Shui. She's a regular friend I made in the ancient barren world. Why would a regular come to find you at the cottage? Beitang Xing'e asked. There was no trust in her eyes. Really? Yi Futian looked into the eyes of his pretty senior sisters and muttered sadly, if you don't trust me, you can ask her later. Okay, Zhuge Hui replied, smiling. The newcomer indeed was Lulan Shui. She'd participated in this year's grand exams and performed extraordinarily well. She was known as the most powerful of this year. Everyone paid attention to her and even the top mountain wanted her. They believed she could be the direct disciple of the dean. At this time, there were many disciples at the square on Book Mountain. Lulan Shui stood primly in the middle. One would be attracted with a single glance and everyone was like that. Every mountain wanted her, but Lulan Shui said she wanted to find Yi Futian at the cottage. This caused an uproar. Many people guessed that she was Yi Futian's old lover. Some knew Lulan Shui, such as Tang Yi. He'd seen Lulan Shui when she was with Yi Futian in the ancient barren world. But Yi Futian and the others all entered the eastern barren world last year while Lulan Shui didn't. Many people forgot about her. The disciples from last year were also in the crowd, such as Nangong Jiao and Tuoba Yun. They were attracted by Lulan Shui's aura too. Many people said that not only was she the best of this year, the last year couldn't beat her either. At this time, someone walked over and stopped close to the crowd. People looked over. It was Yi Xiaoshe from the cottage. Lulan Shui looked over too. Many people thought she would be disappointed. She was talented, but one didn't enter the cottage just by being talented. No one in the cottage was normal. The event at Chaoga had bolstered the cottage's reputation. Second senior sister wants you to follow me up the mountain, Yi Xiaoshe said. As soon as he spoke, everyone stared at him in shock. They knew clearly who the second senior sister was. It was the powerful girl who dared to shatter the Dongqing College's gate. She wanted Lulan Shui to go up the mountain. Was she going to accept Lulan Shui as a disciple? Oh! Lulan Shui started walking, following Yi Xiaoshe towards the cottage. Everyone looked over, but they didn't argue. If the cottage really wanted her, what was there to argue about? No force in the Eastern Barren territory could compete with the cottage. They were sure that the cottage's one word was more impactful than a genuine invitation from any top force. Yi Xiaoshe brought Lulan Shui to the cottage. After seeing Yi Futian, Lulan Shui kept looking. It had only been 1 year, but now, everyone in the Eastern Barren territory knew his name. Her mother said that he was born this way. There would be chaos wherever he went. "Hello, Virgin." Yi Futian smiled at her. He didn't think they could meet again after the farewell at the ancient barren world. He definitely didn't expect her to come to find him. Yes. Lulan Shui nodded. Her personality was cool, just like her aura. "How come you're here? Are you going to cultivate at the college?" Yi Futian asked. "I'm here to find you." Lulan Shui looked at him with her silver eyes. "Find me?" "Yes." Lulan Shui nodded. "Why do you want to find him?" Zhuge Hui asked, grinning. This silver-haired girl really was cold. Lulan Shui glanced at her and then back at Yi Futian. She bowed her head slightly and hesitated to speak. "Just speak," Yi Futian said after seeing that. Lulan Shui raised her head, staring at Yi Futian. "My mother wanted me to ask you if you plan on marrying me." Yi Futian was shocked. Zhuge Hui and Beitang Xing'e were shocked too. They gaped at Lulan Shui. Did this cold girl really ask that? Good friends indeed. Beitang Xing'e grinned at Yi Futian, smiling ambiguously. "Seems like we don't have to ask anymore," Zhuge Hui asked, smiling. Yi Xiaoshe felt emboldened. He gave Yi Futian a look. Was he still going to deny it? Was he still going to pretend? He'd lied to this innocent girl and now, she'd come to the cottage. Was Yi Futian going to take responsibility? Yi Futian's mind was in turmoil. He stared at Lulan Shui. "Virgin, even if the Empress acts recklessly, you shouldn't." He didn't know how to reply. Chapter 287, The Empress's Plan. Chapter 287, The Empress's Plan. Lulan Shui looked at Yi Futian. Her expression was cold, but her eyes had a strange look, as if even she thought it was a bit weird. After a moment, she shook her head and whispered, "It's not acting recklessly." Yi Xiaoshe walked over and patted Yi Futian's shoulder. "Junior," he said, smiling devilishly. "Just admit it. You wanted to pretend before senior sister, but you can't keep pretending, huh?" Seeing the annoying smile on Yi Xiaoshe's face, Yi Futian really wanted to beat him up. Sadly, he wouldn't win. "Virgin, didn't I tell you in the palace that I have a lover? You saw her too." Yi Futian looked at Lulan Shui. She had been there when Hua Jiyu went to the peak of Mirror Mountain. "I don't mind." Lulan Shui shook her head. "Ah." Yi Futian was completely speechless as he stared at the silver-haired girl. What was she thinking? "How horrible," Yi Xiaoshe commented happily. Zhuge Hui and Beitang Xing'e watched all this while grinning. They didn't say anything. They watched Yi Futian quietly. "Virgin, don't joke." He was close to tears. What was Lulan Shui thinking? How long had they known each other for? Lulan Shui's silver eyes looked disappointed after Yi Futian's rejection. However, there was still some joy. Perhaps she would be more disappointed if Yi Futian accepted like this. It was simple why she did as the Empress had said. She didn't really care about relationships. It was too hard to find someone she liked in ancient Lulan. The people she interacted with were all below her. The Virgin of ancient Lulan obviously had to leave descendants. This meant she had to choose a man sooner or later. Otherwise, she would be stuck in Lulan forever. Yi Futian was very suitable. He was handsome and talented. Lulan Shui could still remember his performance in the ancient barren world. She didn't like him that much, but he had left an impression, at least. He was the best choice, so she didn't reject the Empress idea. Of course, she had another implication, also thought of by her mother. "My mother told me to follow you and I agreed," Lulan Shui said, gazing at Yi Futian. "Didn't you take in a servant in the ancient barren world? I can serve you too." Yi Futian stared at her, wanting to cry. He knew what Lulan Shui was like. She was an ice beauty, the virgin of ancient Lulan. Even if she wanted to be a servant, did she know how to serve? Was this a joke? Virgin, did the Empress force you to do this? Yi Futian muttered, thinking of that beautiful old lady. That woman had tried to force him to marry Lulan Shui. It was possible she'd forced Lulan Shui to do this too. No, I'm doing this voluntarily, Lulan Shui said. If you think that I can't take care of someone, I can learn. I'm cultivating at the cottage. I don't deserve having a virgin to take care of me, Yi Futian said. The cottage won't allow it. He couldn't make Lulan Shui, so he could only have second senior sister take care of it. With that, Yi Futian looked pitifully at Zhuge Hui. Lulan Shui also gazed at her, seeming a bit scared. Zhuge Hui grinned at Yi Futian. Did he want her to be the bad guy? She gazed at Lulan Shui and smiled. If she wishes to be a servant, then I can make an exception and let her stay. She quite liked Lulan Shui's personality. She was interesting. Ah! Yi Futian gaped at Zhuge Hui. She'd actually made an exception. Thank you, senior. A faint smile appeared on Lulan Shui's cool features. She seemed happy. Zhuge Hui looked deep at her and said, you can live with Junior and take care of him. Okay. Lulan Shui nodded lightly. Then she said to Yi Futian, my mother is here too. She's not far from the Book Mountain and wishes to see you. Not going, Yi Futian refused resolutely. That woman was troublesome and difficult. Rest assured. She won't be hard on you, Lulan Shui continued. Yi Futian blinked. Did she plan all this? He asked, defeated. Lulan Shui just looked at him quietly without replying. Yi Futian couldn't have a temper faced with this cold beauty. What could he do? All right, I'll go with you, he could only say with Lulan Shui's eyes on him. Okay. Lulan Shui nodded. Then Yi Futian said to Zhuge Hui, senior sister, I'm going out. Okay. Zhuge Hui smiled and nodded. Lulan Shui took Yi Futian down the mountain. After they left, Zhuge Hui was still smiling. Second senior sister, Beitang Xing'e called. Why did you agree? Zhuge Hui gazed at the receding backside and chuckled. If someone else did that, I would think she just wants to stay in the cottage. But why do I find this girl so cute? Beitang Xing'e's eyes glimmered while Yi Xiaoshe rolled his eyes. Having good looks meant everything. After leaving Book Mountain, the two went to an empty field. The black-winged eagle flapped its wings and they climbed on. Yi Futian didn't speak and Lulan Shui didn't either. They were both quiet. Do you find me shameless? Lulan Shui looked over, eyes falling on Yi Futian. No. Yi Futian shook his head. My mother said that I can't enter the cottage with my talent. If I want to cultivate there, I have to use you. I knew it was that old woman, Yi Futian thought. He didn't say it out loud though. He couldn't insult Lulan Shui's mother in front of her. However, this wasn't all because of her. I also agreed to it. Lulan Shui looked forward, seeming to avoid his eyes. She was as cold as frost, but she would get shy about relationships too. Oh. Yi Futian nodded and didn't say anything else. Everyone wanted to join the cottage. The Empress of ancient Lulan had wanted Yi Futian to marry Lulan Shui to bring Lulan back to glory. Now that she'd come to study in the heart of the Eastern Barren Territory, she obviously wanted to go to the strongest force. Everyone knew about the cottage. The Empress definitely did as well. With Yi Futian cultivating at the cottage, she would naturally think of a trick like this. After some time, they arrived at a pavilion in the divine capital. Yi Futian stepped in and discovered many strong cultivators there. The Empress of ancient Lulan had come personally. People naturally flocked to her. Yi Futian saw her in a courtyard. He wasn't that respectful this time. He stared straight at her. What, you dislike me that much? The Empress saw Yi Futian look at her coldly. No, I wouldn't dare, Yi Futian said. You are now a disciple of the cottage. I can't do anything to you. No one in the Eastern Barren Territory can. You can dare to do anything. The Empress smiled coldly. Then she looked at Lulan Shui. He didn't agree. Lulan Shui shook her head and murmured, but the senior at the cottage said that if I'm willing to be a servant, I can stay in there. The Empress nodded. She could accept this. However, she was even unhappier with Yi Futian. I'm giving my talented daughter to you, but you bear to make her a servant. Good job, she said sarcastically. Is she not pretty enough? Empress, you're being a bit too illogical. I can't force feelings. How long have we known each other for? Plus, you and the Virgin know that I have a lover. What is the point of doing this? Yi Futian asked. Just as you said, your daughter is very talented. How can you make her do this? If only everyone in the world could be as talented as you. If we had the cottage to support us when something happens, we wouldn't care about that much. The Empress scoffed. She will cultivate in the cottage from now on. From the surface, she is your servant, but I dare you to bully her. Yi Futian stared, speechless. I won't treat you poorly either. I will now confer you the title of the Lulan Sun. Don't worry, this is only a title that hasn't ever existed before. You don't have to be responsible for anything, but you will have power. From now on, you will be second only to me in ancient Lulan. This token represents me. The Empress tossed a token at Yi Futian. Seeing that he wanted to speak, she continued, don't be so quick to refuse. I know you don't need ancient Lulan when you have the cottage. But don't you feel any danger from the assassination attempt earlier? You don't think your senior brothers will always protect you, right? Yi Futian's expression changed. The Empress made sense. No one would dare after that last event, but what if the forces in the Eastern Barren territory changed? His senior brothers had to cultivate too. They weren't his guards and wouldn't be by his side at all times. Come in, the Empress called at this time. 9 strong cultivators walked into the courtyard. They wore silver armor and looked powerful. Their sharp eyes focused on Yi Futian with formless pressure. Bow to the sun, the Empress said coolly. Lulan Silver Snow Guard greets the sun, the 9 said while bowing. The Lulan Silver Snow Guard is the guard of Lulan. They are the generals of the guards and all are at the noble plane. They will be by your side, at your beck and call. You don't need to doubt their loyalty, the Empress continued. Yi Futian blinked. This woman was so unfriendly, but her actions were completely opposite from her attitude. He was tempted to have 9 nobles listen to him. Seeing Yi Futian's expression, the Empress scoffed inwardly. Want to fight with me? You can't escape from my hold. Chapter 288, Yi Futian's Decision. Chapter 288, Yi Futian's decision. The Empress of ancient Lulan was extremely powerful. She was the ruler and king. But Yi Futian gave her a headache. Back then, Yi Futian had received the sage's treasure from the Lulan relic. The sage told her to become closer to Yi Futian and make him part of Lulan and also choose a husband for her daughter. But she failed. Later, Lulan Shui went back and told her that Yi Futian's girlfriend truly was extraordinary. She had also broken many records at the Mirror Mountain Peak. The Empress had been very frustrated. Now, Yi Futian's name was already known throughout the Eastern Barren territory. Just as the sage had predicted, he would gradually display mind-blowing talent. He might even become the best of the Eastern Barren territory. Under this circumstance, she naturally had to take him in earlier and also have Lulan Shui cultivate in the cottage. It wasn't her place to be the icing on the cake. She wasn't sending him daily needed help either, but she did her best. She put her daughter by his side and gave him the power of being above all except her. She believed he would accept it. Plus, her daughter was so beautiful and innocent. After some time, he would definitely soften. Having a lover was a bullshit excuse. She knew how men were. Empress, I hope you won't cause mischief about the Virgin anymore. It'll affect her reputation, Yi Futian said. As for being the Lulan Sun and the 9 nobles, he would grudgingly accept it. He didn't like to take advantage of people, but he could manage. This bastard, the Empress swore inside as she looked at the earnest Yi Futian. He wouldn't even thank her. Despite her thoughts, her expression warmed up. Looking at Yi Futian gently, she said, okay, you two can take care of the feelings. I won't force you. You've seen my attitude. As for how you will develop will be up to you and I won't interfere. But you have to help take care of Lulan Shui at the cottage. She isn't very sensitive about many matters. Ah, how can I not work to fulfill the Empress' wishes? Yi Futian said. He knew that the old woman just wanted to beat him up. They were both good at acting and he wasn't scared. The Empress nodded. You can take care of the 9 silver snow guards. I won't disturb you any further and will leave soon. You're in such a hurry, Yi Futian said. Why don't you stay in the divine capital for a few days? No, I have matters to take care of in Lulan. I will come to visit in the future, the Empress said. Inside, she cursed, you're so fake. You must wish I'd leave right this moment. I see. Yi Futian nodded. Then he said to the 9 guards, since the Empress is in a hurry to leave, I won't keep you. As for you 9 seniors, let's change a place to live. I have relatives cultivating in the divine capital. You all can live there and take care of each other. The Empress gritted her teeth. Yi Futian said that he wanted her to stay, but now he was already ordering the silver snow guard. So conscious, her. I've never seen someone so shameless. Yes. You all listen to the sun's command in the future. Seeing him is like seeing me, the Empress said to the 9. Yes, Empress. The 9 bowed and then said to Yi Futian, please order us as pleased. Seniors, you are too kind, Yi Futian said. I will take you all there now. Second senior sister is still waiting for me, so I shouldn't delay. Empress, safe travels. Okay, go do what you must. The Empress smiled and nodded while she ground her teeth. Goodbye. Yi Futian put his hands together and then left straightforwardly. The 9 silver snow guards bowed to the Empress and followed him away. Lulan Shui gazed at the Empress, who nodded at her. Go and cultivate well. With our treasured book and the sage's guidance, I'm sure the cottage will truly approve of you one day. Okay, I'll go now. Lulan Shui nodded lightly and left with Yi Futian. When everyone left, a female guard in the pavilion walked over to the Empress. She looked in the direction Yi Futian went and said, Empress, that man is too shameless. I've realized. Her smile disappeared and she glared in that direction. She had ruled ancient Lulan for so many years as the female regent. She'd seen all types of people and controlled countless strong cultivators. Only Yi Futian was uncontrollable. She'd given Yi Futian her daughter and even nobles as his guards, as well as giving him the title of son. But that bastard accepted the guards happily but didn't give her anything. He wasn't even grateful and wanted her to disappear. That bastard. Yi Futian didn't care about what the Empress thought of him. That old woman tried to use him so he couldn't be too nice with her. Since she gave him nobles, he would take them without feeling bad. As for Lulan Shui, they had traveled together in the ancient barren world. Hua Jiyu knew that he saw Lulan Shui as a friend. Since Zhuge Hui allowed her to cultivate at the cottage, he would take care of her as needed. In the sky, Yi Futian asked the guards, what do I call you all? Silver 1, Silver 2, Silver 3. The 9 said one by one. Yi Futian was shocked but he nodded. Oh, I got it. They were quite special. Soon after, they arrived at the Guqin Gardens of the divine capital. Coincidentally, Hua Fengliu and the others were there. Seeing Yi Futian come, they all came out. They'd heard of what had happened at Chaoga. Nandu Wenyin walked up and asked, Futian, were you hurt in Chaoga City? Some minor injuries. I'm all right, you don't have to worry. Yi Futian smiled innocently. His masteress was the best. That old empress couldn't compare. Be careful out there, Nandu Wenyin said. On the other hand, Hua Fengliu and Tanglan's gaze fell on Lulan Shui. She was so pretty and had a unique aura. Her silver hair was like snow and her silver eyes were strangely beautiful. Was this guy getting with girls again? And he'd even taken her to see his father-in-law? Yi Xiong looked at the 9 guards. He could feel faint pressure from them. They were nobles, 9 powerful nobles. From what he knew, the cottage only had 8 disciples, so they couldn't be it. The cottage wouldn't wear silver armor either. Master, Masteress, this is my friend Lulan Shui, Yi Futian introduced. We met in the ancient barren world. She is the virgin of ancient Lulan and saved my life. She's going to cultivate in the cottage. Nandu Wenyin nodded and said, "Thank you, virgin." Lulan Shui looked at her with a strange expression. Yi Futian had called them master and masteress. She didn't know much about the world, but she wasn't stupid. She vaguely guessed their identities. She had seen Hua Jiyu before. The girl had traces of these two. She'd inherited both of their attractiveness and had even surpassed them. Thinking of everything that had happened, why did it feel weird for Yi Futian to bring her here? These 9 seniors are noble cultivators from ancient Lulan. The Empress has helped me and even made me the son of Lulan. These 9 are with me, Yi Futian continued. The listeners kept getting shocked. The Empress had helped him, made him son, and gave him nobles? That Empress is so nice. Yi Xiong shot him a look of disdain. Yi Futian was speaking nonsense. Yeah, I think so too. She's so kind and is a good woman. Yi Futian nodded seriously. The Empress wouldn't know how to think if she heard this. Ha! Hua Fengliu looked at him. Tang Lan also looked. Tang Wan and Yi Qingxian smiled ambiguously. Why would the Empress of Lulan do all this? Thinking of the relationship between Hua Fengliu, Yi Futian, and Hua Jiyu, wasn't it obvious? Seeing everyone's eyes, Yi Futian lost some confidence. However, he still said naturally, "Master, masteress, it's not what you think." Then what is it? Hua Fengliu asked. The Empress' idea was obvious. He knew that Yi Futian could tell too. As his teacher and father-in-law, he knew how this boy was. Yi Futian sighed inwardly. Why didn't they believe him? Was he a player? Master, masteress, I want the 9 seniors to live in the Guqin Gardens. If anything happens, they can take care of it. If you and Senior Yi Xiong have any questions, you can ask them too, Yi Futian said. With the stone statue from the Mirror Mountain, they would definitely try for the noble plane. It would be easier if they had nobles to guide them. Also, I will have a final battle with Luo Junlin in the Nandu Nation to take care of everything. How about you and Masteress come back with me? You can take care of the problem with the Nandu family too, Yi Futian continued. I will go to the Moon Clan to get Jiyu. Then we can go back together. What do you think? Hearing this, Hua Fengliu glanced at him. At least he remembered Jiyu. Nandu Wenyin looked at him gently. Futian, you've worked hard. These things would require him to take care of. She'd always had her mind on the Nandu family. It was the place that filled her with disappointment and sadness. Her brother was still there. Going back. Yi Xiong looked up into the air. Even though he always insulted Yi Futian, he'd seen the boy's growth this year. He wasn't even 20 years old, but he had already shaken the Eastern Barren territory. Still in the Dharma plane, he was known by all. He didn't say it, but he knew that Yi Futian valued relationships greatly. It was time to resolve the matter with the Nandu nation. Up to now, they'd only escaped. Chapter 289, Chu Lian. Chapter 289, Chu Lian. There was a door on the top of the hill behind Book Mountain. A Dharma matrix was carved on that door like a black vortex. This was the entrance to the ancient barren world. Every top force of the Eastern Barren territory owned a place for entering the ancient barren world, so did the college. After returning from the Guqin Gardens and helping Lulan Shui settle down, Yi Futian came here, ready to enter the ancient barren world not for cultivation but for the Moon Clan. The Moon Clan was in the north of the Eastern Barren territory. It would take even strong cultivators much time to go there. The passage to ancient barren world was no doubt the fastest way. The black winged eagle flew fast into the ancient barren world. The stronger Yi Futian became, the more the black winged eagle grew. At this moment, it had reached the peak of the Dharma plane. Before getting into the Arcana plane, it could still enter the ancient barren world. The two crossed the passage and landed on a mountain. There were some buildings among the mountains where many disciples of the college lived. Those disciples came to the ancient barren world for cultivating. Therefore they lived temporarily here in the mountain instead of going back and forth. Seeing Yi Futian's arrival, many disciples were confused. Who is he? A new guy asked. Yi Futian. Someone recognized him. Many people looked over here, including Nangong Jiao. Her beautiful eyes fell on Yi Futian. Though they were enrolled in the college together last year, Yi Futian had already become a legend. In the Battle of Chaoga City, Yi Futian defeated Qian Shanmu with rhythmic sorcery, which was enough for him to be known to all in Eastern Barren territory. The black-winged eagle flapped its wings and brought Yi Futian away. The Moon Clan was in the central area of the ancient Barren world, north of the Barren city. The ancient Barren world was like a smaller version of the Eastern Barren territory, sharing the same terrain. The base of the Moon Clan was more beautiful than the college's. With ancient green hills, surrounded by rivers and mist, the scene here was very relaxing. When one or two beauties walked down from the hill, people would feel that this must be heaven. Arriving here, Yi Futian saw two young beauties walking down. They were very young and full of energy. The left one was tall with a pair of beautiful slender legs. She looked slightly proud and became vigilant when seeing Yi Futian here. The one on the right was petite and slim. She looked at Yi Futian with her innocent eyes, full of curiosity, thinking that this guy was really handsome. The two beauties were both disciples of the Moon Clan. The left was Lu Qiu, the right was Ning Qiao. Who are you? Lu Qiu looked at the Futian arrogantly but full of vigilance. There shouldn't be males in the base of Moon Clan. The arrival of Yi Futian confused her. I'm Yi Futian. I want to visit the Moon Clan. Would you two fairies please lead the way for me? Yi Futian smiled. Yi Futian, Ning Qiao murmured. Suddenly, something occurred to her. Are you Yi Futian from the cottage? Yes. Yi Futian nodded lightly, smiling at Ning Qiao. She blushed a little and immediately nodded. All right, just follow us. Thank you, fairy. Yi Futian's smile grew bigger. This beauty was really kind. But Lu Qiu was still observing Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. She knew this guy was very famous, even in Moon Clan. He was indeed talented, but part of his fame also came from the fabulous disciple of the Moon Clan who was as good-looking as Chu Yaro, one of the 3 top beauties in Eastern Barren territory. Are you here for Hua Jiyu? Ning Qiao asked and took a quick glance at him. This was her first time meeting Yi Futian. Though she knew of his name, Ning Qiao didn't expect that he could be so good-looking. He and Hua Jiyu were well matched to each other. Yes. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. She must be very happy to know you are here. Ning Qiao laughed. Last time, Hua Jiyu wanted to go to Chaoga City too. Yi Futian must be the reason. I heard that you defeated Qian Shanmu on the battle platform of Dongqing College. Can you defeat him without the help of the ritual implement? Lu Qiu asked Yi Futian. There were many rumors about Yi Futian, even in Moon Clan. She was very curious about his strength. I would fail, Yi Futian responded very frankly. He could fight across levels but not across planes. And since Qian Shanmu was master in rhythmic sorcery, he would be too arrogant to say that he could win. What if it was not for rhythmic sorcery and you are in the same plane as him? Lu Qiu kept asking. Yi Futian smiled and looked at her. I wouldn't know unless I try. So you mean the outcome is unknown? Perhaps you are not as strong as in the rumors. Lu Qiu doubted his strength. The disciples of the cottage were indeed strong, but every top force had top talents. If a disciple of the cottage could be so powerful, would the Moon Clan even have the right to be compared to them? Maybe. Yi Futian didn't want to argue. He just nodded, smiling. Sister Lu, you are too curious. Ning Qiao glanced at Lu Qiu. Soon, they arrived at the top of the ancient mountain. There were many communities here. The peak was the exit of ancient Barren world, directly leading to the Moon Clan. Seeing Lu Qiu and Ning Qiao come back with a man, many disciples here all gathered to see them. When learning that the guy was Yi Futian, they all looked at him curiously. Being observed by so many girls, Yi Futian felt a little embarrassed. This was the trouble of being attractive. He was contemplating that maybe he could ask Hua Jiyu if he could cultivate here for a while. It must be paradise to live in the Moon Clan. At this time, a line of beauties came. The leading woman was extremely beautiful. Her graceful posture and perfect proportion of figure made her no worse than the three beauties of Eastern Barren Territory. "You are Yi Futian?" The woman went to Yi Futian and asked. "Yes." Yi Futian nodded. "Why are you here instead of cultivating at the cottage?" the woman asked with a cool tone. "I'm here for Hua Gu. I also want to visit the seniors of the Moon Clan." Yi Futian smiled gently. "Hua Gu is cultivating. Our seniors might not want you to disturb her. Frivolous love will affect her cultivation," the woman continued. "Moreover, Moon Clan doesn't welcome any man. This is just our base in the ancient barren world. Our seniors are not here. We don't have the right to let you in." Ning Xiao looked at the speaking woman, a little stunned. Indeed, the Moon Clan didn't welcome any man since this was an all-female clan. However, with Yi Futian's reputation as a disciple of the cottage and his relationship with Hua Gu, he should be allowed in. Knowing the status of the speaking woman, Ning Xiao guessed that she was still entangled with that trivial matter from before. "Sister Chu, how about we go in to ask the senior's opinion?" Ning Xiao looked at that woman. "Sister Ning, don't you remember what they had taught us before? Cultivation comes first. You are new here. How can you be so relaxed? Don't you remember the teacher's words?" The woman looked at Ning Xiao. Her tone was a little harsh. Ning Xiao was stunned and felt hurt. It was really embarrassing for her to be reprimanded in public like this. Yi Futian looked at that woman. Her surname was Chu. He seemed to figure out something when looking at that beautiful face. "Fairy, you are right. Cultivation is the most important." Yi Futian smiled and said, "However, secular things are inevitable too. I have seen a disciple of the Moon Clan dating too. That should be common. But according to you, should that fairy be reprimanded too? Is that so?" The woman said coldly, "If it's true, tell me who this rule-breaker is. I will tell our seniors about her." "She is Chu Yarrow of the Moon Clan." Yi Futian revealed the name with a smile. After he finished, all the girls around him froze. That woman was also stunned. She looked at Yi Futian coldly. "Yi Futian, as a disciple of the cottage, how dare you insult our disciple? Are you looking down upon the Moon Clan?" The woman responded coldly. Her name was Chu Lian, Chu Yarroy's sister. The two looked alike each other. Yi Futian inferred that from her surname. "Oh no, I just said something that should be well known." Yi Futian pretended to be surprised. "It is said that Qin Li, the grandson of the Qin Emperor, has been here. He and the fairy of the Moon Clan got along very well. When I was in Chaoga City, I saw them together. Are you saying that what they did is an insult to the Moon Clan?" "You." Chu Lian was speechless. She fell into the trap that Yi Futian had prepared for her. Yi Futian said that Qin Li had a date with her sister. She believed that and it was no secret. Therefore, it was impossible for her to say that Yi Futian was slandering. "Jiyu is my girlfriend. There's nothing wrong with me coming to see her." The grandson of the Qin Emperor was allowed in to meet the fairy Chu Yarrow. Nobody stopped them. "Now, why do you repeatedly stop me in this way?" Yi Futian looked at Chu Lian and asked, "Are you unsatisfied with the cottage?" Yi Futian sneered secretly. He was unhappy about Chu Yarrow because she didn't allow Hua Gu to go out. But that was the rule of Moon Clan and he wouldn't complain about that. This time, Chu Lian stopped him without even asking the senior's opinions. She even berated Ning Xiao who was on his side. Obviously, she did this on purpose. In that case, he didn't need to be polite anymore. If it is so, I would like to have a fight as the disciple of the cottage. Yi Futian said coldly and his smile disappeared. Since you use the Moon Clan as an excuse, then I'll have to use the cottage. Chapter 290, Within the Moon Clan. Chapter 290, Within the Moon Clan. As a top power of the Eastern Barren Territory, there wasn't just one group within the Moon Clan. The college had the 9 mountains, and the Futian Sword Clan had the 7 summits. There were 4 major groups within the Moon Clan. The clan leader belonged to the Moon Tower. This tower was the holy land of cultivation in the Moon Clan. They didn't teach disciples directly. Only the most elite members were qualified to cultivate at the Moon Tower. It was the pillar of the Moon Clan. Other than that, the clan also had the Qianyu Pavilion, the Xiaoya House, and the Hanyu Temple. Each of these three groups had their own specialties. Hua Jiyu cultivated at the Xiaoya House. The Virgin Chu Yaoyao was a disciple of the Qianyu Pavilion. Presently, the Virgin Chu Yaoyao was located in some building of the Qianyu Pavilion. In front of her, a beautiful woman was seated, looking at a page in her hand. It was a list of some sort and a lot was written on. This beautiful woman was the leader of the Qianyu Pavilion, Yang Feihong. She taught Chu Yaoyao personally and was her favorite disciple. But they weren't the only ones there. There was one other, the grandson of the Qin Emperor, Qin Li. The Dongqin College was still holding their competitions, but the royal grandson wasn't even in Chaoga City. He was here at the Moon Clan. He had provided the list in Yang Feihong's hand. Every line of the list was filled out with the names of treasures that would sway any top-level noble. However, Yang Feihong looked unmoved. Her expression remained calm. A while later, she folded the page and looked up at Qin Li. Yaoyao has been cultivating under my care for quite some years now. I see her as my own flesh and blood. Furthermore, I am prepared to have her take over my spot in the future. Thus, I do not wish for her to head to the Qin dynasty and become the crown princess. Qin Yu was the crown prince now, and when he became the emperor, Qin Li would be on a shortlist to becoming the new crown prince of the Qin dynasty. Then, Qin Li's wife would naturally be the crown princess. Of course, I understand, senior. Qin Li nodded at Yang Feihong. Extremely modestly, he bowed. I have been attracted by her and have fallen deeply in love. I would never dare allow this goddess to be treated as inferior to me. If I marry Yaoyao, I would not force her to do anything. She can continue to cultivate at the Moon Clan and inherit your seat. I will only stand behind her and support her. The sparkle reached the eyes of Yang Feihong. Qin Li continued, the list you have right now is just a fraction of the bride price. If Senior is willing to agree to this marriage, it would be my greatest honor and make me the luckiest man. At that time, my father is willing to multiply whatever is on that list now and send it here to the Qianyu Pavilion. Seeing the modest royal grandson in front of her right now, Yang Feihong was swayed. Nothing on the list was fit for Chu Yaoyoro's use. Instead, it was for the use of someone at the level of Yang Feihong. It was obvious that these gifts weren't meant for Chu Yaoyao but for her. She was the leader of the Qianyu Pavilion and they were going to send these gifts to the pavilion. Was there more that needed to be said? The Qin dynasty was being seriously generous. However, she was also clear of the Qin dynasty's goal. It wasn't as simple as Qin Li's infatuation with Chu Yaoyao. If the two of them really got together, it would be obvious. It was going to be a marriage alliance. Naturally, the royal grandson represented the Qin dynasty and Chu Yaoyao was the virgin of the Moon Clan. There was no explanation needed for their relationship. Yaoyao, what do you think? Yang Feihong turned to question Chu Yaoyao. It is only natural that you decide on the matters on marriage, teacher, Chu Yaoyao said softly. Yang Feihong nodded lightly. She already knew in her heart that Chu Yaoyao also liked Qin Li and had agreed to his courtship. With Qin Li's gifts and his status, he was definitely a fitting candidate. Furthermore, he was not going to interfere with Chu Yaoyoro's cultivation at the Moon Clan. This way, Chu Yaoyao wouldn't need to worry about her future. I don't dare to be rash when it comes to your marriage. I will discuss this with your uncle masters. Go bring Qin Li for a look around, said Yang Feihong. Chu Yaoyao nodded and led Qin Li away. At the same time, in the ancient barren world, on top of the Moon Clan's ancient peak, Yi Futian was having a standoff with Chu Lian. Hearing his words, her expression darkened. Yi Futian of the cottage. There wasn't anyone who didn't know of this name. Although she had not gone to Chaoga City, she had heard the stories of his glorious victories. Forget about his battle with Chen Shanmu, the mere fact that he defeated Qin Mang of the Qin dynasty was the greatest proof that he would be undefeatable by anyone in the same plane as him. And since Chu Lian was still in the lower ancient barren world, it was obvious that she was also still in the Dharma plane. Yi Futian wanted to pay a visit to the Moon Clan and was blocked by her. He had the audacity to challenge her. Thinking of this, Chu Lian said coldly, "This is the entrance to the Moon Clan. Past this door behind me, you will be in the Moon Clan territory. You aren't a member of our clan, so I will not let you enter, and this is how you're going to act. Is this how all the disciples of the cottage take care of things? Are you trying to bully us?" What she said had just placed Yi Futian against the Moon Clan. If Yi Futian really dared to make a move on Chu Lian, he would actually be bullying the Moon Clan. Yi Futian didn't answer. Instead, he stepped forward, giving off a feeling of dominance. His handsome features seemed to have been carved from stone, very defined. Chu Lian felt pressured with every step he took. The Moon Clan disciples all around were at a loss upon witnessing this scene. It reminded them of the conflict between Chu Yaoyao and Hua Jiyu. Such a small ordeal could be exacerbated because of different standpoints. And now, Yi Futian had come for a visit. Chu Lian shouldn't have stopped him, but she did. Yi Futian wasn't exactly known for his good temper, so he challenged her. Multiple figures flashed by and appeared beside Chu Lian. They were her senior and junior sisters from the Hanyu Temple. So, of course, her enemies were their enemies. "Are you qualified to represent the Moon Clan?" Yi Futian asked her coldly. "There are many of your fellow clan members here right now. It should be pretty easy for them to tell whether or not you're targeting me on purpose. You also know the truth. If you have the guts to do so, then don't go hiding behind the name of the Moon Clan. What an embarrassment. You." A chilling gust washed over Chu Lian. Spiritual qi gathered as an ice spell was released. But just then, Yi Futian stepped forward at an unbelievable speed. A crisp sound was heard and the ice spiritual qi formed a spell and crystals of ice began to cover Yi Futian. The chilling air permeated his body and tried to frost him over. Boom! Yi Futian's body was tough. The ice crystals burst, and with one step, he had arrived in front of Chu Lian. His terrifying aura crushed down on her. Following that, Yi Futian lifted his hand, and with one palm forward, he sent Chu Lian flying back. Even when her feet finally met the ground again, she had to take steps back to stable herself. She let out a soft groan. They were on completely different levels. Chu Lian. Multiple figures ran to her side and stared coldly at Yi Futian. However, they knew that if he was able to send Chu Lian flying simply by the wave of his hand, there was no way they could go up against him. Yi Futian's cutting gaze turned to look at them. He then walked right past them. The black winged eagle flapped its wings and gave the girls a look of disdain. Walking over to the ancient barren world's exit, Yi Futian turned back to look at Ning Qiaoqiao. "Can you be my guide?" Ning Qiaoqiao was surprised but quickly nodded with a smile. "All right." She walked forward to Yi Futian's side and led him through a gate, leaving the ancient barren world. All the other people saw this and gradually started to follow, preparing to head back as well. Chu Lian's expression was dark. Yi Futian had humiliated her simply with the wave of his hand. As soon as Yi Futian exited the ancient barren world, he had arrived at the Moon Clan's ancient peak. The jaded mountain peak looked divine. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed. Heaven on earth. Hua Jiyu cultivates at the Xiaoye house. I am also a disciple there, but as soon as Hua Jiyu entered the clan, she was taken in by the leader to be taught personally. "I'm not as gifted," said Ning Qiaoqiao. She led Yi Futian and the others in one direction. "What about Chu Yaoyao?" asked Yi Futian. "Chu Yaoyao cultivates at the Qianyu Pavilion. That was her younger sister before, Chu Lian. She cultivates at the Hanyu Temple," explained Ning Qiaoqiao. "Other than that, there is also the Moon Tower where the clan leader cultivates." "Got it," nodded Yi Futian. It seemed like every top power had complicated relations within. Hua Jiyu and Chu Yaoyao were obviously from different groups. Ning Qiaoqiao continued to lead Ning Qiaoqiao forward. Along the way, many people asked questions, but when they found out he was Yi Futian, all they did was smile. This seemed like a normal thing to them. Yi Futian of the cottage was here to visit his girlfriend. It was nothing out of the ordinary and no questions needed to be asked. Stepping into the Xiaoya house territory, Yi Futian could see many beautiful girls. After finding out about his identity, they all gathered around in curiosity. He was a serious big shot nowadays. He had actually come to the Moon Clan to see his girlfriend. Just then, Yi Futian stopped moving and smiled at a girl in front of him. "So, we meet again." The female returned a smile. It was the Hua Jiyu's messenger, Yun Ru. Senior Sister Yun greeted Ning Qiao Qiao. Yun Ru nodded in acknowledgement. Looking at Yi Futian with a smile, she asked, "Here to see Jiyu?" "Yeah." He smiled. "I'll take you there," she said. "Thank you." Yi Futian nodded and the two of them headed off in some direction. However, on the road there, a group of people approached from ahead. A group of women. A picturesque sight. The laughter was music to the ears. Yi Futian's eyes fell on the figure at the center of the group. It seemed that in the year that Hua Jiyu had cultivated at the Moon Clan, she had become even more beautiful. Yi Futian thought to himself, "Good thing I made my move quick." Hua Jiyu's eyes locked on Yi Futian. Her clear eyes filled with hints of bitterness, longing, and joy. Her slender fingers reached up to brush away the hairs obstructing her vision, and she looked at Yi Futian shyly. Just one look was enough to make Yi Futian feel like she had taken his soul. This fox, how was she still so captivating? Chapter 291, Not Modest at All. Chapter 291, Not Modest at All. Yi Futian let out a bright smile and watched the girl across from him in silence, carefully taking in her beauty. And Hua Jiyu did the same to him. The two of them looked at each other with smiles that met their eyes. The shyness in her eyes became more evident, but the gentle smile never left her face. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Her voice was soft. In Yi Futian's ears, her words were flirtatious. She turned her head away from him slightly but was still captivating as ever. "My wife has gotten even more beautiful." Yi Futian smiled. As soon as he spoke, all the girls around began to giggle. "Who's your wife?" Hua Jiyu lowered her head at his words, a timid expression was on her face. Many of her senior sisters were watching. How could this guy be so brazen? Yi Futian smiled brightly and walked up to her. He put his hands on her hand and ruffled her soft hair. Hua Jiyu's face grew even redder. Lifting her head slightly, her beautiful, timid eyes stared at Yi Futian. "You," Yi Futian said softly. Another wave of giggles and laughter ensued. They were all teasing Hua Jiyu. Feeling the countless eyes on her, Hua Jiyu's face burned. "I haven't agreed yet." Hua Jiyu stared at Yi Futian with a pouting face. She then turned around and jogged off. She was too embarrassed with so many people looking on. This jerk really knew how to pick the worst settings. Smiling big, Yi Futian began to follow her. "Is it really necessary for you guys to show off just how in love you guys are?" Yunru chuckled from the sidelines. "Exactly. We're all single here," said another member of the Moon Clan. They were being too shameless. The Moon Clan was a place for females to cultivate and a majority of them were single. It was too hateful for the two of them to show off like this. "Thanks, everyone." Yi Futian left the crowd with a smile. The black-winged eagle waddled behind him, wings flapping and then moving up to cover its eyes. Even it couldn't bear to watch the couple. Seeing the black-winged eagle like this, the crowd was first surprised but recovered quickly and started laughing hysterically. This demon beast was something else. The couple arrived in the courtyard where Hua Jiyu lived. She slowed her pace and Yi Futian asked her with a smile, "So, are you going to agree to be my wife?" Hua Jiyu stopped walking and turned around to stare at him. With small steps, she was now standing directly in front of him. She lifted her head to him. Her beautiful eyes were bright and clear, her gaze gentle. She stared at the handsome face in front of her. Getting on her tiptoes, Hua Jiyu placed her hands on Yi Futian's shoulders and said softly, "I agree." With these words, her enchanting red lips met his for a soft peck. Yi Futian felt like his heart had melted. His gaze was still on her when he said, "Fox, you're so captivating. I just want to eat you up." "You wouldn't dare," Hua Jiyu answered with a flushed face. "Why wouldn't I?" Yi Futian said this while his arms wrapped around her slim waist and held her tightly. He then kissed her fiercely. Hua Jiyu's small hands curled into a fist and hit him lightly. Shortly after, she stopped fighting it and let Yi Futian continue. A while later, Yi Futian finally let her go. Seeing how flushed and shy she looked made him smile. Can we take care of this here and now? Go to hell. Hua Jiyu lifted her long leg and kicked Yi Futian lightly. This guy kept pushing his luck. What went on in that head of his? The sight of Hua Jiyu acting like a teenage girl made Yi Futian feel as if they were back in the past. The days of beautiful youth. Jiyu, I'm prepared to take a trip back to the Nandu nation. Are you coming with me? Yi Futian asked softly. Yeah. She nodded. Naturally, she knew of what happened in Chaoga City. The battle between Yi Futian and Luo Junlin in the Nandu nation would be the end of his rivalry with the country. Of course, she had to go with him. Plus, she had wanted to head back for a visit herself. Let's go see my teacher. Hua Jiyu took Yi Futian by the hand and led him away. Not long after, they arrived at a building in a serene area. Hua Jiyu's teacher, also the leader of the Xiaoya house, lived here. She looked very young and was beautiful. She was a tranquil beauty, elegant and refined. It was very comfortable to look at her. Teacher, Hua Jiyu called out. Yi Futian bowed and greeted her as well. Greetings, senior. Goddess Xiaoya gave him a once-over. This was the man that her disciple was in love with. He was indeed exceptional. She had heard all about his gifts and abilities early on. His looks and aura were the best of the best. He was very well matched for Hua Jiyu. Jiyu is always talking about you. She can't even focus on cultivating by my side. Tell me, what should I do about that? Goddess Xiaoya smiled. It was evident from her tone that she was joking. Hua Jiyu glanced at her teacher. When had she talked about Yi Futian? Her teacher was doing this on purpose. If so, then if senior doesn't mind, I am willing to stay and cultivate in the Moon Clan. If I'm always with her, then she won't miss me. Yi Futian smiled in response. Goddess Xiaoya blinked a couple of times, then turned to smile at Hua Jiyu. Her little boyfriend was quite dreamy. Hua Jiyu glared at Yi Futian. This guy definitely does not have pure intentions. Forget about it. You even took the demon clans which as your servant. I don't want more of your servants to show up in the Xiaoya house. Hua Jiyu chuckled at Yi Futian. Yi Futian gave her an awkward look. Hua Jiyu smirked and said, I heard the witch even took care of you in Chaoga City. Ah! Yi Futian was speechless. Someone had tattled. It was a misunderstanding. That was only a joke. You should know me by now, Jiyu. Don't you know how I feel about you? Am I that type of guy? Yi Futian asked straightforwardly. Yes. Hua Jiyu nodded with a smile on her face. From his expression, it was obvious that he felt wronged. Stop being all lovey-dovey in front of me, you too, smiled Goddess Xiaoya. Hua Jiyu blushed immediately. Returning a glance, she said, What are you talking about, teacher? Goddess Xiaoya stared at her for a moment and smiled. Do you want to leave the mountain? Yes. Hua Jiyu nodded. Of course, her teacher knew about the happenings in Chaoga City. Your heart hasn't been here for a while, right? Joked Goddess Xiaoya. Remember to come back. Don't get carried away by a certain someone. Yi Futian could feel the sweat running down his face. It seemed like Goddess Xiaoya had a deep misunderstanding of him. Just then, footsteps from the outside were heard. Yunru and others had come. She looked at Goddess Xiaoya and said, Teacher, the people of the Qianyu Pavilion and Hanyu Temple claim that Yi Futian trespassed into the Moon Clan. They're asking if he's here. Goddess Xiaoya frowned. She turned to Yi Futian. What happened? Please forgive me, senior. Yi Futian bowed and then proceeded to explain the situation. Yunru nodded in agreement. One of our fellow Xiaoya house disciple, Ning Qiaoqiao, witnessed the entire thing. That's what she said as well. If so, then Chu Lian was purposely giving Yi Futian a hard time. Goddess Xiaoya sounded a bit upset. They didn't say anything after what happened last time, but it seemed that the opposing party still held a grudge. But even so, Chu Lian is a disciple of the Moon Clan, and Yi Futian is an outsider. Yi Futian fought them and entered the Moon Clan by force. Using this as an excuse, there isn't much we can do to fight back, said Yunru. Qin Li should be at the Chenyu Pavilion, correct? Goddess Xiaoye asked suddenly. Correct, nodded Yunru. If so, then you go tell her, if they want to start something with Yi Futian, they are welcome to. If they're gutsy enough to pick a fight with a disciple of the cottage, then I'm obviously not going to stop them. If they try to bring up the Moon Clan's reputation, ask them if Chu Lian is allowed to block Yi Futian from coming into the Moon Clan to look for a disciple of my Xiaoye house. Did they ask for our permission before Qin Li entered? Yunru nodded at every word Goddess Xiaoye said. I understand. I will go tell them now. I should go with her, Yi Futian said. Okay. Yunru, on your way, guide Yi Futian and Jiyu off the mountain, said Goddess Xiaoye. Yes, teacher, nodded Yunru. Thank you, senior. Yi Futian lifted his hands and bowed to her before they left. At the entrance to the Xiaoye house, there were many people waiting. Powerful cultivators of the Chenyu Pavilion and the Hanyu Temple were present. Chu Yaoyao and Qin Li were also among the crowd. When Yi Futian's group approached them, everyone's attention turned to him. Chu Yaoyao took one look at Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu who were standing side by side, and then thought of Qin Li beside her. Yunru stepped forward and said to the crowd, the situation has been made clear. Yi Futian came to see my junior sister, and the Xiaoye house had agreed to it. He did not trespass into the Moon Clan. As for the accusation that he hurt junior sister Chu Lian, Yi Futian has stated that she was deliberately trying to give him a hard time and not allowing him to enter clan territory. This was why he made a move, and that was personal between the two of them. If Chu Lian or anyone else has something to say about that, they can go directly to Yi Futian. The Xiaoye house is part of the Moon Clan, so obviously, we won't be interfering in their personal business. Those from the Hanyu Temple and the Chenyu Pavilion frowned. Based on her attitude, it was obvious that Yunru was not happy about this. Take things on directly with Yi Futian? What about the cottage? Yunru took the Moon Clan out of the equation and claimed that it was personal business. This was pushing everything onto Chu Lian. Chu Lian is a disciple of the Moon Clan. What's the problem with her stopping an outsider from entering? Someone from the Hanyu Temple asked coldly. If Yi Futian was here for someone in the Hanyu Temple, then it wouldn't have been a problem. But he came for someone at our Xiaoye house. Since when did we need permission from the Hanyu Temple? Yunru's tone was still soft and gentle. The Qin's royal grandson is also present. Did anyone come to ask the Xiaoye house for permission when he entered clan territory? Qin Li's eyes widened. Yunru had put him on the spot. I was simply making an example. I don't have anything against you. Please forgive me if I have caused you any inconvenience. It's fine, Qin Li answered nonchalantly with a smile. I have witnessed the ways of the cottage's disciples back in Chaoga City. Everyone in the Eastern Baron territory knows. You are right, though. This isn't a big deal. If Yi Futian is willing to apologize to Chu Lian, then we can all put this behind us. We shouldn't let it hurt the relationship between anyone here. Yi Futian looked over at Qin Li. This guy is becoming more and more of an eyesore. Since when did you have a say in my business? Yi Futian spoke in a cold demeanor. He was not modest at all. Chapter 292. A storm of change is about to hit. Chapter 292. A storm of change is about to hit. Of course, Yi Futian knew that Qin Li's utterance was meant to instigate more problems for him. He knew that it was impossible that Yi Futian would apologize. Qin Li's ultimate goal was to put Yi Futian in a bad light with the members of the Moon Clan. Otherwise, what qualifications did Qin Li have to tell Yi Futian what to do? Qin Li was not a member of the Moon Clan. The royal Qin grandson was definitely not an ordinary identity, but with the cottage status in the Eastern Baron territory, a disciple of the cottage wouldn't care about a royal grandson. Qin Li stared at Yi Futian and chuckled. It didn't seem like he was bothered. I was simply concerned. I only want the best for the Moon Clan. Looks like I have overspoken. Yi Futian stared right back. He's a sly one. He always tried to turn people against Yi Futian, but never confronted him directly. On top of the ancient peak in the ancient barren world, many other Moon Clan members heard what Chu Lian said and saw what she did. Do I need her permission to come and see Jiyu? And to use an excuse like dating can affect cultivation? If so, then what is the royal grandson doing here in the Moon Clan? Don't tell me you came to play. Yi Futian's cold eyes swept over everyone in front of him. When his gaze fell on Chu Lian, he said, "It looks to me like you guys have a pretty good relationship. So, why is it a distraction to cultivation when it comes to me? In your heart, you know well whether or not you were purposely being difficult with me. Do you think that everyone is an idiot? If this was the way Chu Lian and the others wanted to do things, then Yi Futian was going to let them. Didn't she feel like a despicable person? Yi Futian didn't care about his relations with these people. So, what if some people in the Moon Clan didn't like him? Was he supposed to simply let Chu Lian stop him from entering and just go back to the college? Simply because of what they thought? Or was he supposed to apologize and admit that he was in the wrong? Chu Lian and the others didn't look too good. Yi Futian continued, "What Yunru said is right. You are welcome to pick a fight with me, but don't claim that I disrespected the Moon Clan as an excuse. Who does Chu Lian think she is? Can she represent the entire Moon Clan? I will take my leave now." Yi Futian said his goodbyes and stepped forward with Hua Jiyu by his side. The crowd in front of them very naturally parted to make way for them and watched Yi Futian and the others leave. The black-winged eagle followed behind them, flapping its wings. Its sharp eyes swept over everyone. One could feel its disdain with just one look. This dumb creature. Chu Lian was pissed. How dare it look down on them? The disciples of the cottage are domineering as usual. Qin Li chuckled. Everyone around him did not seem like they were in the best of moods. Let's go. Naturally, they were going to have to report this incident to the elders. Chu Yarrow watched Yi Futian's departing figure and felt a mix of emotions. Even though Yi Futian didn't know her, every time she saw him, her impression of him deepened. Yi Futian obviously didn't care about what Chu Yarrow and her friends thought of him. Sometimes, when someone came from a different standpoint right from the beginning, it wasn't worth the hassle because it wouldn't change anything. Yunru sent them off the Moon Clan territory, and the couple mounted the Black-Winged Eagle to return to the college. In the skies of the ancient barren world, the Black-Winged Eagle soared with Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu on its back. It's nice when it's just the two of us. Yi Futian looked to the beauty beside him. Standing there, her long hair fluttering in the wind. She looked like a fallen angel, her beauty incomparable to any worldly things. There's also a demon beast. Hua Jiyu smiled lightly. Should we roast it for dinner? Yi Futian said jokingly. The Black-Winged Eagle jolted in shock. Please don't joke like that. It would scare an eagle to death. Hua Jiyu rolled her eyes at him. Yi Futian walked forward until he was standing behind her and wrapped his arms around her slim waist. Holding the beauty tightly in his arms, he placed his head on her shoulder. Tilting his head downward, his nose was in her hair, inches away from her neck. Her sweet scent was an attack on his senses. Hua Jiyu's face flushed red immediately. His actions were so flirtatious. "Jiyu, I missed you so much," Yi Futian said softly. "I missed you too," she replied. The Black-Winged Eagle blinked a couple of times. Oh gosh, this was too much, even for an eagle. "Jiyu, do you know what my greatest wish is every day?" Yi Futian asked. His soft voice was warm and affectionate. Hua Jiyu shook her head. "My greatest wish is for you to be the first person I see when I open my eyes in the morning," he said gently. Hua Jiyu blinked, and when she registered what he had said, she blushed even harder. The color reached her eyes and she stomped down on Yi Futian's foot. In what sounded like a whining tone, she said, "How shameless. Fox, when do you plan on fulfilling my wish?" Yi Futian teased her with a smile on his face. "In your dreams," she said. "I do often see you in my dreams." He sighed. "I'm not talking to you anymore." Hua Jiyu couldn't stand him anymore. She wanted to move forward but could not escape the tight embrace of Yi Futian. Her body relaxed and leaned into him. It was a scene right out of a storybook. When they got back to the college, Yi Futian explained why Lulan Shui had come. This made Hua Jiyu question whether all his words on the way here were paving the way for this. Arriving at the cottage, Yi Futian brought Hua Jiyu to the second senior sister. The first thing the second senior sister and Beitang Xing'e thought when they saw Hua Jiyu was that she was beautiful. The second thing that came to mind was still that she was beautiful. So beautiful, Zhuge Hui complimented. Smiling at Yi Futian, she said, "Little brother, how come I feel like everything you told me before was a lie?" This rascal complimented her every day. He told her she looked like a goddess and that there was no one who could compare to her beauty. It turned out, he was hiding such a beautiful girlfriend. It was suspicious indeed. How could that be? In my heart, the second senior sister and Jiyu are equally beautiful, Yi Futian stated matter-of-factly. Obviously, Hua Jiyu wasn't going to call him out in front of Zhuge Hui. Is that so? Zhuge Hui chuckled at his response. You're such a sweet talker. It's no wonder you tricked the best-looking girl to be your girlfriend. You're indeed my junior brother. Yi Futian scratched his head and muttered, "Senior sister, there was no trickery going on. It's mutual attraction." Yeah, mutual attraction. The second senior sister was amused by Yi Futian's actions and started laughing. Passing by, Yi Xiaoshi and Luo Fan witnessed this scene and sighed deeply. They then lowered their heads and went on with their own business. What a monster! Hua Jiyu stayed for a meal at the cottage and then headed back to the Guqin Gardens with Yi Futian. He was going to head out first, going back to the Kangye Kingdom for a visit before meeting her in the Nandu Nation. The 100 Lands, at the entrance to the ancient barren world. Ever since the entrance opened over a year ago, this area began to thrive compared to its previously barren state. A city was built from scratch. Emperors of countries all over the 100 Lands had set up quarters in this area. There was no way the area wouldn't flourish. Now, powerful cultivators in all different planes roamed the streets of this city. Whether they were in the Arcana plane or the Dharma plane, they all wanted to test their luck in the ancient barren world. Even though it was possible that they would lose their lives there or might come back with nothing, people continued to go. This was a great opportunity in the eyes of those in the 100 Lands. Just then, a commotion was heard from the ancient barren world's entrance. A group of people could be seen exiting and stepping into this space. Leading them was a middle-aged individual. His aura was outstanding and domineering. He reached out both hands and an energy was released. A force of noble will erupted from him. He looked up at the sky and laughed maniacally. The heavens have not forsaken me, noble. He had finally reached the plane of his dreams. A plane that only emperors could reach. Although he could already feel the power in the ancient barren world, he could not hide his excitement once he stepped out onto this land. Noble. From here on out, he stood at the top of the 100 Lands. He had finally reached the level of his ancestors and had the qualifications to become the emperor of a country. The cultivators behind him smiled. This trip to the ancient barren world had been a dangerous one. Life-threatening situations at every turn. Some of their fellow Arcana plane cultivators were never going to come back, but it was all worth it. This was the chance they had been waiting for. The clan leader was now in the noble plane. After being oppressed for so many years, he was finally now a noble. This middle-aged individual was the leader of the Nandu clan, Nandu Tai. After his outcry, everything fell silent again. His eyes swept over everyone in his surroundings. He said, "Let's go." Then, he moved to leave the area. Although he was now in the noble plane, he still couldn't be rash when it came to Yi Futian and Luo Junlin, who were disciples of top powers in the Eastern Barren Territory. It was unfortunate that he wasn't a noble all those years ago. Though it wasn't too late. At least now he was qualified enough to deal with many things. Emperor Luo probably wouldn't dare to mess with the Nandu clan again. "Who is that?" someone asked. "Don't know," replied an emperor in the area. They were all confused by the departing figure. "How many cultivators have made it into the noble plane so far?" an observer questioned. Since the ancient barren world opened, More and more nobles in the 100 Lands were born. A little while after Nandu Tai left, another group exited the ancient barren world. These people had terrifying auras. Just one look was enough to have people trembling in fear. "Are we there yet?" someone among the newcomer group asked. "We've arrived at the entrance to the ancient barren world in the 100 Lands. We'll head to Nandu now," a young man answered. In a flash, they were all on the move, traveling in a certain direction as a pack. Their energy filled the area. There was absolute silence at this moment. Many people looked to the large group in the sky. That was the energy of nobles. Other than the young man, everyone else was a noble. It was impossible that the 100 Lands had such a powerful force. "That looked like the crown prince of Nandu, Luo Junlin," said an emperor. Everyone's eyes widened immediately. The Nandu nation's Luo Junlin was back. He had joined the Royal Shen Temple, a great power of the Eastern Barren Territory, and now he was back with many nobles in tow. What did this mean? A year ago, Yi Futian joined a top power and many emperors gave in to him and were still in the Kangya kingdom. Lots of people went to pay their respects back then. They felt that Kangya was on an unstoppable rise. But what now? Luo Junlin had returned with nobles. This news spread like wildfire throughout the city. People from all countries in the 100 Lands got a hold of this news and they realized a storm of change was about to hit the 100 Lands. Chapter 293, Everyone's Attitudes. Chapter 293, Everyone's Attitudes. The Nandu Nation, Imperial Palace. In the past year, there seemed to be a force of pressure in the skies above the palace causing the entire area to feel suppressed. There were many emperors in the Kangya kingdom and also all emperors were willing to ally with them. Yi Futian was also fought over by top powers of the Eastern Barren Territory. All of this combined caused everyone in the Nandu Palace to feel heavy-hearted. Emperor Luo felt extremely pressured and thus, he spent the past year almost entirely on cultivation. He was waiting for an opportunity. When happenings of this past year faded into the past and when he became more powerful, Emperor Luo was going to head to the center of the Eastern Barren Territory. There, he was going to get rid of Yi Futian once and for all. He was willing to wait for the perfect time. He was not going to give Yi Futian a chance to grow. Just then, a group of powerful cultivators appeared in the sky above the palace. This got the attention of many in the palace, causing them to lift their heads. When the sight of the youth leading the group became clear, everyone grew excited. The Crown Prince is back. Junlin had returned leading nobles. More people looked up. This was the moment they felt the heavy burden being lifted off. Crown Prince Luo Junlin had returned and he was leading a group of nobles. What did this mean? Immediately, people came running from all directions of the palace. The entire place began crowded and lively, contrary to the pin-dropping silence it was in before. A figure stepped into mid-air. It was Emperor Luo. He looked to Luo Junlin and the nobles. "Junlin, you're back." "Father," Luo Junlin called out. "This is my teacher, and these are elders from the Royal Shen Temple." The Royal Shen Temple's fifth lord, He Yulu. He had come in person to see Luo Junlin kill Yi Futian. If Luo Junlin couldn't kill Yi Futian, then he would watch Luo Junlin be killed. Emperor Luo's heart pounded. He had heard from Luo Junlin last year that his teacher was the fifth lord of the Royal Shen Temple, a big shot in the Eastern Barren Territory. And now, he was here in person. "Greetings, fifth lord." Emperor Luo was very polite. He placed himself below the other party. Even though he was an emperor, he was nothing when in front of a person of high status from the Eastern Barren Territory. He Yulu simply glanced at him. "Let's go down." "Yes, teacher," nodded Luo Junlin. He was not in the best mood right now. He had been watched for days now, there was no way he could escape this battle. There was a light in Emperor Luo's eyes. Luo Junlin's teacher didn't seem too happy. "Where is Miss Shiro?" Emperor Luo asked his son. He knew that He Shiro was the fifth lord's daughter and Luo Junlin's girlfriend. She was very polite to him when they had met. He quite liked this future daughter-in-law. "Father," called Luo Junlin. He watched as He Yulu stopped in his track and glared coldly at Emperor Luo. This caused the father-son duo to shiver. They had a bad feeling. Could it be that Luo Junlin came back because something happened? He Yulu descended and walked into the palace with the Luos following behind him. There was tension in the atmosphere. Luo Junlin saddled up beside his father. "Father, Yi Futian challenged me to a battle here in Nandu." Emperor Luo's eyes sharpened immediately. Yi Futian challenged Luo Junlin to a battle? It had only been a year. Was Yi Futian able to fight against Luo Junlin now? On top of that, he had been the one to initiate the challenge. Did this mean Luo Junlin was the passive party? Where's Shiro? Emperor Luo used spiritual energy to project his message. He could feel something was amiss. "Shiro." Luo Junlin was muttering. "Shiro went up against Yi Futian for me. She has died because of Yi Futian's clan. I will avenge her." Emperor Luo halted abruptly, heart pounding loudly. All the color left his face. Shiro was dead. And her father, a big shot in the royal Shen temple, had come here with Luo Junlin, who was the passive party in a challenge with Yi Futian. Of course, he knew what this meant. Was Yi Futian now capable of causing the death of the daughter of a royal Shen temple lord? What's more, Yi Futian set the battle in the Nandu nation. Why? Emperor Luo thought of a lot of things at that moment. He thought back to when both Luo Junlin and Minister Hua reported to him about Yi Futian. He had then nonchalantly written up the imperial order and set it directly to Donghai City. He had said that everything under the heavens belonged to him. In Nandu, his will was the will of the heavens. He wanted Yi Futian to be a study attendant, essentially a servant, and Hua Jiyu to be the crown princess. Now, in merely 2 years, he felt shivers hearing Yi Futian's name again. Others in the palace did not know why Luo Junlin had come back. They were still in heated discussions regarding this topic. Everyone seemed so excited. The news of this continued to make its way out of the palace. Not long after, Minister Hua stepped into the imperial palace. He moved rapidly and had a commanding presence. His eyes were sharp and a smile was spread across his face. Was the crown prince back with a group of nobles? This was exciting news. At the same time, there was a remote courtyard located at the border of the Deep Palace. It was a rundown location that looked like it hasn't been cleaned in a long while. It was hard to imagine that such a place existed in such an extravagant palace. Just then, an extremely beautiful female walked into the courtyard. The guards outside bowed and greeted, "Princess." The female was the Princess of Nandu. She was no longer the little girl she was before. She had blossomed into a captivating beauty with a hint of indifference and grace. Inside the rundown courtyard, a figure sat quietly on an old rocking chair. He seemed so relaxed and dazed as he looked up at the sky. It didn't seem like he noticed the princess's arrival. "Teacher, I'm here to see you," she called out. The figure seated in front of her was the Nandu nation's Minister Zwe. He was placed on house arrest in the palace. "Child, I told you not to come as often anymore." "Wouldn't want His Majesty to get upset," said Minister Zwe. "My older brother came back from the Royal Shen Temple with a bunch of nobles," she said. "I saw." His tone was still so calm. He did not seem fazed. "Teacher, do you still believe in your prophecy?" she asked. "If you apologize to my father, I can put in a good word to get him to forgive you too." Ministers were chuckled and shook his head. "Silly girl. This isn't a good sign for Nandu. Just look at the sky." Saying this, he reached his arm to point at the sky. "So red, blood red." She took a look and sighed inwardly. "Take care, teacher." Then, she turned to leave. The princess had been trying her best but never managed to persuade anyone. Minister Zwe was still smiling up at the sky. "The evils we bring ourselves are the hardest to bear." The news quickly spread all over the 100 lands. On the second day of Luo Junlin's return, many emperors from surrounding countries came to pay the Nandu nation a visit. Even when Shiro had come, many of them arrived to see her. Now, nobles from the royal Shen temple were here and the rumors even said one of them was a lord of the temple. In the past year, many emperors became close with the Kangye kingdom. They were afraid that Emperor Luo might hold a grudge against them for that. There was no way these emperors from the 100 Lands knew what was going on at the center of the Eastern Barren Territory. They also didn't know why Luo Junlin came back with the nobles. Ever since Luo Junlin entered the Royal Shen Temple and the door to the ancient barren world opened, the 100 Lands have been in a state of unrest. Nobody wanted to get sucked into the storm and potentially lose their lives. Everyone wanted to move up in life. In a situation like this, how could they not visit when a big shot from the Royal Shen Temple was here? Thus, the entire Nandu Palace, no, the entire imperial city, was filled with a celebratory atmosphere. It was as if the Nandu nation was welcoming the peak period of their country. Nandu had its reputation ruined during the Tingfeng banquet over a year ago. Now, the crown prince was back. Was he finally able to make the country proud? Emperor Luo welcomed the visiting emperors like nothing was wrong. They drank and chatted. Through Luo Junlin, he got an understanding of the whole situation. However, he did not announce it to anyone. There weren't even that many people in the palace that knew. On the other hand, the atmosphere in the Kangye kingdom was the complete opposite of that in Nandu. After getting the news, everything became tense. This was especially true in the Kangye palace. Many people felt just a bit worried. Luo Junlin was back with nobles. It was obvious that he came prepared. They were definitely not here in the 100 Lands for an innocent visit. So, why were they here? To destroy Kangye? Had something happened to Yi Futian in the Eastern Barren Territory? Some people thought so. Others thought it might be possible that Yi Futian, Yi Wuchen, and the others who left for the Eastern Barren Territory weren't favored by elders of their clans. So, perhaps they didn't have any say, unlike Luo Junlin. Therefore, he was able to get nobles on his side and get them to return with him. This was very possible. After all, Yi Futian and the others were still at lower levels of cultivation. Luo Junlin was levels above them and even got the daughter of a high authority figure to be his girlfriend. Presently, in the Kangye Palace, Emperor Yi frowned at the news he received. Father, after a thorough investigation, the big shot is a lord of the Royal Shen Temple. It's the father of Luo Junlin's girlfriend. He is also his teacher, said Yi Danchen. Is Luo Junlin already able to mobilize power like that? Emperor Yi was worried. If these people made a move on Kangye, they wouldn't be able to fight it. Father, should we send people immediately to investigate the situation at the center of the Eastern Barren Territory? Asked Yi Lingxi softly. If they really wanted to make a move, then it's already too late. I hope Futian and the others are fine. Emperor Yi thought of Yi Futian and the others. They're outstanding cultivators, so they should be fine. Brother Yi. A voice rang out suddenly. A group of people flooded in. They were the emperors of Yunchu, Yang, and various other countries. They had promised Yi Futian that they would stay in Kangye and listen to Emperor Yi's orders. Emperor Yi frowned at the sight of them. How dare they barge in? They weren't usually like this. Brother Yi, I heard that Luo Junlin came back leading a group of nobles from the Royal Shen Temple, said Emperor Chu. And? Emperor Yi lifted an eyebrow at him. Brother Yi, under these circumstances, we would like to leave Kangye temporarily. You wouldn't mind, would you? Asked Emperor Chu. In a situation like this, if the Royal Shen Temple made a move on Kangye, they would most likely go down with the country. Emperor Yi's gaze sharpened immediately and said coldly, when Yi Futian made you guys stay, it wasn't so you could vacation here. It was to prepare for any danger. Now that it has come, you want to leave. Chapter 294, Betrayal. Chapter 294, Betrayal. Why had Yi Futian ordered the emperors of all these countries to stay in Kangye? It was a defense measure against Emperor Luo, of course. Now that Luo Junlin was back with a group of powerful cultivators, many people thought they would target Kangye. So, Emperor Chu and the others wanted to leave. Brother Yi, you see the situation right now. If the people Luo Junlin brought back really attack Kangye, then for us to stay here would be waiting for death. We're better off observing from afar, and then, if needed, we will come to your aid. You should be understanding of this, stated Emperor Yang. It was obvious none of them were willing to take a risk. When Luo Junlin charged over with the nobles, it was going to be the end. And what if I say I can't be understanding? Emperor Yi said with a smile. It is truly disappointing that you would be so unreasonable, Emperor Chu replied. If Brother Yi is unwilling to think for us, then I don't see the point of this friendship. Friendship? Emperor Yi laughed sarcastically. Don't you guys forget the reason why you stayed. You were the ones who begged Yi Futian. You guys gave yourselves up to Kangye as an act of redemption. Back then, the 6 emperors allied with Yi Shiro and Luo Junlin, demanding that Yi Futian's friends and family be relinquished. They wanted to kill Yi Futian. Then, Yi Futian came back on the Kuanping and the emperors came to ask for forgiveness on their own accord. They wanted to talk friendship now. When they had just given themselves up to be controlled by Kangye, they acted with the utmost respect. They agreed to whatever Yi Futian said and were polite with Emperor Yi, referring to him as His Majesty. But after some consideration and some time together, Emperor Yi didn't feel the need for them to address him as so and reverted to addressing each other as emperor. He had become friendly with his fellow emperors. But now, thinking of this, Emperor Yi said again in a cold manner, you guys were the ones who were willing to give up power. That was the only reason why Yi Futian let you all off the hook. It seems like you have forgotten this in just a year's time. If so, then do as you please. Also, you better pray that Luo Junlin and his people are absolutely sure they can take on Futian and the others. Otherwise, if Yi Futian and his friends come out unscathed, I will be the one praying for you guys. Praying that when you come to our doorstep begging for forgiveness once again, he'll let you all go a second time. Did they want to be fence-sitters? Everyone knew how to do that. But this wasn't that simple. They had threatened Yi Futian's family. He only decided to keep them in Kangye because he was worried that there would be nobody to protect the country once he left. But they wanted to leave now, immediately after Luo Junlin returned. They sure knew how to switch sides for their own benefits. Emperor Chu's group looked at one another and shared a common look in their eyes. Naturally, they understand what Emperor Yi meant, but the problem was, they were in imminent danger while the threat of Yi Futian was not immediate. How should they decide? Of course, it was to take care of the immediate danger. The other choice was to stay here with the Kangye people and lose their last fighting chance when Luo Junlin attacked. In all honesty, they also wanted to wait and get a clear understanding of the situation, or they could travel the long distance to the center of the Eastern Barren Territory and investigate. However, danger was too close. Rumor had it that emperors of many other countries had already arrived in Nandu and were having a jolly good time socializing with Emperor Luo. The 100 lands were already stirred up by the situation and everyone was talking about it. It was said the Nandu nation could mobilize its troops at any time. Plus, it wouldn't take long for the nobles to arrive in Kangye due to the proximity between the two countries. There was no time. The lesser of two evils. This was a simple choice to make. Emperor Yi's words hit a sore spot for the emperors. If they left now and Luo Junlin couldn't get rid of Yi Futian, they would still be in danger. There was only one way out. They had to pick a side. They had already decided to leave for Nandu. Once they got there, the emperors were going to apologize and beg for forgiveness. They were forced to stay in Kangye, against their will. Would Emperor Luo be understanding of them? Under these circumstances, should they do something to prove their sincerity? The emperors looked at one another and sent secret messages telepathically. Emperor Yi raised a brow, seemingly noticing that something was amiss. He turned to Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi, you two should step out. Yes. The royal Yi siblings could feel the weird atmosphere as well and prepared to leave. Attack. Right after Emperor Yi had spoken, the 6 emperors made their move abruptly. Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi's faces fell and they tried to retreat. But these were nobles, it wasn't that easy to escape them. The pair of siblings were captured in the blink of an eye. Presumptuous. Emperor Yi yelled furiously. Sword chi filled the air and covered the entire area in a matter of seconds. However, the emperors of Yunchu and Yang stood as a blockade in front of Emperor Yi's children. They gave off a similar burst of wild energy. Emperor Chu said, "Forgive us, Brother Yi. We don't have a choice. We'll be borrowing the prince and princess." Emperor Yi moved his arms about and sword chi blanketed the sky. The 6 emperors froze. Emperor Chu said, "Brother Yi, don't push us. Would the palace be able to withstand it if we fought?" 6 against 1. There was no questioning the results and many people in the palace would die. "Father," called out Yi Danchen, "we'll go with them." He knew well and clear of the situation they were in. If anybody made a move, the Kangye palace would be in danger. "Father, send someone to the Eastern Barren Territory. Nothing will happen to us," said Yi Lingxi. The 2 of them were furious too. These bastards actually had the nerve to betray Kangye. Yi Futian was the only one they could believe in now. He wasn't going to let this go. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and the other 2 were their friends. The 2 royal children saw for themselves how well the group did in the ancient barren world. Even though Luo Junlin had the upper hand right now, as long as Yi Futian wasn't dead, the 2 of them would be fine. Dan Chen, Lingxi. Emperor Yi turned green while his eyes burned red with rage. "Brother Yi, we have no other choice. Farewell for now." The 6 emperors left in a flash and made their way out of the palace in no time. Then, they went to get their families. When they had surrendered to Kangye, one of Yi Futian's conditions was to have the royal families from these countries move to Kangye. But now that the 6 emperors chose betrayal, their families were a direct threat. The Kangye palace was in an uproar. Emperor Chu and the others had actually betrayed them. They also took Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi. Was it so they could go seek refuge with the Nandu nation? Emperor Yi stood there with a darkened expression. Sword intent flowed around him, almost suffocating. Naturally, he knew why Emperor Chu took Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi as an offering to the Nandu nation, to make amends. The emperors understood that since they had chosen to betray Kangye, they must make their way back to Luo Junlin. There was no going back after this. They had to make mend their relationship with Nandu. When the news got out, the imperial city of Kangye was in an uproar. The reactions were as strong as an earthquake. Dark clouds shifted and spread in the skies above the imperial city. Could it be that the rumors were true? Luo Junlin was bringing people to attack Kangye? In the imperial city, the Lins were a powerful family. Kangye's number 1 beauty, Lin Yuyaro, lifted her head to the skies. The news that trickled out from the palace shook the city. It was only natural Lin Yuyaro would find out. The figure of a handsome young man came to mind for her. Luo Junlin had made a fierce return. What about him? Where was he? She hoped that nothing had happened to him in the Eastern Barren Territory. She was worried. Presently, no one knew how things would turn out under these circumstances. The Nandu nation was lively. Emperors from all over had arrived. All the while, the Kangye kingdom was met with stormy skies. It seemed like in the span of a single night, the 2 countries had swapped positions. And what would be their fate? Yi Futian had no idea what had happened in the Kangye kingdom and nobody knew that Luo Junlin's return with the nobles would cause so much commotion. When he made the 6 emperors pledge their allegiance to Kangye, it was indeed to protect the country. It was to give Kangye the power to speak up to the rest of the 100 lands. He never anticipated any of the present events when he did what he did back then. The 6 emperors had betrayed Kangye and Yi Futian's past decision had created a direct threat to the country. Presently, Yi Futian was still on the way back. There was a long way back to the 100 lands. They passed by many deserted areas. It took a long time, even for nobles. In the cloud-ridden skies above the barren lands, a Kuanpeng soared with wings that looked like the clouds in the skies. It was the Kuanpeng from the Liu kingdom. Yi Futian didn't choose to depart from the ancient barren world. Hua Jiyu, Yu Sheng, and himself were in the Dharma plane while his master, Hua Fengliu, and the others were in the Arcana plane. There were also the 9 nobles. If they left from the ancient barren world, they wouldn't have been able to travel together. Thus, they decided to travel the distance to meet up first. On the way, they passed by the east of the Eastern Barren Territory. That was where the Liu Kingdom and the Fuyun Sword Clan were located. Liu Feiyang, Liu Chunyu, and Yi Wuchen brought a lot of their own people to travel with them. Up ahead, on the land below them, was an enormous, magnificent ancient city. Looking down from the skies above, The ancient city looked white like it was sculpted from white jade. "Son, this is Lulan city." On the Kuanping, a noble of Lulan pointed this out to Yi Futian. "Yes, but we're in a rush now, so we won't be stopping. We'll come again if we get the chance next time." Yi Futian nodded at the noble. Liu Feiyang smiled at Yi Futian. They all knew how Yi Futian became the son of Lulan out of nowhere. What a son he was, to skip over the city just like that. "All right," the noble nodded in return. They listened to the Empress' order and followed Yi Futian. Obviously, they would do what he said. As long as he didn't ask them to cause harm to Lulan, Yi Futian's every word was their command. The Kuanping continued to advance on their rushed journey to the 100 Lands, passing directly over Lulan city. In the Lulan palace below them, the Empress sat in an ancient meeting hall. Just then, a graceful female approached. She bowed and greeted, "Empress Lan, there is something I need to bother you with." "You'll have to take a trip," said the Empress. "All right," the female nodded. "The son, Yi Futian, will arrive in the Nandu nation a short while later for a battle. Bring a group of Lowland's most powerful nobles over to greet the son. Other than that, if he is victorious, you guys don't have to do anything. But if he loses, I don't wish for anything to happen to him," said the Empress. "I understand." This young lady was the Empress' most trusted subordinate. She had been with the Empress for many years, through thick and thin. She was known as the person only lesser to the Empress. Lan left the hall and the Empress sat back in her chair. Her eyes drifted outside. They would pass by Lulan on the way to the 100 Lands from the Eastern Barren Territory, but that rascal, Yi Futian, felt prejudice against her. He was definitely not going to come. However, she didn't care. To her, it didn't matter what he thought of her. Chapter 295, Rage. Chapter 295, Rage. The imperial city of the Nandu nation was immersed in a joyous atmosphere, especially the imperial palace. Many people were looking forward to the Prince Luo Junlin leading an army of cultivators and attacking Kangye. According to His Majesty, this day was not far away. Within a few more days, they would eliminate Kangye and kill Yi Futian. Due to the overwhelming announcement, people from different parts of the Nandu nation came to the imperial city one after another. People from all the major cities had come to observe the situation. In the imperial palace, there was a continuous stream of people entering to pay a visit. They included the leaders of various families in the Nandu nation. The Nandu clan had also sent someone to the palace to send their congratulations. Suddenly, outside the imperial palace, a group of people descended from the sky. They were the emperors from the Yunchu nation, the Yang kingdom, and so on. They were still holding Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi in captivity. There were many people outside the imperial palace, some of which recognized them and exclaimed uncontrollably, "They are Emperor Chu and Emperor Yang." That's right. Didn't they submit to the Kangye kingdom? Why are they at the Nandu nation imperial palace now? Everyone's eyes sparkled. Then they saw the emperors holding Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi in captivity. A strange expression appeared on their faces as they had vaguely guessed what was happening. Even the 6 emperors who had submitted to Kangye were planning to change their master now. Emperor Chu said to the guard of the imperial palace, "We would like to meet Emperor Luo. We have brought with us the Prince Yi Danchen and the Princess Yi Lingxi of the Kangye kingdom. Please wait for a while," the guard said, feeling very pleased. Over these days, many emperors had arrived. Even the 6 emperors who had submitted to Kangye that time were surrendering at the moment. It was all thanks to Prince Luo Junlin who had brought such prosperity to the Nandu nation. Before long, Emperor Chu, as well as the other emperors, was invited into the imperial palace. In the palace of the Nandu nation, Emperor Luo was drinking tea and chatting with many other emperors. They sat on the ground and appeared to be very relaxed. Noticing the arrival of the 6 emperors, Emperor Luo glanced at them and smiling, he said, "Why are you here?" "Brother Luo, last year, we fought together. However, because of the situation at that time, we had to submit to Kangye. Fortunately, the prince has finally made his grand return now, and we no longer need to live a petty life under the Kangye kingdom. We have brought the prince and princess of the Kangya kingdom here to visit you, Emperor Chu said. Many other emperors looked at him. He had said everything in such a beautiful way. Furthermore, he was actually so calm and thick-skinned. Why did you bring the prince and princess of the Kangya kingdom to Nandu? Emperor Luo asked emotionlessly. I think you should settle this yourself. After he finished speaking, he continued drinking his tea quietly, as if he was a mystery. At the moment, he was sneering in his heart. The 6 emperors were people who would bend with the wind. That time, when the Kangya kingdom was strong, they all wanted to enter and enjoy the benefits. Now when Luo Junlin had just returned, they received the news and came here to observe the situation. Since this was the case, he would fulfill their wish. He did not say anything about the situation in the Eastern Barren Territory, and also did not mention the challenge. He deliberately created a false impression that Luo Junlin had brought the cultivators from the royal Shen temple here to destroy Kangya. He wanted to see how these people would react. As for the consequences, he was no longer bothered at the moment. If Luo Junlin won the challenge, Yi Futian would die, and the Kangya kingdom would, of course, be destroyed. Everything would happen naturally. If his son, Luo Junlin, lost, then all these happy clowns would be buried with them. Brother Luo, what do you mean? Emperor Chu asked. Emperor Luo was still drinking his tea and did not say anything, allowing Emperor Chu to take his own understanding. He would not mind it even if Emperor Chu got the meaning wrong. Seeing the scene, the eyes of the 6 emperors sparkled, after which they glanced at Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi. Emperor Luo had asked them to settle everything themselves. How should they handle it? Was it not enough to bring them here? Suddenly, an emperor sitting opposite Emperor Luo asked, Brother Luo, when do you plan to send the army and eliminate Kangya? There is no need to hurry. In a few days' time, Yi Futian will come here and die. After he is killed, we will destroy Kangya, Emperor Luo said emotionlessly. His tone was very casual, as if the Kangya kingdom was insignificant. All the emperors smiled and said, with such an outstanding descendant, you will become the king of the 100 lands in no time. Hearing all these compliments, Emperor Luo seemed very calm. However, the 6 emperors including Emperor Chu could not keep calm. It seemed that the rumors were indeed true. The news actually came from Emperor Luo himself, and the Kangya kingdom might be destroyed anytime. Fortunately, they had come to the Nandu nation to apologize. There was still a chance for redemption. Kill yourselves. Emperor Chu looked at Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi. Immediately, the faces of the two turned pale as they stared at Emperor Chu. You are an emperor after all. Are you actually so despicable? Yi Danchen said, staring at Emperor Chu. Slap. Emperor Chu raised his hand and slapped Yi Danchen on the face, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. With a cold expression on his face, Emperor Chu said, I don't want to say anything unnecessary. Do it yourselves. Some sadness appeared in Yi Lingxi's eyes. She was so young and did not want to die. Are you not afraid of his revenge? Yi Lingxi said, looking at Emperor Chu. Didn't you hear the words from Brother Luo? Emperor Chu sneered. Yi Lingxi smiled and said, although I do not know what happened, what does Luo Junlin, the prince of the Nandu nation, have to compare with Yi Futian? Furthermore, there is still Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and Hua Ji Yu. You will definitely regret it. A cold aura was emitted from Emperor Luo, and a murderous intent filled the place. Yi Lingxi closed her eyes and a figure appeared in her mind. She was not resigned to her fate. Was she going to die like this? She did not want to die. Why did fate make fun of her like this? Stop, someone shouted coldly. Then, Emperor Chu saw a graceful lady in a red shirt walking towards him. She looked at him coldly and said, You are an emperor after all. This is too mean. That time, he surrendered to Kangya pettily. Now, he had brought the prince and princess of the Kangya kingdom here to submit himself. In order to survive, he was really using all kinds of methods. Emperor Chu was humiliated like this and his face darkened. However, he knew that the lady before him was the princess of the Nandu nation, Luo Mengyang. Therefore, he did not say anything and only looked at Emperor Luo. Father, can you give them to me to handle? Luo Mengyang said, looking at Emperor Luo. Emperor Luo glanced at his daughter, and then said to Emperor Chu, "What do you think? We'll follow the princess's wish." The few emperors nodded. "All right," Emperor Luo said and looked at his daughter. He knew well that if Yi Futian won, he would surely die, and it would be over for the Nandu nation as well. However, today Emperor Chu and the rest had brought Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi here. He was the bad guy, and his daughter saved them. He wanted Yi Futian to owe his daughter a favor. "Follow me," Luo Mengyang said, looking at Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi. The two glanced at each other. Then, they followed Luo Mengyang and left the place. Emperor Chu actually really wanted to harm them, and the princess of the Nandu nation saved their lives. After the three left, Emperor Luo looked at the six emperors and said emotionlessly, "How about a drink together?" "Thank you, Brother Luo." Delight could be seen on the few emperors' faces. They walked forward one after another and sat down on the ground. The many emperors started to chat casually, discussing the future situation of the 100 lands. There were even a few emperors who hinted that they would honor the Nandu nation as the king of the 100 lands in the future. They knew that they could not do anything to stop the Nandu nation from sending out the army and defeating the Kangye kingdom. Instead of being passive, they might as well be more active, which could perhaps bring them more benefits. When Emperor Chu stepped into the Nandu nation imperial palace, a Kuanping was flying quickly in the sky above the Kangye kingdom imperial city. "We're finally here." Yi Futian looked below him. Buildings and clouds flashed past them as they rushed directly towards the imperial palace. "Master, Masteress, we'll visit Uncle Yi first, and then go to Donghai City," Yi Futian said, looking at Hua Fengliu. "It's your call," Nandu Wenyin said, smiling. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded gently. They could already see the imperial palace below them. At the moment, the atmosphere in the palace was still very tense. Emperor Yi had already sent someone to the Eastern Barren territory, but he would not be able to make it in time, because they did not have much time left. Even with his own speed, he would need several days to go to the Eastern Barren territory and come back, not to mention his man. There was more and more news coming from the Nandu nation so that Emperor Luo could send out his army anytime. Under such a circumstance, it was clear how desperate the people in the imperial palace were. However, suddenly, a whizzing sound erupted from the sky and a gust of violent wind blew across. Many people raised their heads in astonishment. Then, they saw a Kuanping. Its cloud-like wings extended as it descended slowly. At this instant, everyone held their breaths and wild joy filled their minds. The Kuanping arrived, so did Yi Futian. In the imperial palace, everyone's heart beat rapidly as they awaited Yi Futian's arrival. Emperor Yi had naturally seen it as well and his eyes sparkled. He flashed and turned into a sword, ascending into the air. On the back of the Kuanping, Yi Futian and the rest smiled and looked at Emperor Yi. "Uncle Yi," Yi Futian shouted with a smile on his face. "Your Majesty," Hua Fengliu, Yi Xiong, and the rest also shouted. They had a good relationship with Emperor Yi. Emperor Yi smiled and nodded at everyone. However, his smile was somewhat forced, as if something was bothering him. "Futian." Emperor Yi's tone was very low, and the usual warmness in his voice was completely missing. Noticing the difference, Yi Futian and the rest knew at once that something was amiss. Withdrawing his smile, Yi Futian asked, "Uncle Yi, what happened?" Luo Junlin returned to Nandu with many cultivators from the royal Shen temple, saying that he would send an army to attack Kangye. "The 6 emperors are traitors and brought Danchen and Lingxi away. They have probably already offered them to Emperor Luo," Emperor Yi said in a low voice. Boom! Just as Emperor Yi finished speaking, a freezing aura erupted from Yi Futian's body immediately and his face turned extremely cold. The 6 emperors had forced Emperor Yi to hand over his family members. However, because of the situation in Kangye, when the 6 emperors begged them and chose to surrender, he still gave them a chance, asking them to stay in Kangye for 10 years. Now, the 6 emperors actually betrayed them directly and also took away his friends Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi. His mood at the moment could be well imagined. Yi Wuchen stepped forward. Sword will was emitted from his body and a murderous intent filled the place. "Uncle Yi, come here," Yi Futian shouted. Emperor Yi knew what Yi Futian wanted to do. He flashed and landed on the back of the Kuanping. Senior Kuanping, please go there at the fastest speed, Yi Futian said. The wings of the Kuanping trembled and its large body flashed out like a bolt of lightning, sending a gust of violent wind towards the ground. The people in the imperial palace all felt that they could not stand firmly. Then, they saw the Kuanping shoot into the clouds in an instant, flying off into the distance. Chapter 296, How Overpowering. Chapter 296, How Overpowering. At the moment, many cultivators were gathered outside the Nandu Nation Imperial Palace, staring at the majestic palace. There were many emperors inside the palace, including the 6 emperors from the Yunchu nation and the like who had come to apologize. Nandu Yu was a cultivator from the Nandu clan, whose leader had just entered the noble plane. However, Luo Junlin had returned, and they had to observe the situation first. Because of their leader's current level, they were thinking about whether the Luo family could return the Nandu nation to them after dominating the 100 lands or perhaps give them another kingdom, such as Kangye. Nandu Yu came here to send his congratulations, and at the same time gather more information. More than a year ago, the Kangye kingdom and Yi Futian were so glorious. However, all of this turned out to be illusory and was about to become history. Greetings, Minister Hua. Suddenly, Minister Hua walked out of the imperial palace. I heard that the leader of the Nandu clan has entered the noble plane. Congratulations, Minister Hua said emotionlessly, feeling somewhat envious. Nandu Tai actually stepped into the noble plane before he did. All thanks to your support. When can I meet His Majesty and the Prince? Nandu Yu asked. His Majesty is now chatting with various emperors, while the prince is cultivating with the people from the royal Shen temple. You can follow me and take a walk around the palace, Minister Hua said. Nandu Yu nodded and said, all right then. Thank you. Then, the two walked towards the palace. Suddenly, a fierce whiz was heard in the distance, accompanied by many exclamations, causing Minister Hua and Nandu Yu to stop and turn around to take a look. There, a giant was charging directly towards the palace at an astonishing speed. It seemed to be a Kuanping. Kuanping. Minister Hua's look turned serious. More than a year ago, Yi Futian rode a Kuanping to return to Kangye. Now, a Kuanping appeared in the sky above the Nandu nation. Was he here? Apart from him, many people outside the imperial palace raised their heads and looked at the sky as well, all feeling shocked. It was actually the legendary demon Kuanping. The enormous Kuanping flew towards the imperial palace directly. Finally, the group of people on its back became visible. Their leader was a handsome man with an icy expression. He was, of course, Yi Futian. That time during the Tingfeng banquet, Yi Futian behaved extremely frivolously. There were too many people in the Nandu nation who knew him. Yi Futian is back. Everyone was very surprised. Furthermore, he was going towards the Nandu nation imperial palace. Minister Hua frowned. After the prince returned, His Majesty said that after a few more days he would kill Yi Futian and destroy Kangye. Indeed, Yi Futian was here. It seemed that His Majesty and the prince knew about it all along. Nandu Yu's eyes sparkled. He did not only see Yi Futian, but also the charming and elegant lady beside him. She was Hua Jiyu, a junior whom the Nandu clan had put in a lot of effort to train. Also, Hua Fengliu and Nandu Wenyin were all there. Stop them, Minister Hua commanded coldly. Just as he finished speaking, the guards ascended into the air and blocked the path to the imperial palace. They looked at Yi Futian and his team and shouted, "Stop! Enter," Yi Futian said. The Kuanping's wings trembled and its huge body charged forward. Needless to say, the guards were all sent flying away directly. Following a loud rumble, the gates of the imperial palace collapsed due to the collision. Behind them, countless people witnessed the scene and felt flabbergasted. Did Yi Futian just break into the palace? How dare you? Minister Hua flashed and blocked in front of them. His look was extremely cold. Kill everyone in the way, Yi Futian said. The silver snow guards behind him released their noble auras and stepped forward. Minister Hua was very shocked. Seeing the incoming silver snow guards and the Kuanping, he did not dare to intercept and backed away immediately with his look turning very black. How did he dare to block? At the moment, many important people from the royal Shen temple were inside the imperial palace, including the fifth lord. Why did Yi Futian dare to break in by force? Even if he had nobles with him, he should not be so bold. The Kuanping flew past Minister Hua. Standing on its back, Yi Futian glanced at Minister Hua. His extremely freezing look caused Minister Hua to feel cold throughout his body. Yi Futian's look made him feel that he was looking at a dead person. It was as if in Yi Futian's eyes, Minister Hua was already non-existent. Nandu Yu's heart raced wildly. Not long ago, he was still thinking that Yi Futian and the Kangye kingdom would probably both be eliminated this time. However, in the blink of an eye, Yi Futian was here, and he broke into the Nandu Nation imperial palace by force. But did Emperor Luo not say that he would kill Yi Futian and destroy Kangye? Why did Yi Futian still dare to do so? Did Yi Futian really not get any help from his clan? Then where did those nobles come from? Let's go, Minister Hua said coldly. He continued moving forward, following the Kuanping. At the moment, the various emperors who had been drinking tea inside the imperial palace had noticed the sound outside. Emperor Luo's look turned cold, for he knew that Yi Futian had come. Only he knew the reason for Luo Junlin's return. He did not tell anyone else and even announced to the public that he was going to kill Yi Futian and annihilate Kangye. However, Yi Futian was now here. It was really funny that those foolish emperors from the Yunchu nation and the like heard the rumors and wanted to surrender to him. But he would obviously not care about the fate of those emperors. During that time, these people who would always fall on the side of the stronger had already betrayed once. Since they were willing to come here, he welcomed them warmly. Clearly, he was not bothered about the consequences. What is happening? All the emperors were astonished. What happened? Emperor Chu's eyes sparkled. Suddenly, Emperor Luo stood up and smiling, he said, "Brothers, you should get up and welcome the guests." After he finished speaking, he started walking forward. Before him, a Kuanping suddenly appeared fiercely. On its way, many people wanted to stop it but did not dare to do so. Therefore, they could only watch the Kuanping flatten many buildings and eventually reach the place. Yi Futian appeared on the Kuanping. The emperor from the Yunchu nation froze and his heart trembled violently. Yi Futian once again rode the Kuanping here. The scene was extremely similar to the one that happened more than a year ago. Moreover, this time, there were more powerful cultivators beside him. "Where are they?" Yi Futian asked coldly. He did not say anything unnecessary and questioned the emperor directly. Seeing the scene, Emperor Yi was very surprised. On their way, Yi Futian's look was very cold as he was in a bad mood, while Emperor Yi was also worried about Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi. Thus, the two were not in the mood to chat about the things that happened in the Eastern Barren Territory. He was therefore unclear about the situation as well and only followed Yi Futian to the Nandu nation. From the way that they entered the imperial palace, it seemed that Yi Futian was not afraid of Luo Junlin at all. So did Emperor Luo purposely spread the rumors these few days? Seeing Yi Futian's look, the 6 emperors looked at Emperor Luo one after another. Emperor Luo stared at Yi Futian. At the same time, Yi Futian was also looking at him. The two stared at each other, and this was the first time that the two really stood opposite each other. Although they had already met on the Tingfeng banquet, Yi Futian was still too weak to stand opposite him at that time. However, at the moment, when Yi Futian looked at the once all-powerful emperor who changed his fate with just an edict, there was only coldness in his eyes. In the past, Emperor Luo was far more superior than him. He could not even reject an order from Emperor Luo. However, now, he had seen too many nobles. "Yi Futian, did you just break into my imperial palace like this?" Emperor Luo was looking at the handsome young man in front of him, and also recalled the events in the past. The young man whom he was not bothered with, and whose fate he once thought he could easily change, was already famous in the Eastern Barren Territory at the moment. He could even force Hishiro, the daughter of the 5th Lord of the Royal Shen Temple, to die. How ironic that was. Do you want your whole family to die? Yi Futian's tone was extremely icy. He was not polite at all as he threatened directly. Just as he finished speaking, everyone present was astounded, especially the 6 emperors from the Yunchu nation and the like. The sentence was like a bolt out of the blue. Yi Futian asked Emperor Luo if he wanted his entire family to die. How contemptuous and arrogant that was. It was precisely the meaning behind such arrogance that really caused all the emperors present to feel a wave of coldness fill their bodies. Yi Futian came here in such an overpowering way, and he definitely knew that Luo Junlin was here. Therefore, what did it mean when he dared to speak to Emperor Luo in such a way? At this instant, Emperor Chu's face turned extremely pale. He felt that he might have made a fatal mistake. Apart from the emperors, Minister Hua and Nandu Yu also felt frozen after hearing Yi Futian's words, as if Yi Futian said that line not only to Emperor Luo but also to them. Where are they? Yi Futian continued in an icy tone. Emperor Luo's expression became as awkward as it could possibly be. The young man whom he could once eliminate with just an order was speaking to him with such a tone at the moment. Do you want your whole family to die? Yi Futian, how dare you? Someone suddenly shouted coldly. Luo Junlin and the people from the royal Shen temple had arrived. A trace of hope was rekindled in Emperor Chu's heart as he prayed that Luo Junlin could deal with Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced at Luo Junlin. Just as Luo Junlin stopped and was about to speak, Yi Futian said emotionlessly, "Do you believe that I can kill you right now?" The cottage had its own rules. He Shiro bore the full responsibility for his attempted assassination and killed herself, thus Luo Junlin was not punished. Yi Futian knew that Luo Junlin had played some dirty tricks, but he still did not rely on his seniors in the cottage to kill Luo Junlin directly. Instead, he gave Luo Junlin an official challenge and a chance to take revenge. The loser would die. However, if Luo Junlin and the Nandu nation did not follow the rules, then the challenge would be unnecessary. Luo Junlin's face turned pale. He knew that Yi Futian would really dare to do so. Yi Futian dared to kill him, but the people from the royal Shen temple did not dare to kill Yi Futian. The reason was simple: the cottage was stronger. Furthermore, Yi Futian's status in the cottage was way higher than his own status in the royal Shen temple. Therefore, even if Yi Futian really killed him, the royal Shen temple would hate Yi Futian, but nobody would dare to take revenge for him for the moment. If the previous line from Yi Futian had caused the mood of Emperor Chu and the rest to worsen to the extreme end, then this line caused the 6 emperors to become extremely desperate and regretful. Yi Futian asked Luo Junlin if he believed that Yi Futian dared to kill him immediately. Who was killing who after all? Chapter 297, Death of the 6 Emperors. Chapter 297, Death of the 6 Emperors. All the emperors felt extremely cold. They could vaguely feel that they may have been deceived by Emperor Luo. Now that they thought about it carefully, Emperor Luo had indeed been deliberately announcing the news all along. In reality, after the people from the royal Shen temple arrived, they stayed in the imperial palace and did not really show up. They did not come here to eliminate Kangye. But was Emperor Luo the only person to put the blame on? Hearing that the people from the royal Shen temple had arrived at the palace, the various emperors came to visit themselves. They were the ones who could not retain their composure, and many other emperors actually did not come. Why could they not keep calm? That was because they wanted to benefit from the situation. The important people from the royal Shen temple had arrived, and the prince of the Nandu nation had also returned. Under such a circumstance, Emperor Luo chatted with them and remarked casually that he was going to obliterate Kangye. Would they suspect anything? No, they believed it firmly. Therefore, the rumors kept spreading. Until this moment, when Yi Futian rode the Kuanping and broke into the Nandu imperial palace by force, something seemed to be broken. Nandu Yu's heart trembled gently. If Yi Futian could kill Luo Junlin, then how about the Nandu clan? He looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu who was beside him. This unparalleled couple was almost taken to pieces that time, as Hua Jiyu was almost sent into the imperial palace. They used their lives to resist. Because of this, Hua Jiyu almost died. Thinking of this, terror and coldness started to fill Nandu Yu's heart. Yi Futian's dominance broke the fantasies of all the people present. You are really arrogant, someone from the royal Xian temple said coldly. Yi Futian threatened to kill Luo Junlin openly and was not bothered about the royal Xian temple at all. This is the resentment between me and them. It's none of your business. Yi Futian glanced at the people from the royal Xian temple. They gave a cold humph but ultimately did not say anything. Indeed, they had no reasons to meddle in the resentment between Yi Futian and these emperors. If the people from the royal Xian temple were to intervene, they would not be standing opposite Yi Futian alone, but against the entire cottage. It's funny how these weak idiots actually kidnapped Yi Futian's friends to go to Nandu. Pathetic indigenous nobles. Yi Futian's words caused Emperor Chu and the other 5 emperors to feel a chill running down their spines. They trembled and really felt fear. Yi Futian said to the nobles from the royal Xian temple that they were not in a position to intervene in the matter. What did this mean? I will ask you one last time. Where are they? Yi Futian's voice was extremely cold. This time, he was really angry. They're with me, someone said suddenly. Luo Mengyang was already here not long ago. Seeing Yi Futian's overpowering attitude, she was similarly shocked. She walked forward, staring at Yi Futian. This man, who had punched her when they first met, no longer had the immaturity he had when was younger. At the moment, his temperament was more elegant and his look was more handsome. He had ridden a Kuanping to this place and brought many powerful cultivators with him. However, he was here to take back what they owed him. Yi Futian was naturally able to recognize Luo Mengyang as well. She was about 18 or 19 years ago, the age when a lady was the most beautiful. The previously capricious princess seemed to be more sensible and charming at the moment. She stood gracefully at her spot and her tall stature was almost perfect. She was still wearing a flame-red attire and was very eye-catching, but her previous self could still be faintly seen in her eyes. Give them to me. Yi Futian was, however, not polite at all as he glanced at Luo Mengyang emotionlessly. Luo Mengyang gazed at him and said stubbornly, "How can you speak to me like this?" Yi Futian frowned. It seemed that she had not changed after all. Stepping forward, some coldness spread from Yi Futian's body. Do you want to hit me again? Luo Mengyang stared at Yi Futian with her water-like eyes. Her wronged look caused a strange expression to appear on the face of everyone. Why did they feel that the princess of the Nandu nation was once bullied by Yi Futian? Yi Futian had indeed beaten Luo Mengyang several times. The first time was during a friendly fight in the Donghai Academy, while the second time happened in Qingju. That time, Luo Mengyang wanted Qin Yi to become her servant, and she was punched by Yi Futian once again. She even complained to Minister Zhuo. Seeing Luo Mengyang's look, Yi Futian also felt somewhat weird. Although Luo Mengyang was capricious, he did not have a poor impression of her. Nevertheless, she was the daughter of Emperor Luo and her position was destined. Futian. Suddenly, a gentle voice came from the distance. It was from Yi Lingxi. She and Yi Danchen rushed towards Yi Futian and Yi Lingxi said, "Futian, the princess is not involved in this. She saved us." Lingxi, Danchen. Noticing that the two were safe and sound, Yi Futian finally set his mind at ease. He approached the two and said, "Are you injured?" "No. It's just that someone with surname Chu slapped my face," Yi Danchen sneered, looking at Emperor Chu. He and Yi Lingxi had always believed Yi Futian, but they still did not expect Yi Futian to reach so quickly. He wanted to see for himself now how Emperor Chu could escape this time. Yi Futian glanced coldly at Emperor Chu. His look actually caused Emperor Chu to feel frozen, for he saw a murderous intent. "She saved you?" Yi Futian asked, looking at Luo Mengyang. "Yup. After we were brought here, Emperor Luo asked them to settle us themselves. He wanted to kill us, but Princess Luo stopped them," Yi Lingxi said softly. Just now, they were already desperate and almost died, and Luo Mengyang saved them. Although they were enemies, Yi Lingxi was still grateful to Luo Mengyang. Yi Futian nodded lightly, after which he said to Luo Mengyang, "It seems like I misunderstood you." "Thanks." Luo Mengyang smiled, but her smile was dreary and self-mocking. Did he merely say that this is a misunderstanding? From Yi Futian's look and tone, she could feel an obvious sense of distance. He, whom her father wanted to kill but her master valued, really came back in a domineering way, just like what her master had prophesied. Would there really be a disaster for the Nandu nation? Very well. Yi Futian turned his head and looked at the 6 emperors from the Yunchu nation and the like. A cold smile could be seen in his eyes. Seeing Yi Futian's sneer, the 6 emperors' faces instantly turned pale. Brother Luo. Emperor Chu looked at Emperor Luo, wanting to ask for help. At the moment, only Emperor Luo and the people from the royal Shen temple could save them. Seeing the scene, Yi Futian sneered. Did they still want to count on Emperor Luo now? Yi Futian, go out of my palace to settle the resentment between you and them, Emperor Luo said coldly. Shut up. Yi Futian glanced at Emperor Luo. The 6 emperors were allowed to enter the palace, and yet Emperor Luo asked him to settle the issue outside. Emperor Luo's expression turned very bitter. He was the emperor of Nandu, and this was his imperial palace. At the moment, Yi Futian had shouted at and threatened him multiple times here, and made little of him. Hearing the conversation between the two, the 6 emperors became totally hopeless. They knew that nobody would be able to save them, neither Emperor Luo nor the royal Shen temple could. Yi Futian's dominance was way beyond everyone's expectations. The royal Shen temple did not dare to touch him. It was funny how they thought Luo Junlin had returned in order to kill Yi Futian and destroy Kangye. Emperor Luo also said so. But what was the reality? How hilarious. It's all him. We were bewitched by Emperor Chu. Master Yi, please forgive us, an emperor said, pointing at Emperor Chu. Bastard, Emperor Chu roared in anger. He looked at Yi Futian and said, Master Yi, I know that I am wrong. I swear that from now on, I will only listen to your orders. Do you think that you still have value? Yi Futian glanced coldly at Emperor Chu. Does he still want to live? During the first time, Yi Futian forgave them. The second betrayal was, however, unforgivable. Emperor Chu looked at the nobles on the back of the Kuanping and became hopeless. That time, Yi Futian needed them to protect Kangye, and therefore chose to forgive them. How about now? After Yi Futian's return this time, would anyone dare to touch Kangye again? There would be none. This time, he was not only valued by major forces. Instead, he led many nobles here himself. From today onwards, the 6 kingdoms of yours will no longer exist, Yi Futian said coldly. Kill them. Yes. The 9 Lulan silver snow guards stepped out. They walked forward and instantly surrounded the 6 emperors, holding a silver spear each. Immediately, snow started to fall around them and an extremely cold aura engulfed the entire place. All the people below the noble plain started to shiver uncontrollably. The 6 emperors were desperate. Each of the 9 nobles before them was stronger than any of them. Emperor Chu did not seem to be resigned to his fate. An extremely violent spiritual qi started to rage, and willow branches danced in the air, striking towards Yi Futian with an incredibly sharp aura. Emperor Chu was still struggling. However, beside Yi Wuchen, a cultivator stepped out. In an instant, sword qi filled the air and turned into an appalling sword screen, enveloping Yi Futian and the rest. The sharp willow branches swayed gently onto the sword screen, and an ear-piercing sound actually erupted, but they could not penetrate the screen at all. At the same time, the silver snow guards moved. Snow danced in the sky and their spears pierced out like dragons. The terrifying snowstorm tried to bury the 6 emperors while an extreme coldness exploded from the silver spears. The 9 spears, along with the snowstorm, finally arrived and a silvery light enveloped the whole space around the 6 emperors. Then, everyone saw a strikingly brilliant, dazzling silvery light. No! Miserable cries erupted. Overpowered in terms of grades, Emperor Chu and the other 5 did not even have the chance to show their powers. The sky-blotting silver light penetrated their bodies like snow, and the silver spears passed through their throats, but there was no blood. Their blood and bodies were frozen directly. They stood motionlessly as if they had turned into statues. The 9 nobles flashed and returned behind Yi Futian quietly as if they had not done anything. The cultivators from the royal Xian temple looked at the 9 nobles. Who were they? Clearly, they were not from the college. Then why were they beside Yi Futian? Emperor Luo, as well as the other emperors, did not, however, bother about the identity of the 9 nobles. He only saw the death of the 6 emperors. They were killed like ants. At this instant, he felt sad because of the death of his kind. Would his ending be like this? As for Minister Hua and Nandu Yu, their faces turned completely pale, and even their bodies were trembling slightly, due to either the coldness of the air or the coldness within their hearts. They were emperors, the high-ups at all the places. In the 100 lands, they were kings. However, because of just one sentence from Yi Futian, the 6 emperors all died, turning into frozen statues. Suddenly, Nandu Yu thought about Nandu Tai, who had entered the noble's plane not long ago. An intense fear filled his heart. Chapter 298, The Supercilious Nandu Tai. Chapter 298, The Supercilious Nandu Tai. It was not just Emperor Luo, Minister Hua, and Nandu Yu who felt fear. Every single emperor present, who had been drinking and happily chatting with Emperor Luo about the future, felt some coldness fill their bodies. At this exact moment, Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at them casually. His look was filled with iciness and ridicule. Yi Futian obviously knew why these emperors were here. They were probably all waiting for Emperor Luo to destroy Kangye and really knew how to take advantage of an uncontrollable situation. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Seeing Yi Futian's look, all the emperors started to hate Emperor Luo. This bastard actually told them that he would kill Yi Futian in a few days' time and attack Kangye. They were all waiting for their benefits. However, at the moment, the 6 emperors had been frozen into statues, standing at their spots. This scene was too much. Turning his head, Yi Futian looked at Emperor Luo and Luo Junlin, and said, "There are 4 days left. You can start to prepare for your funerals." After that, he turned around and said, "Let's go." There were only 4 days left before the scheduled battle between him and Luo Junlin. He would let Emperor Luo spend the 4 days full of anxiety. The Kuanping ascended into the air and flew off into the distance. Outside the Nandu Nation Imperial Palace, countless people stared at the departing Kuanping and their hearts trembled fiercely. Yi Futian had broken into the palace by force and left in one piece. The cultivators from the royal Xian temple did not manage to make them stay. "That's Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi," someone said. Everyone also noticed the 2 on the back of the Kuanping. The 2 were brought into the palace by Emperor Chu, and now they were brought back by Yi Futian directly. What did this mean? Yi Futian came to the Nandu Nation Imperial Palace for them and successfully brought them back. What exactly happened in the palace? Nobody knew. At the moment, the palace was in dead silence. The 6 frozen statues stood there, and their throats all had similar wounds. Emperor Luo and Luo Junlin were speechless. Yi Futian asked them to prepare for their funerals. The people from the royal Xian temple gave a cold humph, after which they left. The various emperors did not continue to flatter. At the moment, they were only thinking about how to redeem themselves. What did the look from Yi Futian before he left exactly mean? Would he come back to get even with them? I need to go back and inform the leader. Nandu Yu suddenly thought of something. Yi Futian had come in such an overpowering way. Once he returned to Donghai, it would be a disaster for the Nandu clan. Luo Mengyang stared at the disappearing figure. She lowered her head slightly and her eyes were red. A strange feeling developed in her heart. He is back. The master is right. Turning around, Luo Mengyang left the place. Over the year, she had become much more mature. Minister Hua announced this to the public. 4 days later, Prince Luo Junlin will battle with Yi Futian outside the imperial palace. Life and death battle, Emperor Luo said coldly, looking into the distance. In this battle, he will surely slay Yi Futian. His voice was very firm, as if he was giving himself confidence. Luo Junlin could not afford to lose this battle. Defeat would be equivalent to death. He would die as well. Yes. Minister Hua nodded and turned around, walking out of the palace. Nandu Yu also followed him and left. He was already not in the mood to congratulate Emperor Luo. Moreover, he would be trying to kill himself should he do so at the moment. Everyone, please help yourself, Emperor Luo said emotionlessly. All the emperors cursed in their minds and hated Emperor Luo to the extreme. This bastard. Brother Luo, we will take our leave first, an emperor said, folding his hands. Although they really wanted to slap Emperor Luo to death now, they would still try not to offend him. From his words, there would be a life-and-death battle between Luo Junlin and Yi Futian. What if Luo Junlin wins? The various emperors ascended into the air and left one after another, all feeling very terrible. Emperor Luo sneered and glanced at them, after which he looked at the 6 frozen statues. All the emperors had come here willingly. They were merely small-minded people. Luo Mengyang came to the dilapidated courtyard again. Minister Zhuo was sitting there as usual, staring blankly at the sky. Master. Luo Mengyang lowered her head as if she was a girl who had done something wrong. He is back, Ministers were muttered as if he was speaking to himself. Yes, he is back. Luo Mengyang lifted her head and looked at Minister Zhuo. Much of his hair had already turned grey and he appeared to be very old. For some reason, she felt very bitter at the moment. Master, you were right. He not only came back, but the people from the royal Shen temple did not dare to touch him, Luo Mengyang said softly. That time, father suspected that you were being disloyal. But from the look of it, being the emperor of a kingdom will neither be his extreme nor be his target. Her father Emperor Luo had to be respectful towards the people from the royal Shen temple, while Yi Futian scolded them directly. What was an emperor to him? Would her master even betray her father just in order to help Yi Futian become an emperor? Betrayal? Ministers gave a self-mocking smile. I once wanted to redeem everything, but your father walked towards the abyss step by step. Destined to become an emperor? If I did not see her that day, maybe I will think so as well. In life, sometimes such things do happen. You will meet a person whom you are destined to meet at a particular time. That is no coincidence, but rather fate. Ha! Luo Mengyang did not understand. Ministers were recalled that fascinating figure in the sky. Her surname was Dong Huang, while his surname was Yi. They met in front of Emperor Yi Qing's statue. The two had a similar temperament. It was like they were born with it. Mengyang, you are already much more mature than 3 years ago, and not as capricious as that time. In the future, you still need to live your life properly, and not under the shadow of this period. Forget what is about to happen, ministers were urged. Luo Mengyang would not die, she was not a short-lived person. However, she was destined to be alone for her entire life. Although he said this, some things could not be changed by mere words. Luo Mengyang seemed to have vaguely understood something and felt extremely sad. With some tear marks at the corners of her eyes, she said softly, Master, if at that time I was not so capricious, if at that time I could be closer to him, and did not act superior because I was the princess, could I have changed everything? Ministers shook his head and said, Silly girl. It's not your fault. Luo Mengyang's eyes turned completely red. For some reason, tears started to flow down her cheeks continuously. The Kuanpeng soared in the sky. Emperor Yi also could not remain calm after the trip to the Nandu nation. Luo Junlin returned to kill Yi Futian? How ironic. Under Yi, you can settle the 6 nations including the Yunchu nation, Yi Futian said. All right. Emperor Yi nodded. Fei Yang, you can let Senior Kuan send Uncle Yi and the rest back to Kangya first. I have something to settle in Donghai City, Yi Futian said to Liu Feiyang. There were some things in Donghai which he had to deal with. Do you need us to follow you? Liu Feiyang asked. Nope. It's some family matter of my master and masteress. I will take care of them myself. The Silver Snow Guards will follow me, Yi Futian said. Okay, Liu Feiyang nodded. Then, the group split into 2. Emperor Yi, Liu Feiyang, Yi Wuchen, and the rest would return to Kangya. Yi Futian, Hua Jiyu, Yu Sheng, Hua Fengliu, Nandu Wenyin, Yi Xiong and Tanglan would go to Donghai. The Donghai city was quite remote and close to the East Sea. It was the main city of the East Sea Prefecture. The news that Prince Luo Junlin had returned had obviously spread to Donghai. However, the impact here was clearly much weaker than the imperial city. The two places were too far apart, and the people here could not feel the atmosphere there. Only major clans would pay close attention to the situation in the Nandu nation. To the Donghai city, the most significant event recently was that the leader of the Nandu clan had stepped into the noble plain. After the news spread, an endless stream of people started to visit the clan and give them presents, almost destroying the gates of the Nandu clan. In addition, people from many major clans wanted to ally with the Nandu clan through marriage. They sent their men to marry the ladies in the Nandu clan or sent their princesses to the Nandu clan. In the past, such a thing would definitely not happen. Although the Nandu clan was similarly very strong before this and was indeed the most powerful clan in Donghai, it was still an old royal family. The emperor was suspicious and would surely not allow it to grow excessively. It was therefore not necessarily a good idea to be too close to the Nandu clan. However, the situation at the moment was already different. At the instant when Nandu Tai stepped into the noble plain, they knew that many things would change. Emperor Luo might need to rely on his powers. Today, a grand banquet was being held in the Nandu clan. All the powerful people from the Donghai city had come here to send their congratulations. Inside the Nandu clan, the banquet seats were filled with people. All the major forces from the Donghua city had all arrived. An example was the Donghai Academy. It was of course led by Yang Shao, the headmaster of the School of the Emperor Star, and the Art Saint. The vice-headmaster of the School of the Emperor Star, Han Mo, had died mysteriously while chasing Yi Futian. At the moment, the Art Saint had taken over the position of the vice-headmaster. Apart from the people from the Donghai Academy, Lord Luo was also here, as well as large clans such as the Lin family. Lin Xie was among the people of the Lin family. She was sitting with her father. Mu Hong, whom Hua Fengliu and Yi Futian had visited before, was also here. He was Hua Fengliu's friend and was in the Arcana plane. That time, he rejected taking Yi Futian in as his disciple. In summary, almost all the important people from the Donghai city were present. Nobody dared to not give a noble some face. A noble was someone who might become an emperor. After everyone had sat down, Nandu Tai stepped in slowly with a majestic gait and a noble style. He glanced at the crowd with a dignified look and then approached the only seat at the front, after which he sat down. Greetings, Nandu clan leader. Everyone stood up one after another and saluted, appearing to be extremely respectful. From the moment he stepped into the noble plane, Nandu Tai's status was already different. Nandu Tai glanced at the crowd with a sharp look, feeling very pleased. The scene made him feel the honor his ancestors once had, the feeling of being worshipped by everyone. This day was not far away. Everyone, please sit, Nandu Tai said, waving his hand and fully displaying his style as a noble. Everyone thanked him and then sat down. Nandu Tai smiled. An emperor was worshipped by everyone just like this. At the moment, he was already a real king of the Donghai city, and the next step would be to become the emperor of a kingdom. He had already reached the required level, and all that was needed was an appropriate opportunity. He glanced at Nandu Wenshan, who was lowering his head, and sneered in his heart. So what if you are a direct descendant of the royal family? At the moment, he was already a true king. After the incident at that time, he did not punish Nandu Wenshan at all, because did not want to cross the line and also did not want another internal conflict. However, at the moment, the so-called descendant of the king no longer needed to exist, because he was the king. After Emperor Luo destroyed Yi Futian and the Kangye kingdom, Nandu Wenshan and his relatives could disappear as well. Chapter 299, Every single one of them. Chapter 299, Every single one of them. Since the School of the Emperor Star unified Donghai Academy, it had been taking firm control over the academy. However, as the best place to cultivate in the entire East Sea Prefecture, many young people from various places would still come here to cultivate. The academy was full of lively young people, many of whom were also discussing the situation of the Nandu clan. A noble had actually appeared in Donghai city, causing many juniors in the academy to develop a sense of admiration. At the moment, a group of people with extraordinary temperaments appeared outside Donghai Academy and stepped into it. They were, of course, Yi Futian and his team. Yi Futian, Hua Jiyu, Yu Sheng, Yi Qingxian, and Tang Wn walked in front, stepping into the familiar place. They all felt that the things here had stayed the same, but the people had changed. 2 years ago, they were cultivating here, but it was as if a long time had passed. They even felt like the environment was already somewhat unfamiliar. Yi Xiong, Hua Fengliu, Nandu Wenyin, and Tang Lan similarly sighed with emotions. They were also part of Donghai Academy in the past, and Yi Xiong was even the headmaster of the School of the Finance Star. Hua Fengliu and Nandu Wenyin had cultivated in the School of the Emperor Star before, while Tang Lan had cultivated in the School of the Finance Star. However, was the Donghai Academy now still the same Donghai Academy? The auras of Yi Futian and his team members were too outstanding, and therefore they attracted the attention of all the disciples instantly, especially Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu, who were walking at the front. Their looks were really too amazing. They are probably not disciples of Donghai Academy, right? Suddenly, a disciple who was about 18 years old walked past. Seeing Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu, his look immediately froze. Yi Futian, Hua Jiyu. He stopped and muttered to himself, "Headmaster Yi." Then, he turned around quickly and ran into the distance. Immediately, the news that Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu had returned alarmed the entire Donghai Academy. Even those young people were shocked after knowing their identities. Are they the ones who caused a great disturbance in the Nandu nation that time? They were from Donghai Academy. After a while, some elders came to the place. Seeing Yi Xiong, Hua Fengliu, and the rest, they took in a deep breath. "Yi Xiong," someone shouted. "Where is Yang Shao?" Yi Xiong asked directly. "Why are you back here?" someone questioned. "Let's go to the School of the Emperor Star," Yi Futian said coldly. The group continued to walk forward. When they reached the School of the Emperor Star, many disciples had already come down from the mountain and were staring coldly at them. Of course, some vigilance could be felt from the disciples. "Where is Yang Shao?" Yi Futian asked. "Is my grandmaster buried at the School of the Emperor Star?" That time, he had warned Yang Shao that his grandmaster must be buried at the School of the Emperor Star. Otherwise, he would let the whole school be buried with his grandmaster. "The School of the Emperor Star is not a graveyard," someone said coldly. "So this means my grandmaster is not buried here." Yi Futian's tone became cold. He started to step forward. "Yi Futian, Nandu Tai has already entered the noble plane. I advise all of you to leave," someone said. "Nandu Tai, noble?" Yi Futian sneered. He looked at Yi Xiong and said, "Grandmaster's death was directly caused by Minister Hua and Nandu Tai, right?" "Yes," Yi Xiong nodded. "Okay, Nandu Tai will be buried with him," Yi Futian said emotionlessly. The hearts of the people from the School of the Emperor Star trembled. Yi Xiong took a step forward and a powerful might spread out. Looking at the people from the School of the Emperor Star, he asked, "Where is Elder Qin buried?" Feeling the pressure from Yi Xiong, the faces of the people from the School of the Emperor Star darkened, but they still did not speak. Bang! Yi Xiong stepped forward and punched out. In that instant, thousands of after-images burst out from his fist. The expressions of the people in front changed drastically as they tried to block. However, following many loud bangs, they flew out directly one after another and spat up much blood. Their faces turned pale as they gazed at Yi Xiong. The headmaster of the School of the Finance Star was becoming stronger and stronger. "Where?" Yi Xiong stepped forward. After Elder Qin died, the School of the Emperor Star discussed how to bury him. The school is a place for cultivation and obviously cannot be used to bury anyone. Therefore, we cremated Elder Qin's body. His ashes have been placed at the location where he used to live. In this way, we did not bring disgrace to him, someone said. Ashes. Yi Futian gave a somewhat dreary smile. He flashed and started walking in the air. Hua Jiyu followed him and they went to the place where Hua Jiyu once lived, which was also where Elder Qin had resided. When they arrived at Elder Qin's former residence, the place was already overgrown with weeds. The dilapidated courtyard had not been cleaned for a long time and was even sealed up. Nobody cared about the place. In the old house where Elder Qin used to live, there was a cinerary casket. Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu stood in front of the cinerary casket and felt very sad. Tears flowed down from Hua Jiyu's eyes as she said softly, "Grandmaster." Yi Futian's eyes were also slightly red. He still remembered Elder Qin teaching him how to play the guqin at this place during that time. The smile from the kindly elder was so amiable. That day after waking up in the morning, the elder saw him with Jiyu and blessed them with eternal love. He also recalled the music A Chaotic Nation at the Nandu clan that time. Although Elder Qin was about to die, he played the piece with much vigor and dignity which remained in everyone's memories forever. However, after he died, he was merely placed here alone. Thinking about this, Yi Futian felt an intense sorrow surging up his heart. The elder was laid quietly in the school of the Emperor Star. Most disciples of Donghai Academy probably did not even know that such a person existed. Yi Futian knelt on the ground and started kowtowing at the dust-filled cinerary casket. His head collided with the ground and actually produced a clear sound. With her face wet with tears, Hua Jiyu knelt down and also started to kowtow at the deceased elder. Then, Hua Fengliu and Nandu Wenyin walked up as well and knelt down. This was their master. "Grandmaster, you like the school of the Emperor Star. I will let you stay here. Although you like a quiet environment, I do not hope that you will still be so lonely after passing. Therefore, I will do certain things. Grandmaster, please forgive me." Yi Futian raised his head and looked at the cinerary casket. Donghai Academy should not forget about such a senior. Yi Xiong also supported Yi Futian. Elder Qin had no intention of becoming reputed otherwise. He would not have stayed alone in the school of the Emperor Star to practice guqin, but they could not bear seeing him being still so lonely after dying. "Yes," Yi Futian nodded. Then, he stood up and walked outside. Some coldness flashed across his eyes. He ascended into the air and flew towards the most central part of the school of the Emperor Star, while the silver snow guards followed him closely. The group reached the top of the glorious palace in the school. Below them, there was a straight flight of stairs that could lead all the way down from the school of the Emperor Star. "Yi Futian, how dare you?" Seeing Yi Futian being so rude, many people from the school of the Emperor Star came to scold him. "I'll give you an hour. All scram. From today onwards, the school of the Emperor Star will no longer exist," Yi Futian said coldly. His voice spread towards the distance, causing many people to be astonished. During the time when Yi Futian was younger, he stood at the gates of the school of the Emperor Star. He played Decree of the General and allowed everyone to witness his unparalleled elegance. Today, he stood on top of the school of the Emperor Star and announced that from that day on, there would be no more school of the Emperor Star. Arrogant. An Arcana Plane cultivator stepped forward. Immediately, Silver 9 glanced at him and a noble-level ice intent bloomed. With just one look, the Arcana Plane cultivator stopped in the air. Then snow covered his body and he turned into an ice statue in midair. Accompanied by a clear sound, the frozen statue exploded and his body was crushed directly with it. Immediately, the looks from all the people in the school of the Emperor Star froze and their faces turned pale. The 9 cultivators stood behind Yi Futian and an extremely terrifying coldness spread from them. That was the aura of nobles. They were 9 nobles. "Seal the school of the Emperor Star with ice," Yi Futian said coldly. The 9 nobles stepped forward and walked towards different directions. An intense coldness engulfed the entire school and snow suddenly started to fall from the sky. Every piece of snow was filled with bone-penetrating iciness. When the snow landed on the cultivators from the school of the Emperor Star, they actually felt that the coldness was seeping into their bones. Soon, the school was filled with heavy snow. "It's so cold." All the disciples of the school of the Emperor Star were shivering. Even those who were cultivating were forced to stop due to the coldness, after which they walked out of their places. Then, the cultivators from the school rushed down the mountain one after another. "Go to the Nandu clan and inform the headmaster," someone said. The snow was getting heavier and the place was also getting colder. Below the school of the Emperor Star, The disciples of Donghai Academy rushed over one by one and raised their heads to look at the snow-filled sky above the school. They all felt a horrifying coldness surround them. Gradually, the school of the Emperor Star seemed to be covered with a silvery layer and became crystal clear. The disciples of Donghai Academy all seemed to be flabbergasted. Are they going to freeze the entire school of the Emperor Star? This is crazy. Futian stood at the peak of the school of the Emperor Star. Around him, an endless amount of snow danced and turned into a snowman. Then, he used spiritual chi as his sword and actually started to carve in the snow. He closed his eyes and the image of the elder playing the guqin appeared vividly in his mind. His sword danced in the air continuously and snow filled the entire place. Slowly, a statue depicting an elder sitting cross-legged and playing the guqin appeared before him. The statue was very large, and its height reached 10 meters. With Futian's carving, he gradually started to look more lively. Futian was an inscriber and could naturally carve. Time passed by slowly. The school of the Emperor Star was already fully covered with ice, and the huge statue was finally completed. The kindly elder was sitting there quietly and his callus-filled hands were placed on the strings of the guqin. However, Futian did not stop. He continued to carve a crane which stood beside the elder with its head raised high. Hua Jiyu, Hua Fengliu and the rest all watched in silence. The statue really resembled the actual person in terms of appearance and expression. Then, Futian took out Elder Qin's ashes and buried them below the statue. He turned around and said to Silver One, "Senior, I hope that the statue will remain here forever." Silver One walked forward. Then, an extremely frightening coldness erupted from his body and a snowstorm raged in the air. A powerful spell was cast and gushed towards the statues. Very soon, the two statues were covered by a silvery layer and looked crystal clear, as if they would remain frozen for thousands of years. Walking back, Futian glanced at the frozen school of the Emperor Star, after which he said, "We will go to the Nandu clan now and bring Nandu Tai and Yang Shao here. I want them to be turned into ice statues and kneel down in front of Grandmaster to repent forever. And also Minister Hua and Emperor Luo. These were the culprits who had caused his Grandmaster to die. He would bring them here, every single one of them." Chapter 300, See You Off. Chapter 300, See You Off. The Nandu clan was filled with guests who were chatting and laughing casually. The grand banquet had drawn most of the famous clans and families in Donghai City. Nandu Tai sat high at the front and felt extremely prestigious. The people who could sit close to Nandu Tai were all power holders of Donghai City, such as the headmaster of the school of the Emperor Star, the new chief of the East Sea Prefecture, Lord Luo, and the like. "Brother Nandu, congratulations on the breakthrough. After His Majesty attacks Kangye, and the situation in the 100 Lands changes, His Majesty will very likely become the king of the 100 Lands. At that time, perhaps you will have the chance to become the king of a region as well," Lord Luo said suddenly, smiling. "Lord Luo, you are too polite. I will still need you to compliment me in front of His Majesty," Nandu Tai said, smiling. "That's for sure. A noble has emerged in Donghai City and everyone has come to congratulate you. I believe that among the people present now, there are many distinguished ones and also many talented juniors. Using this opportunity, I think that we can ask these juniors to give a performance to liven the atmosphere of the banquet," Lord Luo said. A few years ago during his birthday banquet, there were also juniors who performed to complement the joyful atmosphere. However, Futian appeared at that time and surprised the entire banquet with his melody of the white feathers. Then, he defeated Ju Mu and almost caused Lord Luo to be unable to find a way out of the awkward situation. Luckily, he interfered secretly and the atmosphere of the banquet was ultimately not affected. At the moment, there were so many juniors present. Their performances must be very remarkable. All right. I also want to see for myself the young talents of Donghai City nowadays. If there is anyone with an outstanding performance, I will surely reward the person heavily, Nandu Tai said with a smile on his face. He recalled the junior Hua Jiyu of his Nandu clan. She was so outstanding, and the Nandu clan had also prepared to use a lot of resources to cultivate her. However, Unfortunately, she wanted to be with Yi Futian. Although her talents were exceptional and she had entered a powerful force now, Luo Junlin claimed that he was going to kill Yi Futian and this may affect her. Then, various young talents walked up to perform one after the other. Jumu also performed. His drawing was becoming more and more fantastic. Mu Hong also asked his children to perform. Mu Yunqing and Mu Yuni made an amazing performance as well. "Xie, don't you want to display your skills?" Lord Luo said, looking at Lin Xie. Lin Xie's eyes sparkled, after which she shook her head gently and said, "Lord, I am only mediocre and will not go up to show my inadequacies." "Brother Lin," Xie is becoming more and more humble. Smiling, Lord Luo looked at Lin Xie's father and said, "Now, the girl is becoming more beautiful and she is at her prettiest age. Does she have a lover already?" "Lord Luo, she is focused on cultivation only and does not think about love issues," Lin Xie's father said, smiling. Clearly, he knew about his daughter's thoughts. She already had a person in her heart, but it was destined to be impossible. That person was destined to be in a different world from his daughter. He had told his daughter about this before. Despite that, however, Lin Xie would probably not be interested in the talents of Donghai City. "Haha, I think that the disciple of the art saint, Ju Mu, is not bad. They two also know each other. Brother Art Saint and Brother Lin, what do you think?" After drinking a few glasses of alcohol, Lord Luo started to match them randomly. Ju Mu looked at Lin Xie, who was indeed very beautiful. Of course, she was still not as good-looking as the girl whom he once liked. In the past, he always wanted to chase Hua Jiyu, but the events that had happened afterward had made him more realistic. He and Hua Jiyu were not from the same kind of world. That time, his master failed to chase Nandu Wenyin. On the other hand, he did not even have the rights to chase her. Her boyfriend was destined to be his unbeatable rival. Therefore, he was not resistant towards Lin Xie at the moment. "Lord, I do not have such a thought at the moment," Lin Xie rejected. Lord Luo was stunned, after which he smiled and said, "I was being too gossipy. Lord Luo, it's only because she is still immature. When she grows up, she will know your good intentions." The words from Lin Xie's father were very euphemistic. Lord Luo smiled and nodded. Among the crowd, Xu Yuyan looked at the scene quietly. She was the princess of the Xu family, a large clan in Donghai City, and had been cultivating in the school of the Emperor Star. In the past, her relationship with Hua Jiyu was extremely well. She did not like the banquet today, because she did not like how the people of the Nandu clan behaved. However, her father wanted to bring her here, so she had no other choices. "I wonder how Jiyu is doing right now." Suddenly, a group of cultivators ran in fast from the outside of the Nandu clan. They rushed here from Donghai Academy to inform their leader. They hurried into the Nandu clan and were about to inform everyone present. However, at the same time, another group of cultivators also arrived outside the Nandu clan. They were, of course, Yi Futian and his team who had departed later. Despite that, their speed was much faster and therefore the two groups arrived almost simultaneously. Yi Futian, Hua Jiyu, and the rest stood outside the Nandu clan. This noble house still looked very stylish. When Yi Futian first came here, Hua Fengliu was the one who brought him in. That time, Yi Futian said that one day, the Nandu clan would beg Hua Fengliu to go in. However, at the moment, he no longer needed the Nandu clan to beg them, because that would be useless anyway. When the guards saw them, they looked extremely astonished. Yi Futian, Hua Jiyu, Nandu Wenyin, Hua Fengliu. The many charming faces that appeared before them made them panic. A long rod appeared in Yi Futian's hand, the 5-element rod. The rod expanded continuously and a brilliant light flew on it. Looking at the gates of this noble house, Yi Futian's body started spinning forward. Then, he lifted the rod and smashed it down fiercely. Following a loud bang, the gates were struck open. He walked forward and stepped into the Nandu clan. The loud noise spread into the Nandu clan. At the banquet, the eyes of many sparkled as they looked at the outside. Nandu Tai asked coldly, "What is happening?" Just as he finished speaking, a group of people rushed in hurriedly. They found the headmaster of the school of the Emperor Star, Yang Shao, and shouted urgently, "Headmaster, Yi Futian, Yi Xiong, and they are all back." Boom! Yang Shao immediately stood up. Many people's hands which were holding wine glasses froze in the air. After they recovered from the surprise, they looked outside again. That loud bang! In the distance, a group of people walked into the Nandu clan through the gates. Yi Futian was walking in front with the 5-element rod in his hand. Nandu Wenyin and Hua Jiyu were behind him. They also did not expect to enter the Nandu clan in such a way. Stop! A few guards walked forward, attempting to stop Yi Futian and his team from advancing further. However, countless vines swept towards them and they could not escape at all. Immediately, their bodies were lifted and smashed onto the ground forcefully. Dharma! The people from the Nandu clan were shocked. Yi Futian was already at the Dharma plane. Still, there were brave guards who walked forward. However, with no exception, they were all blown backward. Yi Futian and his team continued to move forward, walking towards the banquet step by step. The banquet was very grand and spread out over a long distance. When Yi Futian reached one end of the banquet, he was still quite far away from Nandu Tai. Nevertheless, Nandu Tai could already see them. The people on the banquet stepped back one after another as they watched Yi Futian and his team walk forward. The enthusiastic atmosphere just now had totally vanished at the moment. Eventually, Yi Futian moved closer and closer to the front of the banquet. Lin Xie stared at the handsome figure and a strange expression appeared in her eyes. Is he finally back? Recently, there were many rumors claiming that Luo Junlin would kill Yi Futian and destroy Kangye. She did not believe them. Jumu naturally saw Yi Futian as well and his face turned pale. Yi Futian was destined to be his unbeatable rival. Since Yi Futian stepped into Donghai City, his situation became very bleak. The art saint looked at Hua Fengliu and Nandu Wenyin and sighed in his heart. Yang Shao's face darkened. These people actually broke in just like this. Nandu Wenshan stood up and happiness erupted from his eyes. His sister was finally back. Nandu Tai was still sitting there and stared coldly at Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu. Very lively. Just like the other day. Yi Futian smiled, but it was a sneer. He recalled that during the year-end of that particular year, the Nandu clan was also very lively. Many people were here, including Minister Hua and Xia Feng, the former chief of the East Sea Prefecture. Today, everything was just like that day. The place fell into a deafening silence. Everyone looked at Yi Futian and his team. They just broke into the place like this and nobody knew where they obtained the courage to do so. I heard that you have entered the noble plane and set a banquet here. Congratulations, Yi Futian said, smiling at Nandu Tai. Nandu Tai's eyes sparkled. Yi Futian knew that he was already a noble, and still dared to enter like this. He looked at Yi Xiong, and then at the 9 figures at the back. Who were these 9 people? That day, my grandmaster played a piece of music here. Today, I will also play one. Yi Futian smiled and continued, to see you off. Nandu Tai stood up and his expression turned extremely cold. See him off. Take him down, Nandu Tai said. Immediately, Nandu Ku stomped on the ground and flew towards Yi Futian. He bent his hands, which were glittering with a sharp, golden light just like the claws of an eagle, and struck towards Yi Futian. Feeling his aura, Hua Fengliu and the rest did not respond at all. With the 5-element rod in his hand, an appalling might erupted directly from Yi Futian's body. He stomped on the ground and looked as imposing as the furious thunder. A terrifying power converged on his body and then he struck the rod forward. The strike seemed to have gathered all the powers from the heaven and the earth. 7th level Dharma plane. Everyone was astonished. In merely 2 years' time, Yi Futian was already in the 7th level Dharma plane. More frighteningly, the strike brought with it the powers of wind and thunder. The rod filled the entire sky and seemed to be shattering the earth itself. Bang! Nandu Ku gave out a miserable cry. The bones in his hand cracked and he was blown backward directly. He held his right arm with his left hand in pain and his face was as pale as a sheet. He was in the Arcana plane. Even though it was only the lower Arcana plane, he was still a strong cultivator in the East Sea Prefecture. However, he could not even take a single hit from Yi Futian. At this very moment, Nandu Ku recalled the scene when he first saw Yi Futian. That day, Hua Fengliu told him that he would eventually remember Yi Futian's name. At that time, he turned his nose up at it. However, what about now? Uncle. Yi Futian turned his head and looked at Nandu Wenshan. Nandu Wenshan stared at Yi Futian and emotions filled his heart. The previous juvenile was already so strong at the moment. Futian, Wenyin, Jiyu, Nandu Wenshan shouted. Brother, everything is over now, Nandu Wenyin said softly. From her tone, Nandu Wenshan could feel a very strong confidence. He smiled. Was everything really over? Uncle, are you willing to become the emperor of the Nandu nation? Yi Futian asked. Right after he finished speaking, everyone's look froze. Chapter 301, Debt Collection. Chapter 301, Debt Collection. Yi Futian asked Nandu Wenshan if he was willing to become the emperor of the Nandu nation. Since when was the emperor of the Nandu nation determined by Yi Futian? Even Nandu Tai, who had already become a noble, did not dare to have such thoughts. Apart from Emperor Luo, there were also cultivators from the royal Shen temple who were brought here by Luo Junlin. The Nandu nation might even become the king of the 100 lands. Yet, Yi Futian asked Nandu Wenshan so casually. How dare you? Lord Luo stood up. Pointing at Yi Futian, he said coldly, boastful fanatic. Yi Futian glanced at him and said, that time in the Luo palace when I was battling with Ju Mu, was it you or the art saint who intervened secretly? At that time, he did not dare to ask. However, at the moment he obviously no longer cared about it. I don't understand what you are saying, Lord Luo said coldly. I'll settle that with you later. Yi Futian glanced at him and continued to look at Nandu Wenshan. Uncle, Nandu Tai's immediate relatives will no longer exist after today. I will not let any of those who participated in the event 2 years ago off. As long as you agree, after I settle all the issues, you will control the Nandu nation. The nation clan after the cleanup will very likely still be the king of the Nandu nation. Yi Futian would certainly not eliminate the entire Nandu clan. After all, Hua Jiyu, as well as his masteress and uncle, was part of the Nandu royal family in the first place. Brother, this is the unfulfilled wish of our ancestors. You should take it, Nandu Wenyin also said. The conversation between the two caused the faces of all the people around to turn serious. If Yi Futian was only being arrogant, then how about Nandu Wenyin? All right, Nandu Wenshan nodded. He was part of the royal family in the first place, so of course, he would be willing to control the Nandu nation. Furthermore, he also knew that Nandu Tai was already planning to deal with him. Over the 2 years, he had been watched all the time. After Nandu Tai entered the noble plane, he would occasionally glance at Nandu Wenshan with a murderous look. Uncle, that time you and Masteress were both present. Help me to identify all the people who participated in the event that year, Yi Futian said. No problem. Nandu Wenshan nodded again. Of course, he knew that Yi Futian would definitely not let those people off. That day was really tragic for him. Back then, he was only in the glory plane and broke into the Nandu clan alone. He displayed his unparalleled talents in an attempt to obtain support from the Nandu clan, but Nandu Tai rejected it. Then, Minister Hua and Nandu Tai gave the order to kill him. That time, Yi Futian was only a juvenile. How sad. On that day, Hua Jiyu was forced to stab herself with a sharp blade. In order to be with Yi Futian, she almost committed suicide. On that day, Elder Qin played a chaotic nation here with his own life. When the music finally stopped, he also vanished, being forced to death. On that day, Yi Xiong, Yi Futian, and Hua Fengliu were all chased and almost died together. If they were not lucky, they would not have escaped alive. Now Yi Futian had returned. How could he possibly let those people off? Yi Futian would surely kill Minister Hua, Nandu Tai, the headmaster of the School of the Emperor Star, and the like. The cleanup of the Nandu clan was inevitable. Where did you get that confidence? Nandu Tai stood up. His noble level might spread out and a terrifying noble will pressured towards Yi Futian. He wanted to see why Yi Futian was so confident. Silver snow guards, Yi Futian shouted. Yes. The 9 cultivators walked forward and stopped behind Yi Futian. Immediately, 9 noble auras erupted simultaneously. In just an instant, a bone-penetrating coldness engulfed the entire place. Nobles. Everyone was terror-stricken. The 9 armored cultivators at the back who were dressed like guards were actually all nobles. Nandu Tai's face turned very pale and the aura around him withered immediately. Although he was already a noble, each of the 9 people before him was stronger than himself in terms of will and might. How could he even win this? His body trembled slightly as he stared firmly at Yi Futian. No. He was not resigned to his fate. He had just entered the noble plane, which was the level of an emperor. Disable Nandu Tai and Yang Shao first. I want them alive, Yi Futian said again. Then, some light shone. He sat down cross-legged and his Guqin spirit appeared. He put his fingers on the Guqin and stroked the strings. A sharp noise spread out and even caused space to vibrate. Many of the people present were also guests at the Nandu clan 2 years ago. Immediately, they knew what Yi Futian was going to play. It was the amazing piece that Elder Qin had played 2 years ago, A Chaotic Nation. I will use this piece of music to see you off, Yi Futian said. By seeing them off he was referring to disabling or killing them. Hua Jiyu walked up to Yi Futian and sat down beside him, looking quietly at him as he played the Guqin. The jingling music spread out and increased in volume continuously as if he would never give in to fate and was fighting back. The scene 2 years ago appeared vividly in his mind. His grandmaster came here on a crane and told him that he would teach Yi Futian one last piece of music. Even at that moment, his grandmaster was still so gentle and kindly. The 9 nobles walked out in the music. Nandu Wenshan and Nandu Wenyin went beside them. Everyone, please cooperate and stay where you are, Yi Xiong said, scanning the crowd present. Everyone's heart trembled fiercely, and nobody dared to move. Today, Yi Futian was here to collect his debt. He was here to collect what they owed him 2 years ago. The sharp music was ear-piercing. Many people from the Nandu clan felt fear after listening to the music, including Nandu Tai. He looked at the nobles walking towards him and then at Nandu Wenyin, after which he said, Wenyin, how have I been treating you? Nandu Wenyin glanced at him coldly and said, that time, you destroyed my life. Although I hated you, I still chose to stay in the Nandu clan, because my surname is Nandu. Nevertheless, I do not wish that my daughter will follow in my path. However, you wanted to control Jiyu's life again. I said that I would betroth Jiyu to Futian. What did you do? Yi Futian came alone to the Nandu clan, wanting to redeem everything at all costs. You still had a choice at that time. If you chose to support him back then, you would have become the king of the Nandu nation. However, what did you choose? Kill. You wanted to kill Yi Futian, and almost forced Jiyu to death. It is unforgivable, Nandu Wenyin said coldly. Disable him. Wenyin, I'm your uncle. Nandu Tai watched as the aura from the 9 nobles engulfed his body, and the frightening coldness froze everything. He was overpowered by their noble wills and their levels, and could not resist the domineering will at all. The difference was simply too big. He felt that he could hardly move. His body was about to be frozen and his will extinguished. No, I am a noble. Nandu Tai trembled. He was not resigned to his fate. The tingling music reached his ears and sounded so ear-piercing. At this very moment, Nandu Tai recalled the day when Elder Qin played A Chaotic Nation. He recalled the unbending young man 2 years ago who was so outstanding. However, he still did not choose Yi Futian, because he thought that killing Yi Futian in order to spare all later trouble was much easier. However, how about now? The cold spear stabbed Nandu Tai's body slowly, nailing him against the throne. Against several high-level nobles, he could not resist at all. Following a muffled humph, Nandu Tai's pale face was filled with pain, regret, and fear. Yi Futian said that the Nandu clan would still exist. Nandu Wenshan would become the emperor and control the Nandu nation. That was the position that he had longed for. He thought that after entering the noble plane, he would become the emperor. It seemed like a pleasant dream. He smiled drearily. If he had decided to support Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu back then, would the Nandu nation be his leader? Looking at Nandu Tai, who was nailed onto the throne, the faces of all the people from the Nandu clan turned pale and were filled with terror. Yang Shao was even more frightened. He knew clearly that while Yi Futian might spare the others, he would certainly not be able to run away. Buzz! Yang Shao's body flashed out in an attempt to escape. However, a noble stepped forward. Ice filled the entire sky and froze his body directly. The entire region of space was frozen and Yang Shao turned into an ice statue. The noble walked forward and punched the ice statue. The ice crushed and Yang Shao spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell down from the sky, feeling as if all his organs had been destroyed. In just a short while, Nandu Tai, the leader of the Nandu clan, and Yang Shao, the headmaster of the School of the Emperor Star, were disabled. Apart from the music, the whole place was in a complete silence. The banquet seemed to be so ironic at the moment. Today, all the powerful people from Donghai City came here to congratulate Nandu Tai's breakthrough into the noble plane. However, they were actually here to see him get disabled. Fear filled the face of Lord Luo. He looked at the scene in horror and his face turned pale. Apart from him, Mu Hong also felt extremely scared at the moment. That time, Hua Fengliu and Yi Futian came to him and wanted him to take in Yi Futian as his disciple. He rejected it and his daughter mocked them. Later, his children had some conflicts with Yi Futian. However, the young man whom he had rejected taking in as a disciple was no weaker than him at the moment. He defeated Nandu Ku instantly with just one strike. His background was even more frightening. He could let 9 nobles listen to his orders. How pathetic. The person whom he rejected as a disciple and mocked in his heart that time was so strong now that he could not even resolve things. Lin Xie stared at Yi Futian, who was playing the guqin, and looked very lost. He was becoming more and more outstanding. That time on the Tingfeng banquet, he was already brilliant enough. However, after 1 year, he had become a legend. Lin Xie's father looked at his daughter and sighed in his heart. This girl is going down deeper and deeper. In the future, how can anyone else interest her? Xu Yuyan looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu. She recalled Hua Jiyu's look when she was thinking about Yi Futian back then in the School of the Emperor Star, like a girl in love. That time, Xu Yuyan laughed at Hua Jiyu. Now that she looked at the two again, they were really a golden couple, a match made in heaven. Perhaps only they would look harmonious when they were together. I really do bless them. The music continued and its volume increased rapidly. Around Yi Futian, miserable cries broke out constantly. Nandu Wenshan and Nandu Wenyin had brought the 9 nobles and started the cleanup. Those who participated in the battle 2 years ago were all killed. Those who participated in the event but not the battle were all permanently disabled. Chapter 302, A True Man. Chapter 302, A True Man. A vigorous cleansing began in the Nandu clan. Today, all the important figures in Donghai City were present. They were all testy as if they were sitting on needles. One could imagine how they felt inside. The music was still loud and strong, melding perfectly into the scene. The world seemed to be unsettled. Not only did Yi Futian want to cleanse the Nandu clan, but he also wanted to kill Emperor Luo and replace him with Nandu Wenshan. The latter was the king of Nandu. So what if his cultivation wasn't enough? Nandu Tai was nailed to his seat. Seeing everything happen, his heart was in pain. Yi Futian kept playing quietly, not even looking at him. Now, Nandu Tai understood that he was definitely going to die. He looked at how Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu matched each other. Actually, Nandu Tai had wanted to bless them before, but he wasn't that powerful. When he saw how extraordinary Yi Futian was and Emperor Luo's decree arrived with Minister Hua, he could only try to kill Yi Futian. What would have happened if he believed Yi Futian would gamble everything? That day, Elder Qin and Yi Xiong successfully helped them escape. If the Nandu clan's power was added to that, they could definitely succeed. At that time, he might have accomplished his goal of sitting onto the Nandu nation's throne. But now, it was all just a dream. He closed his eyes, the music entering his ears. His heart was already filled with despair. Yang Shao was the same. Disabled of his cultivation, he stared at Yi Futian with hatred. Back then, Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu had studied at the Donghai Academy. Hua Jiyu had been at the school of the Emperor Star too, but now they were at this level. "Let us two fight," Hua Fengliu said to the art saint. "All right." The art saint nodded. His battle with the Guqin devil would continue. The two controlled themselves from being affected by Yi Futian's music and started fighting. One played music while the other painted. The cacophonous music painted a chaotic image. Ju Mu was lost without his youthful charisma. His old opponent was way out of his league now. He couldn't even gaze up at Yi Futian while on his tiptoes. After a long while, the Guqin devil and art saint's fight came to an end. This time, Hua Fengliu disabled the art saint's life spirit. He thrummed the instrument strings lightly and then stopped. Looking up at his old opponent, he said, "You should know how you defeated me back then. I know it's not your fault. The school of the Emperor Star wanted you to win, so you did. Teacher couldn't do anything and always felt guilty, even sacrificing himself for my daughter and student." The art saint chuckled dryly. Of course he knew, had always known. This was why he never felt joy or bragged about defeating Hua Fengliu. It hadn't been a glorious fight but had become a classic battle that everyone in the Donghai city knew about. The surrounding people were shocked. They didn't know the fight from back then had been rigged. Hua Fengliu had never talked about it publicly or explained anything. Everyone thought he had lost. Now that he defeated the art saint, he revealed the truth. Finally, Yi Futian's music stopped. The cruel pressure gradually lifted. The Nandu clan was in ruins. Many strong cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star had suffered as well. "Uncle, the Nandu clan will be yours," Yi Futian said. "Take these two to Donghai Academy." With that, he turned to walk away. There were many familiar faces here today, but he wasn't in the mood. The group returned to the Donghai Academy with Nandu Tai and Yang Shao. The school of the Emperor Star, sealed with ice now, was magnificent. It looked like a miraculous scene. The disciples of the academy were all grouped there, looking at the ice mountain and the statue of the old man playing the guqin at the peak. Many people didn't know who he was. They'd only heard from others that this was a senior who played a chaotic nation 2 years ago, sacrificing himself to save Yi Futian. "They're back." The crowd came to life. Yi Futian's group returned powerfully in the air with Nandu Tai and Yang Shao captured. Many people trembled at the sight. Nandu Tai was now a noble. Yang Shao was the controller of the Donghai Academy. These two could be said to be the most powerful of Donghai City. Now, they were being taken to the school of the Emperor Star as if they were nothing. After that, they were forced to kneel before Elder Qin's statue. "Yi Futian, just hurry up. Elder Qin is my senior brother, after all. Your master, Hua Fengliu, calls me Uncle Master too," Yang Shao said fearfully. He was afraid now. Not only was he about to die, but Yi Futian also wanted him to kneel before Elder Qin forever. Even death couldn't atone for his sins. He would be spit upon for eternity. Yi Futian ignored him. Did he only know of their relationship now? After Grandmaster had died, his body had been burned and bones buried in the courtyard. No one cared for him and weeds abounded, turning it into an abandoned land. When did Yang Shao ever think of his senior brother? His people had killed his senior brother. "Grandmaster, the Luo family and Minister Hua will kneel here to repent after this." Looking at the statue, he said coldly, "Seal them." The silver snow guard nodded. Horribly cold aura descended upon the two. The extreme ice spell fell onto Nandu Tai and Yang Shao. "No!" Nandu Tai and Yang Shao trembled in fear but to no avail. They quickly became two ice statues, kneeling before the other statue to repent. Yi Futian stared at the statues for a long while without speaking. Returning to Donghai City this time, he'd resolved some matters. Now, only Luo Junlin and his father and Minister Hua were left. They were the true masterminds. Senior Yi, who will take care of Donghai Academy? Yi Futian asked. I will, Yi Xiong said. I'll stay here. He'd seen the world but discovered that one's talent was truly destined. He was old and had reached his limit. He planned on staying here and teaching the younger generation. Hopefully, greedy forces like the school of the Emperor Star wouldn't appear anymore. Schools were places of education. It was the place to contribute to the later generations. He was willing to stay here and contribute his own strength. Yi Futian froze. Tang Lan and Yu Sheng walked up, calling, Master. Father. Yi Qingxuan's eyes froze too. Yi Xiong chuckled. What? I'm old and can't mess around with you all. Yu Sheng, I'm handing Qingxian to you. My life is worth it because I can have such an extraordinary disciple. Are you crazy? Yi Futian said, staring at him. What are you thinking? How can you improve in a small place like Donghai City? Yi Xiong glared at him. What do you know? Donghai City is a small place. That's why I must stay. I've learned much these 2 years and can open up the minds of many youths here so they won't be restricted to this small world. They should have a wider view of their life. Plus, with your example, I can brag forever here to motivate the youngsters. Yi Futian was speechless. He knew how Yi Xiong was. Since he'd decided, no one could change his mind. Then, come find us when you're tired of it all. Yi Futian didn't try persuading him anymore. All right, you dare say this now that you're independent. Just don't act like you don't know me in the future, Yi Xiong said, shooting him a look. How could I? Yi Futian rolled his eyes. Yi Xiong turned and stepped forward. Countless eyes below the school of the Emperor Star fell upon him. He gazed down at the crowd and said, I am Yi Xiong, headmaster of the school of the Finance Star. I've decided to return to Donghai Academy. Headmaster Yi. Headmaster. Many of the old members of the school of the Finance Star were excited. Was their headmaster really returning under these circumstances? I know that you all have many questions about what happened today. Some are furious too, Yi Xiong said to everyone. 2 years ago, my disciple, Yi Futian, fell in love with Hua Jiyu, a disciple of the school of the Emperor Star. I'm sure you have heard how talented they were at that time. Later, Minister Hua forced the school of the Emperor Star onto the other schools because of his relationship with the school. He wanted to control the entire academy. Yi Futian and I left. Then, Emperor Luo released a decree to make Yi Futian the crown prince's servant and Hua Jiyu, the crown princess. The evilness should go without saying. Who can bear it? The Nandu clan and headmaster of Emperor Star worked together for power and ambition. They wouldn't care about some measly youths. We fought back, and for this, Elder Qin even played his last piece and died. I was wounded as we escaped. Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu almost died but thankfully, survived and escaped. I'm sure you've heard of what happened afterward. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng returned during the Tingfeng banquet of Nandu Nation. Who in Nandu can be compared to them? The later events proved this as well. No one in the 100 Lands can be compared to Yi Futian, let alone in Nandu only. Now, Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu have become disciples of top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory. These two had been so close to being killed by Nandu and the school of the Emperor Star. How can an academy like this call itself an academy? Yi Xiong asked. I'm back, not because I want the power. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng are both like my disciples. I cultivated with them in the Eastern Barren Territory. The benefits compared to the Donghai Academy should go without saying. However, Donghai Academy is my home. Half of my life was spent here. I hope to see it flourish, I hope to see it grow, I hope to see a new Donghai Academy. Therefore, I will stay. Right now, Yi Xiong was full of just. All the disciples were silent. After that, a voice said, Greetings to Headmaster Yi. Greetings to Headmaster Yi, more people said. The voices shook the sky. The world was just and just people would win hearts. The disciples of the Donghai Academy were young but they still knew right from wrong. Headmaster Yi Xiong of the School of the Finance Star had given up his status and risked his life to bring Yi Futian into the Nandu clan and fight against injustice. Now, Yi Futian was successful. Yi Xiong could live comfortably, but he gave it up and returned to Donghai to educate the later generations. Yi Xiong was a true man. Chapter 303, Zhisong. Chapter 303, Zhisong. Nandu Wenshan would rectify the Nandu clan. Yi Xiong would reorganize the Donghai Academy. Nandu Tai, the one that everyone congratulated when he entered the noble plane, was dead. Yang Shao, the headmaster of the school of the Emperor Star, was dead. They had turned into ice statues to kneel before Elder Qin. Lord Luo and the art saint had been disabled. Many strong cultivators of the Nandu clan and schools of the Donghai Academy were killed or disabled. All of this had happened in one day. The entire city was in upheaval. Nothing this big had happened in Donghai City before. The last big event was probably when Emperor Luo's decree arrived at Donghai 2 years ago. What happened yesterday was a continuation from 2 years ago. Yi Futian's name rang throughout the city once again. Countless years ago, people heard of Yi Futian's name because he was the Qin Devil's disciple and had defeated Ju Mu, the disciple of the art saint. Since then, their hearts trembled whenever they heard his name. After the emperor personally sent out a decree, Yi Futian had refused and escaped. At the Tingfeng banquet, everyone learned about Yi Futian's staff and dharma and Yusheng's roar. After that, the rumors about him were from the faraway Kangye kingdom. Apparently, he had been accepted as a disciple by a top disciple from somewhere very far away. Now, he was back, bringing nobles with him. His one word killed Nandu Tai, who had entered the noble plane, and Yang Shao, headmaster of the school of the Emperor Star. He said he wanted Hua Jiyu's uncle, Nandu Wenshan, to be the Nandu clan's leader. Right now, he was in the abandoned Guqin Gardens. His grandmaster's matter had always pressed down on his heart. Now, it was resolved. His uncle and Yi Xiong would take care of the Nandu clan and Donghai Academy too. A breeze blew past the Guqin Gardens. The group sat in the courtyard with a heartwarming atmosphere. Master, Masteress, let's live here for a few days. Then we'll go directly to the Nandu nation and resolve that, Yi Futian said. Donghai City was part of the Nandu nation, after all. He wouldn't return to Kangye until he took care of Emperor Luo. All right. Hua Fengliu and the others wanted to stay a few days too. There's something I don't understand, Yi Futian said. How did Han Mo, vice headmaster of the school of the Emperor Star, and Xia Feng, chief of the East Sea Prefecture, die? Yi Xiong didn't know about this either and he'd investigated. None of them had killed Xia Feng and Han Mo. According to Yi Xiong, they'd gone after them. It is indeed strange. Hua Fengliu didn't know. Yi Futian gazed at the swaying willows outside the courtyard. He thought of the old man who swept the garden and understood something. But he didn't understand why the man didn't appear at the Nandu clan if he'd always been there. Would Godfather really not reveal himself if he wasn't in mortal danger? Did Han Mo and Xia Feng die because they'd really threatened his life? If Godfather had done it, then where was he now? Was he still watching Yi Futian? The next day, Nandu Wenshan came to the Guqin Gardens to tell them about the Nandu clan. The first steps had been completed. With the Silver Snow Guard's help, he now held all the authority in the clan. Those elders weren't stupid. If they followed Nandu Wenshan, it meant they would have Yi Futian behind them. Yi Futian could also help the Nandu clan retake the Nandu nation. How could they not support Nandu Wenshan? After all, Nandu Wenshan was a direct descendant of royalty. Other than Nandu Wenshan, Shu Yuyan also came. She chatted with Hua Jiyu and teased Yi Futian. Lin Xie came too. She said that she would go to the imperial city right now. She wanted to witness the fight between Yi Futian and Luo Junlin. She would cheer Yi Futian on. The promised date was finally here. Today was the day of the final battle. Today, Nandu Nation's imperial city was filled with strong cultivators. According to the citizens of the city, many mysterious cultivators would arrive. They were extraordinary and terrifyingly powerful. Those people would most likely come from somewhere far away. Rumor said that they were super forces from the Eastern Barren Territory. Ever since Yi Futian broke into the Nandu palace to take Yi Lingxi and Yi Danchen away, there were all sorts of rumors in the palace. Some said that the Yunchu nation emperor that had taken them to the Nandu palace had submitted to the Nandu nation. But Yi Futian was back with a force at the same level as Luo Junlin's royal Shen temple. Therefore, the emperor of Yunchu was forced to hand them over. This was also why Yi Futian and Luo Junlin would fight. Emperor Luo announced publicly that Luo Junlin would kill Yi Futian and end everything. He seemed to be very confident in Luo Junlin. The people of the imperial city all believed him. After all, Luo Junlin was the legendary crown prince. He had double life spirits. Not only that, his cultivation plane was higher than Yi Futian. No matter how talented Yi Futian was, he couldn't catch up. Yi Futian had probably been forced to accept this battle. However, there were also whispers that Yi Futian had entered the Nandu palace, killed the 6 emperors, and taken the people away. Many scoffed at this though. How could he kill 6 nobles? However, many high-status people knew this was true. The regular citizens wouldn't know what happened in another kingdom, but the emperors of the 100 lands obviously knew. Today, many strong cultivators descended in the cities surrounding the Nandu palace, including those from the Eastern Barren territory. Everyone was discussing who would win. There was a roofless wine shop near the palace. It was filled with people because the Kangye kingdom had arrived. The Kuanping landed with Emperor Yi. Yi Futian wasn't here yet, so they waited. "That's Yi Wuchen," someone said, looking at a youth amongst them. Yi Wuchen had become quite famous in the imperial city due to the Tingfeng banquet. Liu Feiyang and Liu Chenyu had extraordinary qualities too. Everyone started discussing that these people were most likely from the Eastern Barren territory. At this time, a group came from the distance. They stood out from the crowd with sharp auras. Everyone had an ancient sword. The crowd moved aside subconsciously, letting them through. After arriving, they glanced at Yi Wuchen. The leader had cold eyes. He was Zhisong, pride of the Fuyun sword clan's first summit. Li Daoyun was his junior brother and had asked him many questions before. He often helped Li Daoyun. But after Li Daoyun accepted Yi Wuchen's challenge and was killed, the first summit couldn't say anything. However, Yi Wuchen acted on his own accord and was very close to Yi Futian from the cottage. Zhisong had warned him before, but Yi Wuchen ignored him. Everyone knew about the rivalry between the Fuyun sword clan and cottage though. In addition, the girl Li Daoyun had liked, Liu Chenyu, was now very close to Yi Wuchen. They were sitting together right now. Under these circumstances, the first summit obviously was upset with Yi Wuchen. "You came from the Kangye kingdom. Are these your family?" Zhisong asked Yi Wuchen. "Is there a problem?" Yi Wuchen looked up at him. Zhisong was a swordsman from the first summit. Yi Wuchen was from the 7th summit. Of course, he couldn't compare to Zhisong's cultivation. He'd been a swordsman for many years and was known as number 1 of their generation. The Fuyun sword clan is a sacred place for swordsmanship in the Eastern Barren territory. I don't wish to see it used in a place like the 100 lands as a weapon to fulfill one's personal greed, Zhisong said. "I can't control Yi Futian, but the Fuyun sword clan cannot be disgraced like this." Yi Wuchen's gaze was sharp as he looked to Zhisong. He naturally never thought to use the Fuyun sword clan's strength to bring Kangye to power. Yi Futian hadn't done so either. He'd always wanted to resolve the Nandu problem with his own means and never used the cottage's name. However, the assassination in Chaoga City told them all that even if he didn't, the others might. Shiro and Luo Junlin were examples. For more than 1 year, the Nandu nation had used the royal Shen temple to threaten Knagi. If Yi Futian hadn't become known in the ancient barren world, what would have happened? After that, Shiro and Luo Junlin still didn't give up. They tried to kill Yi Futian, which was why he challenged Luo Junlin now. Zhisong's words had double meanings. He was warning Yi Wuchen while also mocking Yi Futian. He looked down on Yi Futian for taking advantage of his position. If it has nothing to do with you, you naturally can show off your character and make yourself seem proud and upright. Yi Wuchen chuckled but didn't say anything else. Zhisong wasn't Yi Futian. His family hadn't been threatened. He was a bystander so he could act like this. Fake, Liu Feiyang muttered. He'd personally seen Shiro bring people to Kangye. At that time, the Kangye kingdom had felt such despair. If he and Yi Futian hadn't arrived, what would have been the consequences? This didn't happen to Zhisong, so what right did he have to judge? Zhisong gazed at them. Beside him, Chiao said, I would like to see what would happen if Yi Futian lost this time. He won't. Yi Wuchen was obviously more confident in Yi Futian than others. A 7th-level Dharma plane against the Arcana plane, Zhisong said indifferently. Luo Junlin of the Royal Shen Temple isn't that much of a failure. Everyone's hearts trembled. This group seemed to come from the domineering Fuyun sword clan. Yi Wuchen was cultivating there too. That's what I think. At that time, another voice spoke. Another group arrived and everyone moved to the side. The two at the front were very stunning. The young man had a powerful aura and the woman had unparalleled beauty. She was like a fairy. Everyone's eyes focused on her, sighing inwardly at how beautiful she was. Chapter 304. You Can Try. Chapter 304. You Can Try. It was Qin Li and Chu Yao Yao. After Yi Futian left the Moon Clan, Qin Li became much prouder. He went to the Moon Clan with gifts and Chu Yaoro's master, Yang Feihong, was already swayed. Xiao Yueju's attitude when Yi Futian went to the Moon Clan directly led to this. Yang Feihong agreed to Qin Li's marriage with Chu Yaoro and allowed the latter to cultivate at the Dongqin Academy for a while. This news caused a ripple throughout the Eastern Barren Territory. People wondered if the Moon Clan would ally with the Qin dynasty. Qin Li and Chu Yaoro walked over now, gazing at Zhisong, Yi Wuchen, and the others. Chuckling, Qin Li said, Luo Junlin isn't the best of the Eastern Barren Territory, but he is still a genius from the Royal Shen Temple and he Yulu's personal disciple. With such an advantage in plane, there is no reason he will fail. Emperor Yi and Yi Lingxi frowned. These people were clearly all from top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory like Yi Futian. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to make such comments. But from their tone, there wasn't much chance for Yi Futian to win. You also thought this when Yi Futian challenged Chen Shanmu outside the Dongqin Academy, Yi Wuchen said calmly without looking at Qin Li. The man had said many things, judging Yi Futian many times. He was humiliated every time but never learned his lesson. Of course, Yi Wuchen knew that they were enemies, so Qin Li naturally wished for Yi Futian to lose. Qin Li didn't mind Yi Wuchen's jab. Smiling, he said, Yi Wuchen, people would think you're a disciple of the cottage. It's so lively here. There was a chuckle. The strong cultivators of the Ji family from the ancient barren world had come. Others descended from the sky. The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan were here. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengruo appeared together, causing many gasps. Chu Yaoro was already beautiful. Qin Mengruo was another beauty but in a different style. The building instantly became filled with talents and beauties. Even more terrifying, the strong cultivators behind these people were probably nobles. The restaurant not far from the palace instantly became so lively. All the strong cultivators from the Eastern Barren Territory grouped here. When the people around the palace heard about this, they rushed over to witness this scene. Emperor Luo also came with Minister Hua. Arriving, Emperor Luo gazed at everyone and greeted them. You all have come from a faraway place. As the leader of the Nandu nation, I must fulfill my duties as a host. This place is very crude. Please follow me to the Nandu palace. Though he was an emperor, he still had to lower himself before these people. Sure. Qin Li smiled and nodded. His attitude surprised many people. Was this person against Yi Futian? Everyone now knew about Yi Futian's relationship with Emperor Luo. If he acted closely with Emperor Luo, what would Yi Futian think? Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengruo obviously cooperated with Qin Li. Many walked over to Emperor Luo, making him look powerful. The spectators were confused. It seemed that Yi Futian wasn't well off in the Eastern Barren Territory. Otherwise, why wouldn't these people care about his feelings? Senior brother, shall we? Chiao asked Zhisong. Seeing this, Emperor Yi furrowed his brows. He wasn't familiar with the powers of the Eastern Barren Territory and didn't know what was happening. Didn't he say he won't get involved in the 100 Lands? Yi Lingxi asked softly. What did Zhisong say earlier? He didn't want Yi Wuchen's sword to be used in the 100 Lands. Even though her voice was soft, Qi Ao still heard her. His eyes flashed and turned to her. Is it your place to speak? The first summit of the Fuyun Sword Clan had always disliked Yi Wuchen. Now, a girl beside him had comments too? Yi Wuchen arched an eyebrow. He could tell that Qi Ao was targeting him. Otherwise, he had no reason to humiliate Yi Lingxi. He stood, sword intent wrapping around him. What, you want to fight me? Qi Ao looked at him. The surrounding people all stopped, looking intrigued. Was this an inner fight of the Fuyun Sword Clan? Wuchen. Emperor Yi placed a hand on his shoulder, telling him to stop. He knew that they were all disciples of the Fuyun Sword Clan. He didn't want to make Yi Wuchen's life in the clan difficult because of this. Yi Wuchen's expression was cold while Qi Ao looked at him with a smile. Yi Lingxi said, "It's all right. Let's go," Zhisong said. Qi Ao chuckled and the first summit of the Fuyun Sword Clan left, following Emperor Luo. Qin Li, Chu Yarou, Qian Shanmu, Qin Mengruo, and many others followed as well. The Ji family smiled and went to join them. The people around them looked at Emperor Yi and whispered. Many followed Emperor Luo away. The crowd here thinned. Just then, a group of strong cultivators arrived in the sky. It was Yi Futian's group. In the sky, Yi Futian was going straight to the Nandu Palace. When he was about to arrive, he saw the huge Kuanping below and the group heading towards the palace. His eyes flashed. Down, Yi Futian said. They went to the restaurant. Sensing something, many people looked up to see Yi Futian, Hua Jiyu, and the others. Yi Futian. Many were surprised. Sadly, those people had just left. Otherwise, there would be a show to watch. But with so many disciples of top forces here, probably nothing will happen. What's wrong? Yi Futian asked, sensing the odd atmosphere. He looked to the distance and seemed to see Qin Li, Chu Yarou, and the others. Those guys are so arrogant, Liu Feiyang scoffed. He quickly recounted what happened. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He wasn't surprised at Qin Li. That guy was always here and Yi Futian started disliking him more and more. However, the conflict between Fuyun's first summit and Yi Wuchen seemed more glaring. Otherwise, Zhisong and Qi Ao wouldn't act like that. Uncle Yi, did the imperial advisor come? Yi Futian asked Emperor Yi. Yes, he is at the inn. Emperor Yi nodded. Good. Take him to the palace. Uncle Yi, I'll go now, Yi Futian said. His body flashed and the group headed towards the palace. Nandu Wenshan and many of the Nandu clan came as well. The group whooshed past. In the front, Emperor Luo's group was powerful too. Those following him looked back and saw Yi Futian's group in the air. Their expressions changed. Emperor Luo stopped and turned too. Seeing the people, his eyes turned cold. He knew what had happened in Donghai City but could do nothing. Now, Yi Futian brought the Nandu clan over. What did this signify? Yi Futian. Qin Li and the others looked up. The people behind them were intrigued. Was he finally here? These people had been invited by Emperor Luo into the palace. Yi Futian must be upset now. They didn't care though. While everyone looked up, Yi Futian acted as if he didn't see them. He passed right above their heads. At that moment, the smiles of Qin Li and the others froze as they watched the people go past without looking at them. This was different from what they had imagined. What is he doing? Qi Ao furrowed his brows, upset. Yi Futian had gone right past their heads. Yi Futian continued forward. Before the Nandu Palace, the guards all moved aside when they saw him. Soon after, Yi Futian stood in the empty space before the palace. Emperor Luo and the others arrived, staring coldly at him. So many strong cultivators were gathered, they all stared at Yi Futian. Lock the palace. Do not let anyone in, Yi Futian said. Yes. The 9 nobles nodded and spread outside the palace. The crowd was shocked. Qin Li and the other powerful figures were about to enter the palace with Emperor Luo, but Yi Futian stood there and ordered to lock the palace. What did he mean? Was he going directly against the top forces? Many people had sharp gazes. Was Yi Futian really that powerful to do this? The Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and Fuyun sword clan frowned. Qin Li sneered and said, "Yi Futian, Emperor Luo invited us into the Nandu palace as guests. What are you doing? Today is my battle with Luo Junlin to resolve matters of the Nandu nation, but you are with Luo. What are you doing?" Yi Futian asked in reply. "Do I need your permission to stand with someone?" Qi Ao asked. He thought the people of the cottage needed to mind their own business. From this moment on, the Nandu palace no longer belongs to the Luo family. It is returned to the Nandu clan. My uncle is the descendant of the Nandu nation's royalty and will inherit this palace. From now on, no one is allowed to step foot inside. Just with them. Qi Ao gazed at the nobles around Yi Futian. "No." Yi Futian stared at Qi Ao and said coldly and proudly, "Because I am a disciple of the cottage." Qi Ao's eyes hardened. Those from the Eastern Barren territory understood the weight of those words. Yi Futian's meaning was clear. If the other forces would get involved, then it was no longer Yi Futian's personal matter. He would use his identity as a cottage disciple. Disciple of the cottage. The people of Nandu didn't understand. They were curious as to what the cottage was. "What if I want to go in?" Zhisong looked at Yi Futian. As a swordsman of the Fuyun sword clan's first summit, he also had his pride. "You can try," someone in the crowd said. A few people walked out. The one at the front was a handsome scholar in a pure white robe. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,